This is Mark Lane.
This is Robert Groden.
This is Dick Russell.
This is Jim Mars.
This is Lisa Pease.
This is Dr. David Mantik.
This is Cyril Wecht.
This is Jim DiEugenio.
This is Joan Mellen.
This is David Lifton.
This is Jerry Pollicott.
This is Gary Shaw.
This is Bill Kelly.
This is Greg Burnham.
This is Gerald McKnight.
This is Sherry Feaster.
This is Joseph McBride.
This is Bill Davey.
This is Dave Ratcliffe.
This is David Talbot.
This is Doug Horne.
This is Walt Brown.
This is John Barbour.
This is Judge Joe Brown.
This is Vince Palamara.
This is Bill Pepper.
This is Richard Belzer.
This is Oliver Stone.
This is Governor Jesse Ventura, and you're listening to Black Op Radio.
Video computers online. Archiving 44K. Initiate sequence.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Server connection confirmed.
T-minus 25 seconds.
Live stream 220K.
T-minus 20 seconds.
Phone lines are go.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Satellite uplink verified.
T-minus 10 seconds.
Flight check complete. Satellite uplink verified.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Black Op Radio, the voice of political conspiracy research. You're listening to Black Op Radio, the show NSA doesn't want you to hear. Now here is your host, Len Osanek.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 1000th episode of Black Op Radio. This is Len Osanek, and we have been bringing Black Op Radio to you for 20 years now. And a couple of things I want to mention. The show is free. If anyone decides that they really like this, please support us with a donation if you'd like to donate, or if you'd like to make a monthly subscription. There's $4, $10, $20. $4 a month is just $1 a show. So if you like this and you think $1 a show is worth it, this is a good time for me to make a pitch for it on this show. All right. I'm going to start off with probably the biggest and best contributors to Black Op Radio that I've done over the years. John Judge was originally scheduled to be number 50 in the 50 Reasons for 50 Years, but at near the end, Oliver Stone came on board, and we decided to have him as the wrap-up episode along with Dave Ratcliffe. So I had this episode of John Judge wrapping up the case for, I guess, 7 years now, that I just didn't know what to do with it. It was a good little 10-minute segment, so I thought this will be a very good time to offer John Judge's final contribution to Black Op Radio, and here it is.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
This is John Judge from Washington, D.C. with the Coalition on Political Assassinations. I've been doing research into the Kennedy assassination since the late 1960s when I went through the report, the Warren report, and all the volumes of evidence and realized that the evidence did not match the conclusions. I don't think there's a shred of credible evidence that Lee Harvey Oswald was a gunman on that day or shot President Kennedy or Officer Tippit. He said as much. He said he was a patsy, and in fact he was set up, I believe, and he also had ties himself to elements of military intelligence and domestic intelligence agencies that he informed to, and were moving him around in part to set him up. The assassination of John F. Kennedy is not a mystery that we can't solve in our lifetime. It is pretty much what, if you have any sort of intellect or active imagination, you'd think it is. It is a removal of the head of state because he was bucking against formidable forces within that state and not carrying out their programs but frustrating them. Primary among those was the rise of the military-industrial intelligence complex that Eisenhower warned about in his first draft of his speech as he went out of office. And this was also the rise of a Southern Rim economy that paralleled the old Eastern establishment money at the end of World War II, land speculation, oil, aerospace, munitions, and government contracting. And this new money had a different global agenda than the old established money, and it had different players, and it wanted to take control. Kennedy was assassinated primarily as a military coup d'etat on November 22nd, 1963, orchestrated by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They involved the Central Intelligence Agency. They involved elements of the mafia and Cubans. Naval intelligence had had the longest relation with the mafia, and both Jack Ruby, who shot Oswald, and Oswald had ties to military intelligence, ONI, and Army intelligence, and Ruby had long-term connections with organized crime. There was not only the orchestration of the crime itself, there was a massive cover-up at the top levels of government in order to frame the message so that the real assassins would never be known and the real plot would never be known, at least should nobody question it. But many of us did read the volumes, and many of us did question it and kept the subject alive, and over time got the files free, not all of them yet, that show that what Jim Garrison, the DA in New Orleans, suspected was right, that his suspicions about specific people being agents of the government was right, that there was a plot at the top level of the government to kill Kennedy. The dishonorable work that was done by the Warren Commission on this has not stood the test of time. The House Select Committee went so far as to say there was a probable conspiracy. The Justice Department did not follow up. The one person who probably could most effectively have followed up, Robert Kennedy, and who wanted to when he got back into office, had he won the election, and it was likely he would, was himself assassinated by these same forces. What was killed that day was not just the president, it was democracy itself, not only because an elected leader is killed in a democracy and frustrating the popular will, but also because the people had no democratic intent in doing so, intended to take over the government and turn it in another direction. Kennedy was pulling out of the war in Vietnam. Kennedy was reaching détente with the Soviet Union, trying to start a move toward legitimate world peace, ending the arms race and nuclear disarmament. He was normalizing relations with Cuba. He had cut off the raids on Cuba and the assassination plots against Castro and frustrated them. He would not go along with plans like Operation Northwoods to falsely blame Castro with a traumatizing incident and then assassinate him and overthrow the government there and have military intervention. Kennedy supported anti-colonial liberation efforts in Africa and their leaders, as well as in Central and South America, to the frustration of the Central Intelligence Agency and big corporations that had their investments there and did not want to lose their advantages. Kennedy called for an end to the oil tax depletion allowance, $13 billion in those years, and he pushed racial integration too fast for the Southern Rim people and angered them. And there were attempts to force his hand into invading Cuba at the Bay of Pigs and into world nuclear holocaust, which is what it would have been at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, but he balked, and that infuriated people within the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the CIA. He fired some of the head leaders of the CIA, and no honest investigation would have included one of those people like Allen Dulles, who he had fired to look into his death. The deck of cards was stacked from the beginning. The investigation was rigged. If you want a perfect crime, you control the investigation, and that was done, but not perfect enough, because over time the seals came loose, the case unraveled against Oswald, and it became clear that his background as an intelligence agent, as someone moved around the world even as a false defector in the Soviet Union on phony jobs that he held in New Orleans and arranged jobs like in Dallas, that he was not just some disgruntled loser, unintelligent. He was a very skilled analyst, crypto clearance, photographic analyst, and he was central to many of the historic events during the Kennedy administration. The firm that handled the photos from the U-2 for analysis that led to the Cuban Missile Crisis and convinced Kennedy that they had the ICBMs there, that firm that developed those photos and analyzed them employed Lee Harvey Oswald at the time. Oswald, I believe, was penetrating the groups planning to kill Kennedy in Dallas. And then when Kennedy refused Operation Northwoods to get Castro out, and the second version came back from Lyman Lemnitzer, he fired Lemnitzer, the head of the Joint Chiefs. I think that the remaining Joint Chiefs plotted to have his death be the traumatizing incident that could be blamed on Castro. And Oswald Double was used in Mexico City shortly before the assassination to link him to the Soviet Union again and Castro. And he was then set up as the patsy, and I believe was meant to be killed in the Texas theater. He saved himself from being killed by putting his hand down in the breech of the gun, which is the only place he has any graphite on hands or cheeks. And then instead of a dead red they could link to Castro, and blamed for killing Kennedy, they had a talking head who had to be silenced in the next few days, and Ruby's job was in part to do that. Even Ruby in jail said there was a massive conspiracy and asked to be taken out of Dallas so he could reveal it to the Warren Commission. He was denied. And all the best evidence upholds the people that are constantly called conspiracy theorists. But as Cyril Wecht pointed out, many things, many analyses begin as a theory. But if they are embellished with the facts, they become a conclusion.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Governor Ventura.
Yes.
This is Len Osanek.
Hi, Len. How are you?
I am very good. I'm so thrilled to be speaking to you. I'm glad you cleared off a little time for me today.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Well, I have some good news for you.
What's that?
Black Op Radio is my 1,000th show, 20 years in the making, and you're number one.
What do you mean I'm number one?
You're going to be, I'm having every guest that I've had on, and I'm having you as the first guest because I enjoyed your company so much over the years. You're the number one.
Well, thanks, Len. I appreciate it.
You're number one and a lot of other people.
And congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, I wanted to talk to you today just to recap a little bit of your interest in the JFK assassination and your good work in there. It's been kind of a boring year so far. Not too much has happened, so I thought we could dig up some old history.
Well, Len, can I back up a second?
Yeah.
And can we get to that in a second?
Sure.
Every media that I'm doing now, including yours right now, I have something I have to get off my chest.
Go ahead.
And the only way I can do it is through the media, whatever media I do, and that is this. You know, George Floyd was killed in my old neighborhood. I grew up just a couple blocks from where he was murdered, so it is quite personal to me to, you know, that happened there. But still in following it, I want to get to the point of what happened where the National Football League changed their position and said they now support Black Lives Matter, and they were wrong in stopping players from protesting. And I just want to get out, I found that a little disingenuous because, number one, I felt Colin Kaepernick should get a personal apology from Roger Goodell for being, you know, white-balled out of a league, or however you want to terminology it. And second of all, and here's my big problem right now, that league is made up of 70% African Americans, and yet not one word is being said about the fact that that league has a name for a team in Washington that is racist, and I've been walking and marching for decades now to have that name changed, and you know who I'm talking about. The Washington, and I don't even say the name because to me that name is as bad as the N-word. And it's a name that stands for genocide, and I'll give you why. When I was protesting a couple years ago and marching with the Native Americans in Minneapolis when Washington came here to play, a young Native American came up to me and showed me a newspaper article from the Winona paper in Winona, Minnesota, from about 150 years ago or more. And the headline in that paper says, Governor Ramsey raises the bounty on Redskins. In other words, our government was paying people to go out and murder Native Americans, and you got paid for how many skins you brought back. And we have a National Football League team that honors that. Adrian Peterson says the whole league's going to take a knee this year, probably in protest, every player. Well, Adrian, I challenge you, get the name of your team's mascot changed. Is that fair, Len?
Well, that's fair.
And I don't hear a word being said about it out there. Not one word is being said about that name that I find completely offensive. I certainly know my Native American friends do. And it signifies genocide. When these people, you could go out and kill them like you were out hunting squirrels or something. And we have a governor back then, Alexander Ramsey, who Ramsey County is named after, who raised the bounty. And it just so happens Ramsey County is where the state capital is in Minnesota. So I think that there's a big missing the boat here going on. Red lives matter too. And I'll end with that.
Yeah, very well said. Well, I respect a lot of your views, you know, like, you know, you don't hear it. I know that you're now on RT and they try to marginalize these different points of view. But, you know, if, for instance, let's say that I'm a little agnostic to it. I'm in Canada, so when I see the picture of the Chief and the Washington Redskins, I really don't think much about it. But it takes you to articulate it and say, listen, here's why you should think about it. Here's the background. And then I go, oh, it's darker than I thought. I agree with you.
Way darker. I mean, the governor raises the bounty so you can just go out hunting people, killing them. And you should, and I don't remember the figure of how much it was, but I would say this, if you got a family of 4, you probably didn't have to work for the next 5 years.
Wow.
You know, because it was a pretty, for back then, you were talking 1860 here or whatever it was. For back then, it was quite a bit of money. It was in the hundreds of dollars.
Oh.
Which if you multiplied to today's dollars, it would certainly be well into the thousands. $100 back then was worth, I always laugh from the movie Slapshot when Strother Martin holds it up to Paul Newman and says, you see this quarter? It used to be a nickel.
Wow.
But anyway, that aside, let's get on to your JFK stuff.
Okay, well, I just really appreciate anything you have to say, so that's good. I am just celebrating 1,000 shows, and mostly we've talked about the JFK assassination, some Martin Luther King, some Bobby Kennedy, some other things about 9/11 and that. I followed your conspiracy show with great interest until, you know, when it was taken off the air and the third season was somewhat watered down. But the first 2 were fantastic, and so just for a concerned citizen such as yourself talking about, you know, history and trying to make the world a better place, I just appreciate your efforts, and I try to use that as a model for, you know, how I work into my interviews and research. And so I'm here to commend you, and glad that we can celebrate 1,000 shows of Black Op Radio.
Well, for me, it's just, I guess I'm a sucker for the truth. You know, I don't like to be lied to. I don't like to be deceived. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, but my country and my government does quite a job of doing that. You know, I remember a quote once, you can love your country, but you don't have to love your government. And, you know, and that's kind of how I feel about this country right now, is that I love my country, but I don't particularly love my government. And when I say that, it isn't just anti-Trump. You know, I despise, you know, both parties equally. I'm a believer that party politics is the demise of the country, and I'm not alone, because John Adams and I think Tom Jefferson likewise agreed with that, who wrote our Constitution. You know, they were not very big on political parties. And, you know, and today you watch the political element out there with the parties, and you can see clearly that they make decisions to benefit their party, not necessarily the country. Your prime example is, what's his name, the head Senate, Mitch McConnell. You know, Mitch McConnell makes all his decisions based upon how do I keep my party in power, not based on necessarily what's good for America. And that's what I see. And in fact, let me state this. We truly need an independent president elected, not Joe Biden, because what's going to happen now is you're going to see more polarization. The country's even going to become more polarized. I know from experience, having been a third-party elected governor, that it would take 3 years to get them back in bed together. I know, for example, from doing it, because these two parties despise a third entity more than they do themselves. The third entity would become the enemy. So you'd see them jump in bed together to oppose the common sense middle like they did in Minnesota with me. And it will happen in 3 years. or it would happen. That's why, I said what I said, that I was looking at possibly running, but unfortunately it couldn't come to reality because there were problems in the Green Party that couldn't be overcome.
Well, you know something? I kind of sighed a little breath of relief when you didn't run, because I thought, you've done such good, you're such a good guy, you don't need the headache. And the shitstorm that would follow. Here's something positive. Good to see that Colin Powell came out against Trump, said he called Trump a liar.
Oh, yeah. Well, the other thing interesting, Len, is that I don't know if you heard about it, but when I did test the water, it went out, and a major polling company, for the hell of it, and they had it on Fox News, I guess, they put the three names, Biden, Ventura, Trump, and without even being a candidate, I polled 18%. Which is huge. That's more than I was polling at the primary when I won the Minnesota governorship 8 weeks later. Then I was polling 9. And they had other informal polls, I guess, on the internet. 10, 12,000 people, I was winning with 74%, 70%.
Oh, yeah.
So these two candidates are beatable. But the problem is, we're only given the lesser of two evils, so everyone will face that dilemma of not having a third choice, and they're going to have to face going in and choosing whatever they perceive to be the lesser of two evils.
Well, the epic failure of the Democratic Party is to hoist up Joe Biden. There's no one better than Joe Biden. I mean, I can't fathom. In fact, it makes me think that the game is so crooked and fixed that they're kind of rubbing it in our face.
Well, I don't know that. To me, the Democratic Party's corrupt to begin with, because if you go all the way back to the whole Russian gate thing where Russia supposedly interfered in our elections, well, I've always maintained I felt we should thank Russia, because what they exposed was what was important. They exposed the fact that the Democratic primary in 2016 was fixed. That no matter what Bernie Sanders did, Hillary Clinton was going to get the nomination. And I thought that was important. But what happened? Your classic kill the messenger, not the message. That's what the mainstream media did. They went after Russia, who allegedly exposed it for interfering in our elections, and that's an act of war and all this stuff. I felt we should have thanked them for showing us that the Democrats were fixed. People need to know that. And then I looked it up. I wanted to see, they interfered in our election. I wonder how many we've interfered in. So the Carnegie Mellon Institute had done a study, because I had my staff look at it at my TV show, and we found out that they did a huge study from 1948 to 2010. So it don't even count the last 10 years. I believe we had interfered in 81 elections in 45 different countries, and it didn't include coup d'etats.
Wow.
So who are we to stand up and say, don't interfere in our elections? Obviously, it's standard operating procedure out there. You know what I equated it to, Len? Remember Mad Magazine?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, remember they had the two segments of spy versus spy?
Yeah, right. The white and black one, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what you got here. Obviously, both sides do it to each other.
But the thing I found unbelievable was that Facebook or whatever was representing there in their testimony, they said they only had $100,000 or $200,000 in these kind of phony ads. And I thought, well, Hillary must have spent $50 million. I mean, how can $100,000 or $200,000 swing an election?
Do you know what it came down to? Here's what it came down to, Len. Just like the 2000 election. In 2000, it was the same scenario. Al Gore got more votes, but George Bush won the Electoral College. Same thing happened here. Hillary got more votes, but Trump won the Electoral College. Well, the Dems never want to accept that they may have run a bad campaign like Hillary did. So they have to find someone to blame. Back in the Gore days, who did they blame? Ralph Nader. Well, if Ralph wouldn't have ran and took off, because I happen to have voted for Ralph. I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans. And so right away it was blame Ralph Nader for running. Otherwise, we'd have got all those votes and Al Gore would have won. Well, this time, Hillary and the Democrats today are using the Russians as the excuse for why Trump won. They're trying to make us believe Hillary would have indeed won had Russia not interfered. And that's BS, top to bottom. I'm not saying Russia didn't attempt to interfere. They did in a very minor way, I suppose, but we do it too. So, and like I said, what they did, we should thank them. They exposed the Democrats for being a fraud. Anyway, let's go to JFK. How come Trump got in and said he was going to release everything and then he didn't? Who got to him?
Well, there's only one agency that really has anything to lose, and that's the CIA. Department of Agriculture or anybody else, they don't care, right? But the Central Intelligence Agency has something to lose by having all their sources and methods and tactics revealed.
But the thing that gets me, though, Len, is that why are they so staunch when it was 60 years ago?
They're so staunch.
I mean,
because...
what is going to be revealed from 60 years ago, other than the fact I understand what it is? They don't dare allow the people to know that they didn't tell them the truth. And that part alone could lead to major problems for them, I presume. I presume they can never allow the truth to come out and tell everybody in that era is dead. You think that's a good assumption?
Yeah, I think that they would have done some study in a small town where they released the news and saw what happened. And if there was a total distrust of government, and, you talk about the 1967, 68 era where people just turned their backs and they went to living in communes and that. We've had it with your way of life. The people dropped out. And as long as you maintain the facade that join the army, patriotic, salute the flag and everything it stands for, and people have no idea what it really stands for. I'm sure you have articulated that, but that's it. Well, the CIA can never let this out, because then they'll realize the same thing was used on Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I've told many, many people, I said in my lifetime, without a doubt, it was the murder of John F. Kennedy where we truly lost our government, because that was a coup d'etat, in my opinion, and it was done without the vote. It was done by a bullet. And until our country can tell the truth on it, we're never going to be whole. And to me, that's something that I'll keep working for till my last breath goes, I guess. But I just find it interesting that these candidates promise to release the documents, and then all of a sudden they don't. And I would love to hear the argument that persuades them not to do something they promised they would.
Well, it's got to be a substantial argument. It reminds me of the time when Ross Perot dropped out. I mean, he was doing good, and then, a phone call came in and said, "You're not running." I think they threatened his daughter, things like that. So they get these phone calls.
How come I never got one?
You're lucky. You slipped under the radar. I think you told the story about after you got in, you were interviewed by some CIA think tank that they said they just were amazed. They wanted to know how you did it.
Oh, yeah. They did do that. And then, of course, they tailed me in Cuba when I went there to visit Fidel. Which I expected them to, I guess. But, that was one of the highlights, truly, of my governing career, was when I got the opportunity to actually physically go to Cuba and actually physically sit in a room with Fidel Castro for an hour. And especially it ties in, Len, to you and I and JFK, because as I'll tell the story quick, Castro and I discussed, relationships between the nations and why we were there and all of that stuff. And, he, of course, was promoting Cuba very strongly, that they had the best health care, in that area of the world, and that, their education system was great and all that. And I happened to be sitting there, and time was wearing on, and I knew I only had an hour with him. So I glanced at my watch. And Castro caught me. He said, I'm sorry. He said, am I keeping you from something? And I thought, tell the truth. So I looked right in Fidel's eyes. I said, no, sir. But I said, you've only given me an hour. And I said, I was checking my watch to see I only have 20 minutes left. And I said, I would like to know in the last 20 minutes if I could ask you some personal questions. And he looked at me and said, ask me anything you want. And I looked at him and said, well, for all my adult life now, pretty much, I was about 12 or 13 when it happened in Dallas, Texas, but for most of my adult life, latter now, I've been studying the murder of John President Kennedy, and I said, naturally, there are many scenarios that have been put out there, and I said, and you figure very prominently in a few of them, very strongly. And I said, I would just like the opportunity to ask you face-to-face, what happened that day? What is your perception of what happened? Oh, boy, I couldn't keep Castro quiet. I wish I would have had a tape recorder on so I could have heard and remembered precisely everything he said. But I remember a lot of the good stuff. He looked right at me and said it was an inside job. He said Oswald couldn't make the shots. He said, you know that as well as I do. He said, during the Revolution, I worked a great deal with snipers. And he said, and it was impossible for him to make those shots with that weapon. And then he went on to tell me about how he was meeting at the very moment with Jean Daniel, the reporter from France that Kennedy had sent specifically to carry a message to Fidel. And the message, Fidel looked at me and said, I felt very strongly that Kennedy was on the verge of changing policy, American policy with Cuba. And he said, and while we were meeting, the word came in that Kennedy had been shot in Dallas and killed. And I read later that Jean Daniel had said that when that happened, Castro dropped his head and just stared at the floor for like a full minute. When he lifted his head back up, he just kind of softly said, this is bad, this is very, very bad. And so that was the unique thing that I developed from Fidel, was just hearing him saying, and then he looked at me too and he said this. He said, the people that claim I would take a role in killing John F. Kennedy, he goes, do I look suicidal? I go, no. He goes, I love my country. He said, if I killed Kennedy, Cuba wouldn't exist anymore. I would never sacrifice my country for that. And I believed him.
Well,
I believed him.
Yeah, it's logical.
You know, and because he wouldn't have. He had too much pride in his country, believe it or not. People don't like to believe that, but I saw it down there. And I'll tell you this policy we got where we put Cuba under sanctions and all this, like they're going to rise up and overthrow their government and become our government, is so full of crap. Because the Cuban people have pride. I saw it down there. They're not going to let us win. It ain't going to happen, Len. They'll eat dirt before they'll let us win.
Well, being Canadian, it's always amazed me, the Pavlovian fear that the American government has about Cuba. This small island, that it just, anyway, it's...
Yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. But, that's politics, that's world politics, and I guess we're destined never to be friends with Cuba. I know Trump is now putting more restrictions back on them and going the opposite way of what he should be doing. It's just utterly horrible. I'll tell one final story about Fidel, if I may.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
He, later on, when I was leaving office, I got a message to go to the governor's residence because I had to meet with someone from the Swiss embassy. I believe it was them. And, of course, we had no diplomatic relations with Cuba, so Castro would go through the Swiss embassy. And I went to the governor's residence, and the car pulled up, and the guy got out and came in. I took him in the library, and he said, I'm from the Swiss embassy. I said, yeah. He said, well, I'm here representing Cuba. And I said, that's what I kind of figured. He said, I have a message for you from Cuba. And I think when he was saying the word Cuba, I think he could have substituted Fidel in there. But he only used the term Cuba. He said, the message from Cuba is this. He said, we understand you're not seeking re-election, and we fully understand why. But we wanted to tell you and get this message to you that, and here was the message, a friend of Cuba's will always be a friend of Cuba's. In other words, it didn't matter if I was powerful or up high in the government. I had shown that I had friendship towards Cuba, and Cuba wouldn't forget that, no matter who or what, where I went. And I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, very interesting. Thanks for sharing that.
And I feel bad. One of the things in my life now that I'll regret, and there ain't many, Fidel had invited me to bring my family back as his guest later, and I never did it. And today I'm kicking myself that I didn't take him up on that and go down and informally visit with him and truly probably get to know him.
Well, count your blessings for what you did do. You achieved something. You got to sit down face to face and talk to him. Hats off for that.
Well, and the good thing is, Len, he agrees with us.
Oh, he has a brother. Yeah.
Well, so we can take it to the bank that everything we talk about in the JFK situation, we have Castro on our side with it. He believes like we do.
Yeah, and it's not even on our side. It's just, you're looking in for what is the truth, what really happened, and maybe we should try to learn so we can make sure it doesn't happen again. And yet the propaganda goes on and on. So actually, in this conversation, you taught me a little lesson. I had a few problems arguing about Trump, pro and con, and if I made a comment about America or something, I realized I should have qualified it by saying the government. Because if you say, look at the shitstorm down there happening, and people got very mad, you don't attack my country. But I can see, you said, what did you say? I love my country, but I hate my government? Or
no, it's not I hate my government. Yeah. You can love your country and not love your government. And if people need a direct example of that, Len, of loving your country but not loving your government, the best example I can give you, go talk to the German people in about the 1936 and ask them if they love their government or if they love their country.
Yeah.
Because that's the point. The German people loved their country too. They didn't necessarily love Adolf Hitler, or many of them. They were taken over too. Just like, in a way, a lot of the things I watch here right now, borderline goes right along with dictatorships. I mean, I'm outraged over the fact that Donald Trump is a veteran. I'm a veteran. That he would say he's going to turn the United States military loose on our own people. How dare him? How dare him? And it's all because the guy never served himself, If he was a veteran, he'd look at things a lot different. If he had served his country truly, he'd look at things a lot different. But, he only serves himself, and that's all he's ever done in his whole life. And asking him to serve the people of America, it's almost laughable because he serves him. He sits down to dinner and he fills his plate up first before you get yours.
Yeah. Well, it's a far cry from, I think, the ideals of John F. Kennedy, and I think that's where a lot of researchers have looked back and said, the new frontier, all the PhDs that were in the Department of Defense and government then, that's what the best of America was. And when that didn't pan out, that was, I think, the big letdown. That although there's been some sparks of improvement, that's where I think a lot of people look into the JFK assassination to say, okay, where did it all go wrong? And it stems back to November 22nd when he was shot and that.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. In modern day, that was the day of infamy that all these others have to fall into second place on, because a great deal of all these other things probably would not have happened had that not have happened, had that the killing of John Kennedy happened. Well, obviously, I believe strongly that there had been no Vietnam War. Look what that would have changed the world. I believe very strongly that, Kennedy truly, I felt, was for the regular man. I mean, he was going to take away the oil depletion allowance from the oil companies, their big tax write-off thing, so that was reason they wanted him gone. You know, he was doing all these things to the power brokers, and apparently he did a few too many.
Yeah, and, you know, being Canadian, I think a lot of people outside, you know, around the world look to Kennedy as someone who was doing something good for America and then for the world. Not at the expense of other countries, but he was lifting America up and other countries. That's, I think...
And the other big thing, Len, he was back channel communicating with Khrushchev. I view Khrushchev today as a hero. And I say that because 2 times we were on the brink of nuclear confrontation, and it was Khrushchev who blinked. It was Khrushchev who stepped back. And him and Kennedy were both back channel communicating, and they were going to end the Cold War. Imagine what the world would be if we're still fighting the Cold War. They're trying to resurrect it again. We still can't, even though Russia has allegedly the same kind of government we do, we're still fighting a Cold War with them. They're not communist anymore. I was over there. You know, but we still can't break the shackles of the Cold War. And had Jack Kennedy lived and Nikita Khrushchev stayed in power, there probably wouldn't have been one. Imagine that.
Jesse, if people want to keep in touch with what you're doing, where can they find you?
They can find me via RT America. You know, they can get in touch with me through there. I have a website I've got too, but don't ask me nothing about it because Jen does that. I don't. I'm computer illiterate and proud of it, and I've never owned a cell phone. That aside, you can see me every 6:30 Central, whatever that is, on Friday nights, The World According to Jesse on RT America. They've never censored me yet. Putin himself told me he never would, that I had complete artistic control of my show. And so far he's been a man of his word as I've in my 4th year.
Well, congratulations on that.
Okay.
And,
thanks, Len.
Yeah, very good talking to you. Best wishes. I hope you're on Black Op Radio in the near future.
Okay, always a pleasure. Keep it up, Len. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Mr. Stone, thank you very much for taking part in our anniversary show. This is Black Op Radio's 1,000th show, 20 seasons, and of course 50 Reasons for 50 Years is another thing that I contributed to. So I'm very happy to have you on to mention that, celebrate that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I was interested in a couple things. I sent you a list of some questions, but I got a brief amount of time. I wanted to quickly ask you about your new series, Destiny Betrayed, if you can give an overview about that. And
Yeah.
Sure.
The series was inspired by the writing of Jim DiEugenio, whose books I've been reading since the 1990s. I don't know when his first one was published, but he's been a wonderful and very forthright researcher, very clear, and he's done a terrific job. So there's been so much detail that's been accumulated, an accretion of detail since 1991's release of the movie, and of course the creation of the Assassination Records Review Board, which gave us a lot of detail, and all of which was pretty much ignored by the media. So all these years, it festers and kind of bothers me. But before I call it quits, I thought it was important to have a legacy piece from about the JFK assassination, which is to say, to take all the new information that the movie created back then, which is covering from then to now, and including some other information that was not available to them that has come to the light. So I'm trying to do it all in 4 hours, trying to create a profile of Kennedy here with Jim that shows, first of all, why he was killed, 2, how he was killed, suggests who killed him, and 3, goes into the aftermath, the what if Kennedy had stayed alive, and where would he be now, as opposed to the Lyndon Johnson presidency.
Was there any revelations that surprised you, even in this research? Because you said there's new revelations, and I think a lot of people, once your movie came out, they really started looking into it, and there was a real interest.
Yeah.
In that. But just quickly, was there anything that stands out?
no headline stuff, but certainly a lot of detail that builds. And over the autopsy, we go into depth. We have more information on the autopsy from the AARB, how critical it was, and how it was so distorted by these doctors and the military at the time. We point that out. We also go into CE 399, the bullet. We show it very clearly that there's no chain of custody for it, none at all. And we go into the issues of the back of the head, the witnesses. We bring out more witnesses. Some of their stories are haunting. And I think one of the most impactful things for me is the accretion of detail on Oswald and the CIA. There just can't be any question after you see this that the CIA had some major relationship, or you call it a handle on Oswald from beginning to end, basically. It's just too much detail that's been left out. And it's all coming from different directions, different years, different people. John Newman played certainly a big role in this. Of course, there's things like Operation Northwoods, which tells you a lot about the mindset of the military at that time. And we go into the reasons for Vietnam again, which is, again, if I had this information back in 1992 when I was defending the film, it would have helped me a lot, because we were right. But now we have more evidence of how we were right. More people have come out of the woodwork, government officials, letters, memories of their children. It's very clear that there was no way in hell that Kennedy would have gone into Vietnam at all. It's such a clear demarcation between him and Johnson. No historian can ever say again that it was Kennedy's baby, Vietnam. Nobody can say that again in their right mind. But historians have a penchant for ignoring something like the truth, and we'll see what happens. But anyway, I feel good about it, and my conscience, I feel that I've done the best I can. It's not up to me, and it's not up to Jim. It's really up to the legislators. It's up to the media, and they haven't done their job. They have backed away from this because they're scared. It doesn't get you, in the media, to do the stories like this they're not rewarding. I'm not talking about people like you. That's different. You're a smaller outfit, but I'm talking about the big media has been criminally negligent here.
Yeah, some have gone as far to say that it's a career suicide to follow this path.
Well, perhaps it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel it, yeah.
And it's kind of a failure, because all the footprints, they don't lead at all to Lee Oswald. That's the real problem, that if anybody did an honest investigation, when I see criticism of your work or others, it's like, conspiracy theorist. That's the problem in a nutshell. Quickly, you mentioned the AARB, so that you felt it's important to get these out to the public in the case that they don't know. Maybe the solid, hardcore researchers know that, but...
Well, we interviewed a lot of them. We interviewed Tunheim, and we interviewed Doug Horne, who gave us a lot of good detail, and they got a lot of information from in their records, which we got into. There's the John Hunt character shows up. He's very important in tracing the 399 story, the bullet, the custody, the chain of custody. There's a lot of detail, but you have to pay attention. Unfortunately, the media is not geared to do any kind of homework that way. It seems to look for the headline, the smoking gun, Who was the assassin? Where was he? Every time somebody comes out with some piece of information, they get, like the old man in the sea, they get eaten they get nibbled to death.
Yeah.
So we're taking the big overview and saying, look, this is a piece that exists. It's a record. For the future, for the young people, if they can go there, pay attention, because it's all here, as much as we know. And as much as we know, as we can take it right up to the lip, I think we have a pretty good idea who could have pulled this off by the end of
and continued the cover-up.
Yeah, well, cover-up doesn't have to be continued, because it just, as long as you can't get the records, you can't get more information out of the government. Even Mr. Trump, after all his talk, backed down. He was at the last second from releasing the last of the records. It's not about the cover-up is self continuing. It doesn't need any more gasoline in it. It's self-propelling. if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, even when I was doing the 50 Reasons, when I investigated Commission Exhibit 399, the bullet, and it was test fired, and the rifling doesn't match the weapon. I mean, the bullet does not match so right there, you can either throw one or the other or both out.
Yeah.
So, but, well, look at, what would you like viewers
the rifle too. I mean, the whole issue of the rifle is ridiculous. We go into that.
Yeah.
I mean, Jim DiEugenio has done his homework, and I have to say he is the researcher. I'm taking the overview here. He had to do the homework and the hard work, and we also had to put it into a form where it's accessible and it can be seen. I mean, we don't want to make it dull. We wanted to make it exciting. Right. I think we did some pretty good things with it. We also have very good footage, and we found some footage in archives that I don't believe has ever been seen before.
So you mentioned overview. What would you like viewers to take away from this? If someone's seen it and they're not too familiar with these new facts.
Well, I'm not responsible for what people take away something. I mean, one thing you could ask is why does Oliver Stone and Jim DiEugenio have to make a film about this? Why isn't our own government trustworthy enough to have done something? And why do they keep insisting, in spite of the accumulating evidence over the years, that there's no reason to go back into the case? So the impact is up to you. It's personal. But if as to the government today, it has to make you wonder about what kind of government we have here in this country, if it can be trusted. With the latest machinations of the FBI and the CIA continuation of the CIA, I only hope young people can get an idea that it isn't what it seems to be, that these are agencies of government that have long, way overexceeded their mandates and should be, frankly, reformed from the top down. From the bottom up. In fact, I just think the CIA has done more harm for America than good. Really do.
Well, if you get people to ask those questions that you just mentioned, I think your job has been well done. That people would reflect back and say, what has gone on? And it takes some of these investigations, because you can get into Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy and other things, but the JFK assassination is really, it's so evident once you start looking into it.
Yeah.
I love that line you used in the movie, that white is black and black is white. Just look at this.
You have to look at it you have to understand the way these things work, and you have to understand the mentality of spooks. You really have to. Jim Garrison ran into this. I mean, the spooks don't act the way we think other human beings should act. They're very unethical, quite unethical.
Mr. Stone, thank you very much for taking time. So thank you so much. I know you were happy with 50 Reasons for 50 years and contributed to it, and that's still going strong. So those of us who are writing and researching, we're still continuing, but we also look forward to anything you're doing, because it gives a little enthusiasm to the effort of doing historical research.
I'm very happy to have done this. I'm proud of it. And I think Jim, too, has done. Jim DiEugenio, you know him. And
yeah.
He's been, as a teacher, a high school teacher, he's been relentless. He's never, ever given up. I'm amazed by his erudition and his knowledge. He's a fountain of information for me, a gold mine. I think you are, too. I don't know much about you, but your show, I guess, has been going on for how many years?
20. Yeah.
Okay. So presumably you're aiming for 50 years?
I'm aiming. I don't know where I'll fall. But as long as I'm still thinking. I think that the Black Op Radio, the show, is worldwide, so I am really amazed on all the people from all over the world that tune in to listen. Thanks to the internet and podcasting. It's been worthwhile, and it's the smallest thing I can do. I can do my community effort. That's what I think of after my working with Fletcher Prouty. I just think it's the least I can do.
Well, I appreciate you're doing it. Believe me.
Okay.
And people like you. So take care, Len, and stay in touch.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right. Our next guest in this marathon is author, writer, screenwriter, Zachary Sklar. Hello, Mr. Sklar.
Hello, Len. How are you?
It is a pleasure to speak to you. You are one of the few guests that have not been on that often, but really made an impression with me, and it's in the archives, and people always mention, wow, what a show that was with Zachary Sklar, because because of your contribution to working with Jim Garrison and Oliver Stone. So this is going to be good. Thank you so much for taking time today.
Yes.
Remember that with fond memories of being able to speak to somebody so in tune and so into this topic of researching the JFK assassination. You were the editor for Jim Garrison. You were the screenwriter, the co-screenwriter with Oliver Stone for that landmark movie. And it's just a pleasure to speak to you about the topic. And today is the anniversary show. It's 20 years in the making. It's my 1,000th show. And I wanted to include people who I thought were had really special shows over the years, and you're one of them. So thanks for taking part.
Well, thank you, and congratulations on continuing your excellent work.
Great, Walt. Thanks for those words. I just briefly wanted to talk to people, but just kind of recap what their contribution was and what their interest was. And being an editor for Jim Garrison in rough drafts of his books and that, you must have seen the monumental amount of work that I've got some of the folders that Jim Garrison left behind that somebody actually saved, and it's just almost unfathomable the amount of information he had. One person, like in the movie, up against the government. The amount of information that he had is staggering, and when you stand back and look at it after 50 years, it's baffling how he could have been so right and so right on there with a few people helping him.
Yes, I think Jim was a very, very impressive and very much misunderstood hero. And he devoted his life to the research, and he was up against, very implacable forces, and he never gave an inch. He continued in his research until the day he died. And what he did is a huge contribution. And what's interesting is that as others have continued the research since then, and you'll see in books like Jim Douglas's JFK and the Unspeakable, and Joan Mellen's two books, Jim DiEugenio's Destiny Betrayed, those books simply confirm and go further in confirming what Jim Garrison had already established. And it finishes the work that he had pioneered.
Yeah, that's a good word, pioneer. Is there something that sticks out that people might not know about Jim's work? And I'm just talking about the JFK assassination research that somehow maybe is worth just talking about.
Well, look, the specifics to me are not as important as the courage of this man who had lived his whole life devoted to the United States government. He'd been in the military in World War II and Korea. He'd been in the FBI, and what it took was courage to face the truth and turn it around and say, everything I've devoted my life to has been a lie. That's not easy to do. And Jim Garrison had the courage to do that because what he was devoted to more than the U.S. government or the America that he believed in, the democracy he believed in, was the truth. And he was willing to follow the truth wherever it led. And I think that's his important contribution more than anything else.
Right. Now, when Oliver Stone approached you to write that, I recall he said just write 400 or 500 pages and just include everything and then we'll whittle it down.
Well, he didn't say the amount. He said go from the beginning and go all the way to the end. And he said don't worry about the length. It turned out it was about 400 or 500 pages of triple spaced. I didn't even know the format for screenplays at the time, but yes. And then he took it and rewrote that. I did the first draft completely on my own, and then he rewrote it and condensed it, added new material, and so forth.
Right.
Then it went back and forth many times before we got to the final version. And, as you said, there was so much information that Jim had compiled and others had compiled over the years. All the citizen researchers had done remarkable work that the government and the official commissions had failed to do. Our job and the challenge that we faced was selecting, what was going to go in and what was not. And that was exactly the same challenge that Jim faced. Was, there were lots of leads that people would throw all kinds of things at him, and there's a lot of disinformation thrown at him also to confuse him. And the challenge was to sort it out and say, this is something we can confirm. This is not. This goes in. This does not. This goes to trial. In Jim's case, this does not. And in our case, this goes in the film, and this does not. And that was a monumental, task.
I can only imagine of, how painful it is to throw something out, because there's so much material there. But let me ask you about yourself. Did you have it, when you're researching this material with Jim Garrison, because you have to correct him then, being his editor, did you have a similar opinion that what's happening to our legal system? Because, do you have any opinion that way? That's what I'm getting at.
Well, you mean about the case itself or about the whole system?
Well, the case to start with.
Well, the case, look, I was not an assassination, researcher myself. I was dealing with what Jim presented me, and my job was to help him to present it in a way that was readable, that people would understand it, that, all the questions that I had as a layperson, not familiar with the material, make those things clear. And the way it was organized and the way we ended up presenting the book, I was convinced by Jim's arguments and all the facts that he presented and the way he marshaled his position. I was convinced that the CIA was involved. I was absolutely convinced there was a conspiracy. I had, of course, believed there was a conspiracy from the time I was 15 years old and watched Oswald being shot surrounded by 70 cops in the basement of the Dallas police. It's not like I didn't believe that, but I didn't have the specifics. And I think the contribution that Jim made was he took himself from a position of believing the Warren Commission and then, following the facts, turned around and realized that was wrong. And he did it very empirically, logically, and followed, and that was the story structure of both his book and also of the film, JFK, was to take the viewer or the reader through that experience that he went through himself of going through from place where he believed the federal government, because he sort of did believe that, in the beginning, to the place where he inevitably had to come to an opposite conclusion. And yet it was undeniable because that's where the facts led.
Yeah, I think that's the powerful thing of his book especially, is that it's laid out so wonderfully. What other conclusion could anyone have after they've read that book? Yeah, well, I mean, there are people who don't want to come to that conclusion, the people who are self-interested. And I think, look, the question is, in my mind, is why is the assassination so important? Why do we have to know the truth? And what does it mean all these years later? And to me, the significance of that assassination was that it revealed the presence of an invisible government, of an unaccountable national security state that consisted of what Eisenhower warned of, the military-industrial complex, but also the intelligence community, which protects and has a role throughout the world of protecting U.S. corporations, basically, and is willing to do all kinds of nefarious things to do that, including assassinating leaders all over the world and, in this case, in the United States itself. So that national security state has expanded in the time since the assassination, and to now we include a surveillance state, which I think that the revelations of Chelsea Manning and Snowden have really confirmed that it's, if anything, the national security state has expanded its powers, and huge budget allocations for defense and intelligence, which we don't even know. They keep it secret. That money could be going to healthcare. It could be going to education. Instead, we have a war, a constant war going on since World War II, really, that the national security state keeps going, basically for economic reasons. And the intelligence community supports that. And I think what happened with the JFK assassination was that was revealed for the first time. And the good news is, I think that more and more people are realizing that's what's been happening and that it continues to happen. I mean, the recent example, the best example, I think, is what happened in Bolivia with Evo Morales' government. It's so clear that was a coup that was created, and it was done simply because he was going to nationalize the lithium that people in the U.S., that U.S. corporations want for the cell phones and all the batteries and so forth. Well,
corporations want that lithium, and if Evo Morales has that lithium and he nationalizes it, that's the same thing that happened basically with Mossadegh in 1953 in Iran. He had the oil, he wanted to nationalize the oil. U.S. corporations, British corporations did not like that because, of course, that would mean cutting out their profits. So what we have is a reprise of this same pattern over and over and over again. And I think, the JFK assassination just showed that Kennedy was actually challenging that national security state and the intelligence community that supports it. And I think that's why the assassination happened. But it's, this is going on to this day. And I think, this coronavirus is just another example. I mean, I think eventually it probably will come out that this virus was a mutation from a biowarfare lab.
Man-made.
And that, that hasn't come out clearly yet in the media, but I think these things always take a long time to come out. But I have a feeling that if people know that their tax dollars are going to biowarfare research that ends up in endangering their lives when it leaks out in a coronavirus situation like this, maybe we'll have a shifting in priorities eventually that we say, okay, let's take the money away from all this defense spending, all this biowarfare research, and let's put it into healthcare. Let's put it into education. Let's put it into environmental changes so that we can actually have a sustainable Earth. That's what has to happen. And I think that the JFK assassination is just a window. It was just the beginning of people understanding what we were up against and what had to change. And I think that Jim Garrison's contribution was that he was courageous enough to realize that that was what had to happen. He was not going to stick with the things that had been the bulwark of his life. I mean, he'd been a military man. He'd been an FBI agent. He believed in the federal government, and yet he came to the conclusion that it was the problem.
Yeah, and I think the lesson is just how right he was. It's not that, he was on some, a sideways end run, no, he was 100% right on.
What he used to say was that he caught the conspiracy by the little toe when he caught Clay Shaw. He didn't know exactly how it all fit, but he knew he wasn't going to let go.
Okay, well, it is, once again, it's so interesting speaking to you. I'd like to talk to you at length at any one of these topics, later on. But for now, I just appreciate that you shared just some time with me now. So thank you so much. Just as we wrap up then, is there anything you'd like to add about JFK research, if you're optimistic or anything, or if you even follow it anymore?
Well, I do follow. I don't follow it in detail. I do read some of the books that I mentioned. That these are really excellent researchers, and I think that I don't know that we'll ever know the full truth in detail. But I don't think that those details matter as much as the context and what the meaning of the whole thing is. And I think that is something that is becoming clearer, and it is great that people like you and all these other researchers are continuing to do the work and educate people, because that's the only way things are going to change.
All right, Mr. Zachary Sklar, thank you so much for taking time. I'll keep in touch with you via email or something like that. It'd be a pleasure to speak to you again.
Thank you, Len, and keep up your great work. It's much appreciated. And congratulations on your 1000th show.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks again.
Okay, bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Next we have researcher, author, Mr. Jim Douglas. Hello, Jim. Hi, it's Len Osanek, and I just wanted to mention to you that this is the anniversary, and we are our 1000th show of Black Op Radio that we have been doing shows, interviews, archiving, and I haven't talked to you for a while. So
no, it's been a while.
I know that, the last time I think I talked to you was you were collecting stuff on Ed Lansdale.
That is correct, yeah.
Right. And you have been on several times over the years, and I wanted to thank you for that, and I just thought I'd give you a quick moment if you had anything to add about that or any comments just about Black Op Radio.
My comment, Len, on Black Op Radio is you, friend, are amazing grace when it comes to covering the scene of Black Ops, and especially relating to the JFK assassination, but all the other irregular Black Ops related to it and coming up to now. So thank you, Len.
Oh, you're very welcome, and I appreciate. It was great to meet you when you're in Vancouver. You're from this neck of the woods anyway, but
I am.
I really appreciate your work as well. It's appreciation, mutual appreciation, really, is because you've done such good work, and I get to have you on and interview you. And when your book came out, I think I did an hour interview for each one of your chapters.
That's true.
I always look forward to anything you're doing, so you're always welcome here. Just email me or call me if you want to promote anything, and I'm just so glad to help. I even went to one of your seminars in Vancouver. It was
I recall.
Yeah. Now, what was the proper name for that?
It was a weekend workshop, and it was especially around Thomas Merton's work, and I think I was there from a Friday evening, or maybe it was a Saturday through all day Saturday, something like that.
Yeah, it was a Friday evening lecture at the church, and then also the Saturday afternoon workshop.
Right.
And then I'm not sure if we went for
and we had a play in the evening.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words. And like I say, if I can ever help you, I don't hesitate to call. And I just want to make sure that I'm trying to include everyone who has had something to say about Black Op Radio, been a guest or contributed. So I thank you.
You've really covered the waterfront, so I am grateful to you. And have you followed Dylan and his thing?
The music, the song?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
quite good.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
The first night I heard it, somebody called me when there was only like about 5,000 people listened to it. And then when I clicked refresh later, it was like 1 million. And everybody was clicking on it. And, when he just says, I'm just sitting here riding along with my wife, driving off into the afterlife. I mean,
Yeah.
And it is staggering how well I know the case, I know the facts, I know everything, and yet he cut through everything. It really was unbelievable. Yeah, amazing is the right word for it. Amazing how that I know the case and I know my own emotions in that, and yet he brought it to another level.
That's true.
It was that one line. He says, "Don't you know who I am?" And he goes, "Of course we know who you are. And we're going to shoot you."
Yeah.
And it doesn't give up. It doesn't just have like a first verse or at the end it's good. It's just like boom, boom.
Murder most foul.
Oh my God! And he says, "Don't worry, my brothers will help." Huh, brothers,
exactly.
send them on down. We got room for them too. Oh,
you got it all. You got it all.
Oh, I bet you I listened to that Bob Dylan song more than 20 times. I'm not kidding you. It's actually, I have to plan when I'm going to do it now because it's a little hard to take. I mean, it's just so, those violins and the whole thing and his flow. I don't know of a better word that you've picked, amazing. That poem, song, whatever it is amazing.
It is truly amazing. And I think he probably did it in the 50th anniversary year. And then he held it, and then they released it on such an appropriate moment. I'm guessing, that's a pure guess, but I'm guessing he did it around the 50th anniversary year.
Yeah, and we're all guessing, and I don't know much about his other work, but it makes me want to tip the hat to him if anybody ever says anything about him now,
Well, I've followed him for a long time, and he allowed me to cite his work in the second book I wrote, Resistance and Contemplation. And I was citing stuff from different albums he did relatively early as part of the theme of the book, Resistance and Contemplation. He was very kind. I mean, I never talked to him or anything, but it was, like nothing. I didn't have any money, and he didn't charge hardly anything. So he's a decent guy. And he's a master bard. I mean, music and poetry and understanding, put it all together. There's never anything he's done like the Kennedy song. It's unique.
Yeah.
It's totally unique. I mean, it's the longest of all.
Yeah.
And it's the best of anything I think he's done because it goes to the heart of the most critical event in our history in many ways. And that, I mean, and as you say, if anybody knows that case, it's Len Osanic, and he has it, and Dylan's got it down.
Now you
and in verse.
And it's actually heartbreaking to me, because it spells it out, right? Of course we know who you are, and by the way, we've already got a guy to replace you.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing, but.
Yeah, but the mainstream reviews totally missed it, and in fact tried to miss it. they spent all their time talking about the songs, and that this was a cultural history and a lot of bullshit. But hardly anybody, except a friend or two, of our work. Ed Curtin wrote a very good review of it, and Jim DiEugenio wrote a good one. But for the most part, people just, the cultural people, and Rolling Stone was a total zero on it, total zero. Rolling Stone magazine, that they kind of worship Dylan, but when it comes to dealing with this, boy, they just didn't want to go there.
Yeah, it had to be on purpose. It has to be an obfuscation. That's I think the perfect word for it, right? We'll talk about it, but we'll do it in such a confusing way that all you'll remember is Wolfman Jack. Hey.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They listed the songs.
Yeah.
Not as none of the. Of course, they didn't understand a fair amount, but they could have gotten it very quickly. They could have called you or DiEugenio or somebody, and they could have gotten it very quickly. I actually talked to Bobby Kennedy about it, and I asked him if he could get Rolling Stone magazine to do an entire issue on it. And he said if it had been the previous editor, the guy who'd been there for so many years, I forget his name, starts with a J. He said he could, but nowadays it was impossible. I mean, he didn't have any contact with him. So there's Dylan breaking through. There's Dylan breaking.
Look, we'll talk for hours on this thing. So, but it is standing ovation material, and if he won awards, a Nobel Award for literature or whatever he won,
he deserves it. He deserves it. Yeah, he deserves it. He's a real bard in the sense of the ancient meaning of it, and who else is there around nowadays who does that? Nobody else.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
Yeah. Nobody. Okay. Well, the last.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say just what are you working on now? Do you have a new book in the works?
Malcolm, Martin, and RFK.
Do you have a release date for that, or is it out?
We'll have to write it first.
Oh, okay.
I've been working on it for many years, and so I've still got quite a bit to do. Yeah. Okay.
Well, look, it's very nice talking to you. Thank you for calling me anytime.
Good talking to you as always, Len, and it was fun as always to talk to you, and especially about Bob Dylan.
Okay, Mr. Douglas.
Peace be with you, and thanks so much. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye now.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest is researcher, author, Mr. Douglas Horne. Hello, Doug.
Hello, Len. Long time no talk. It's nice to hear from you again.
Well, you've been on the show several times over the years, and Black Op Radio is celebrating, this is the 1000th show, and I've been just trying to highlight some of the good guests that have been on over the years, and just briefly talk about the time. I think that, one of the good things is you sent me all 5 volumes of your research on the Assassination Records and Review Board. That was a real highlight to have you on for various, I think almost every, I'm not sure if I had 5 in a row, but we discussed them all.
Yes, you were very generous with the time you gave me, and I appreciate it very much.
Right. And then I think 50 Reasons for 50 Years was a good contribution to the research community. So that's another, I think, feather in Black Op Radio's cap. So I just briefly wanted to ask you what you thought of the last few years of research and where you see anything going in the future. Positive, negative, just what do we got to look forward to, you think?
Well, I am not good at predicting what we have to look forward to, but I'd like to recapitulate, if I can, in just 5 minutes.
Sure.
I think the contributions of the review board on the medical evidence. There's 2 principal things I want to talk about. this is a grand overview, from 30,000 feet.
Right.
And that's the autopsy on JFK's body and the autopsy on the brain, because what the work of the review board staff did, and when I say the review board staff, I mean two people, my boss, Jeremy Gunn, and myself. I was his principal research assistant, and I was also the chief analyst for military records, which is why I got to work on the autopsy. But what our work revealed, our 10 depositions and our numerous unsworn interviews, was that the problem with the JFK autopsy was not incompetence. That was the explanation that was provided to us by the House Select Committee on Assassinations and Michael Baden. The problem was cover-up. From the very get-go, the autopsy on JFK's body and on his brain was a cover-up, and while there was some incompetence during the autopsy on the body, the main problem was cover-up. I mean, it's very clear to me, after all the work that Jeremy and I did, that the principal goal of the autopsy on JFK was to either cover up or simply not report any evidence of shots from the front, and to only report or even to manufacture evidence of shots from behind. So, the autopsy on the body, that's what happened. All the evidence of shots from the front was suppressed or not reported, including photographs taken of a big exit wound in the back of the head and photographs taken of entrance wound high in the forehead and in the right temple. Never made it into the official record. And the photographs that were placed in the record were either obviously altered, photographs of the back of the head showing it seemingly intact, which it certainly was not, or in many of the autopsy photos, these grisly images showed the entire top of the head gone. And it's very clear to me, and I think it was clear to Jeremy as well, that those grisly images of the top of JFK's head gone were simply the result of post-mortem surgery conducted at Bethesda before the official autopsy started. So the body arrives at 6:35. The autopsy doesn't start until 8 o'clock. So there was a lot going on during that 90 minutes. And basically the post-mortem surgery removed the top of his head and removed all the metal from his cranium, all the metal they could find. And this was to sanitize the crime scene. And then the byproduct was to provide photos, horrible photos, of damage which was falsely represented as damage done by the assassin's bullet, firing from behind, which of course it wasn't. This is damage done by autopsy surgeons before the autopsy started. So the whole thing was a fraud. It was intended to be. The autopsy itself, starting at 8 o'clock from 8 to 11, was a charade conducted in front of a large audience. And even worse than this was the autopsy on the brain, the supplemental brain examination. So in this case, 2.5 days after the autopsy on the body, on Monday morning, November 25th, the real brain of President Kennedy was examined, and those photographs never made it into the official record. A week after that, approximately a week later, Dr. Fink, the Army pathologist who had assisted the two autopsy surgeons from the Navy, he was called and told to participate in a brain examination, and it was clearly someone else's brain. It wasn't JFK's brain. Bethesda was a teaching hospital. They had many brains available for study, and there would be a public brain cutting once a week, attended by people from Bethesda and the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. So it wasn't like there was a shortage of any brains. So this brain, whose photographs are in the official record, is not JFK's brain. It was the brain examined at a second brain exam. And so you have a fraudulent specimen, a fraudulent organ, and those photographs are what is in the record. So you see a pattern of damage not consistent with what was seen at Parkland Hospital. not consistent with what really happened in Dealey Plaza. And I think that was my biggest contribution to this research we did, was to expose the fact that there were 2 brain exams, and that those photographs in the archives are not of JFK's brain. They're of a fraudulent specimen. So I think the one other principal finding in my book is that the Zapruder film is an altered film. It's certainly not a complete fabrication, but it's an altered film in the sense that the back of the head has clearly been blacked out to hide the true exit wound, and it was crudely done. And all this damage to the top of the head in the Z film, in certain frames of the Z film, like 335 and 337, is essentially painted on. So you have a wound painted out with a black trapezoid, and you have a wound painted on. And the reason this had to be done was to match what was in the fraudulent autopsy photographs. So those photographs had been developed, almost all of them, on Saturday, the day after the autopsy on the body. So this alteration of the Zapruder film took place at Kodak's headquarters city, Rochester, New York, on Sunday, November 24th, at their world famous research and development lab called Hawkeye Works. Now, the CIA had a pre-existing contractual relationship with Hawkeye Works, and that was to do film for the U-2 spy plane. And because there was a pre-existing contractual relationship, it's not hard at all for me to imagine that the CIA called on them to perform some additional services. And a lot of the research about what happened at Hawkeye Works with the Z film, occurred after I left the review board, and involved Mr. Dino Brigioni, who worked at the CIA's Photo Interpretation Center in Washington, D.C. So it's a long, complicated story.
Right.
I have a 200-page chapter. Yeah.
Right. And Shane O'Sullivan has done a video with you, right? That video.
That's right.
Yeah. So
that's right.
There you go into detail there.
That's right. And that's called, that film by Shane O'Sullivan is called The Zapruder Film Mystery, and I believe it's available online for free. So that's my recapitulation of my contributions and the review board's contributions to research. And as far as what is coming at us in the years ahead, I don't have a crystal ball on that, Len. Sorry.
No problem. So you mentioned that you decided to retire now. You're not really doing any more JFK research. You have to pick up somebody else will have to carry the torch, right?
That's right. I've done my part. I'm retired from work, and I'm retired from JFK public activities. But I guess my last hurrah was to participate in the interview project of Jim DiEugenio and his partner,
Oliver
Mr.
Stone.
Wilson, and Oliver Stone. And I believe that 3-part program is going to air this fall. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that, because they interviewed quite a number of people, and I'm interested in what a lot of them had to say.
Good. Well, I think people all appreciate your contribution to JFK research, but I would like to just wrap up with another note that you are an author, and last time I had you on, you talked about researching the Pearl Harbor, the story around that, which...
Thank you for bringing that up. I am more proud of that book than I am of the 5-volume work on the JFK medical evidence, which is my memoir of what I did at the review board. So the FDR Pearl Harbor book is called Deception, Intrigue, and the Road to War. It's probably the best book about World War II that nobody's ever heard of. There's just so many books on that subject that it's hard to find on Amazon unless you put in the right search words. So just put in my last name, Horne, and FDR and Pearl Harbor, and
There was only one other book that caught my attention. It was Day of Deceit by, I think, Robert Stinnett.
Right. That was one of my, I'd say, 8 or 9 or 10 main sources from my book. He did a lot of really interesting research, only made a few mistakes, but most of his work was really intriguing and really worth pursuing and worth writing about. And so I've combined his work and that of Everett L. Beach, the celebrated naval officer, Russ Bridger, and the Australian Nave, whose book was not without problems, but still made significant contributions about JN-25. So I have books about diplomacy, code breaking, international politics, the World War, what I think really happened. And I'm more, as I said, I'm more proud of that book than I am about inside the ARRB. And I'd like to proudly remind the audience that my Pearl Harbor book also has an index, okay? unlike my overly long book on the medical evidence, the FDR Pearl Harbor book has a wonderful index and is well footnoted. And I just would encourage anyone who's interested in World War II to take a read.
Yeah, very good. Now, since you retired from JFK, are you writing on any other topics? Is there anything in the future for you that way?
Not at this time. If I write anything else, I may try to write a screenplay for a docudrama about FDR and Pearl Harbor. I think that would be a sizzler if anybody had the guts to produce it and put it on the screen. But right now, I'm just busy building World War II ships, Japanese and American, commemorating the Great Pacific War. That's what I'm doing these days.
Okay. Well, look, thank you very much for taking part in our show, the 1000th show, and always good to catch up with you. And if you are writing anything new, keep me in mind. Black Op Radio is always just only too glad to have you on to discuss whatever you're doing.
Yes, sir, Len. I will do that. No doubt about it. Thank you.
Okay, just then before I wrap up, is there anything else you did want to bring up at all, or otherwise?
No, I covered the three things I wanted to cover.
Good.
Yeah, the autopsy on the body, the autopsy on the brain, and the fact that the Z film is an altered film. That was enough. Yeah.
All right. Well, I understand you're retired, so we'll leave that to your retirement. Thank you again so much for sharing time today.
Well, Len, thank you very much, and all success to you with your 1000th show.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Thanks. Good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
For our next contributor to Black Op Radio, we have with us William Pepper. Hello, Bill.
Len, how are you?
Very good. Well, I'm celebrating the 1000th show, and I know you've been on several times. As a matter of fact, you've been to the studio, so I thought I'd just give you an opportunity to say some quick little blurb just about Black Op Radio and any recollections you have about the show over these years.
Well, I certainly want to congratulate you on the durability of your effort and reaching 1,000 shows. I have to tell you that the type of information that you put out on your radio show would not normally be available in mainstream media, of course, in the United States. So you're doing a great service by continuing to put out these stories that would be, for the most part, blacklisted. Yes, I do recall being on your show in your studio, in addition to the telephonic interviews that you've done, and I'm very grateful to you for the work that you've done over the years. I hope to be able to contribute to you for some years to come, but we never know. I'm sure many of the guests you've had have already passed away, and that's the nature of life and death. But please keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for your efforts, and anything I can do to help or contribute in the future, I'd love to do, because I want to support you and people like you who are trying to bring truth to the fake news and the embargoed news, from which we all suffer.
Yeah, what was the one term? Alternative facts. Well, that one always breaks me up. Alternative facts. Actually, yeah. You have the distinguished... Or I have the distinguished honor. You're one of the few people that's actually stayed overnight. I recall that when you came over, you had one night. We worked on your album of poetry. You said, "Len, I can be there, but I'll stay overnight." So, geez, I don't think you got into Vancouver till about maybe 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. And then we spent most of the night just reading your poems, recording them, and then had breakfast, whatever, and I took you back to the airport.
Yes, it was a memorable occasion, and I thank you for the opportunity. And I still have that range of poetry. If there's any interest in anyone in publishing any, but I'd certainly be available. I've not tried to do that, but I would certainly be available to consider that. And you can continue you've helped out with a website as well. And during these troubled times, that's very important. So I want to thank you for that as well.
Okay, Bill. Well, thank you very much. I just wanted a minute or two just so people didn't miss that we did hit a milestone, and I invited every guest that I had on just to have any kind of recollection. So I guess that's about it. Is there anything else you wanted to add? Otherwise, thank you very much.
It's my pleasure working with you over the years. I hope we have many more to come, and that you will continue your good work. And don't hesitate to call on me if there's anything you think I can add to a program or to an issue. I'll be glad to try to help. So we still, as you know, are very involved in the case. I still represent Sirhan, and we're very involved in trying to get an evidentiary hearing for him. Martin Luther King's story has basically been told in the 3 books, the last being The Plot to Kill King. And there will be a feature film on that work at some point in time, because we've agreed to do that. So anything else that comes to your mind that I can help with, by all means, to serve the cause of justice, let me know.
Okay, well, good news then. Thank you, and you keep up the good work as well. You're an inspiration to me.
You're welcome, and thanks for all you're doing.
All right. Okay,
bye-bye.
Thank you, Bill.
Bye, Len.
Okay, bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Continuing along, we have our next guest, author, contributor to Black Op Radio, Vince Palamara. Hello, Vince.
Hello, Len. Thank you. Thank you to all your listeners. It's great to be back on Black Op Radio.
Well, I just wanted to give you a time to talk about, we can reminisce that this is our 1,000th show, 1,000th show over 20 years, and just wanted to get your opinion on what you thought of your contributions on the show and the show in general, and 20 years of research from this community. I mean, it's hard to call it a community sometimes, but we have a lot of people with the same interest, put it that way.
Right. Just Black Op Radio is legendary. I mean, it's top of the line. Everything else to me is secondary, and I remember it was such a thrill. I do believe my first show was in the year 2000, and ever since then, it's been a thrill to be on. I don't know. I think I've been on, 6, 8 times, maybe more than that. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but every time I have, I've received a lot of interest from people saying, "Hey, Vince, you were great on Black Op Radio." And so you guys reach a lot of people because I always get a lot of feedback. That's for darn sure. And it's always been an honor. You've always had a lot of really good guests on, a lot of good authors and researchers, and a lot of great variety. And you're a great interviewer, Len, and I really appreciate it. And the people that you've had on have been just some classic shows, and so good to have your archives out there. And to be on 20 years is amazing in and of itself. And, back when I was on, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was the year 2000. Yeah, back I didn't have a book yet. And in fact, I was just in a book called Murder in Dealey Plaza. I had a couple chapters in it. And it was even before I was on The Men Who Killed Kennedy. I was known. I think I was probably even well known in the research community, but John Q. Citizen never heard of me. And then just quickly ever since then, I've been on, The Men Who Killed Kennedy, which was shown several times on the History Channel. Now it's on Newsmax TV. They're showing it in 2019, 2020. I'm working on my 5th book, is just about done. It'll be coming out early next year. So again, 5 books. And during all that time, there's been a lot of changes. We've gone through big anniversaries of the Kennedy assassination. Obviously, the next year after 2000 was 2001. We had 9/11. We've had several presidents since then. We've had a lot of things happening. Turn of not only the century into 2000, but the turn of the decade into 2010 and 2020. And it's just so great, Len, to have your programmer on, and it's been fantastic from day one up to now. And it's an honor to be on, and looking forward to many more years. And it's just, like I said, the bottom line is a lot of other shows I've done, I won't name names. A lot of other shows I've done, it's like crickets. I was on, it's like, wow, no one said anything. After your show, I always get emails from strangers and people I know as well, and on Facebook and whatnot, all the different platforms of social media saying, "Vince, hey, you were great on Black Op Radio." And people, you must have good publicity beforehand. People also say, "Vince, can't wait for your Black Op Radio show tonight, man." So kudos to you, Len. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I used to have a little map of the world, a geo plotter that would tell me where and show me where people were listening. Of course, on a Thursday night, I could see it all over the world, but they stopped doing that. And I think it's because that software was able to kind of somehow hack in, do something that was frowned upon, that, you know, it had access to your IP number in order for me to do it.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I don't do that anymore. And I used to have a counter, and I'm going to guess around 2015, we were over 1 million listeners. And then it was doubling as the shows kept going. I mean, there's new people coming all the time. But let me ask you this. Since you came on, you think back early in the day, 2000, how has the research changed? Do you think we're getting closer? Is it improving? Is it at a standstill? Is it going downhill? What's your opinion?
Yeah, very good question. I like the way you posed that. I would say the good news is, as far as books, literary works, whatnot, it's gone rapidly up for the better. I mean, dramatically. Like in the year 2000, there was like one major book came out, Murder in Dealey Plaza, which definitely had its moments, no doubt. Some of the medical evidence chapters and whatnot. But other than that, it was like few and far between. Every once in a while, there'd be some books, you know, the 90s here and there. But from the last, especially the last 10 years, but from the year 2000 and up, the level of scholarship has been tremendous as far as like the Assassination Records Review Board ended in 1998. They were on from 94 to 98. And also we've had file releases in 2017, 2018, and we're due for another one next year, actually 2021. But in any event, just to make a long story short, the books on the JFK assassination have been the best ever. Last 15 years, but really the last 5 to 10 years. Just scholarly works, amazing stuff. Now, that's the good news. I guess the bad news would be, while there's a lot of interest on the internet, I've seen a lot of, not so much the fighting, because that's always been around since day one. I just noticed a decline in quality work. There's a lot of well-meaning amateur people that will see something in a photo and think it's a gunman when it's obviously not. Or they'll bring up old dead horses like the man in the doorway and still think it's Oswald when it's not. Things like that. And the silly stuff like Greer shooting the president, George Hickey shooting the president, silly stuff like that, and even some stuff that's just obscene like Jackie shooting the president. Yes, that's actually out there, believe it or not. Oh, there's another crazy one. Governor Connolly supposedly turned around and shot JFK. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So like the internet interest level is high, but the quality of work is just not very good, to be honest with you. I can't lie. It is what it is. But the good news for future historians, scholars, people interested is I just cannot say enough about the quality of books. Unbelievable. And it's not just because, see, back in the old days, Len, before 2000, a lot of it was guessing game. That was back in, the people had word processors, even before that, typewriters, print journals. You relied on other people's books a lot of times, unless you were lucky enough to do primary research of interviewing people. A lot of it was educated guesswork and good speculation. Now that game's long over. Now it's down to documented fact. It's actual file releases. It's right there from the horse's mouth. A lot of people doing primary research of actually interviewing people. Like with me, I interviewed a lot of Secret Service agents and medical personnel. So it's taken like an historian standpoint. I think historians that would be honest, like Michael Bacheloss, who actually thinks there's a conspiracy, by the way, if he was to look at some books like the Doug Horne 5-volume series Inside the ARB, Jim Douglas's book, JFK and the Unspeakable, Barry Ernest's book, The Girl on the Stairs, just to name a few, maybe even like David Talbot's book, The Devil's Chessboard, and several other volumes. Oh, Jim DiEugenio, cannot forget his fantastic books, The Destiny Betrayed, which is the name of the Oliver Stone documentary coming out. Jim's working with him, and also his other book called Reclaiming Parkland, which has been renamed just The JFK Assassination. Tremendous scholarly works, like almost every sentence is documented, and you can go right to it. Oh, here's the document stating what they're claiming is true. Here's the interviews right from the autopsy witnesses. This is what they're saying. See, Len, back in the old days, there was a lot of guesswork. People would guess what they see in a photo, guess what a document meant, guess this, guess that. And after a while, it was theorizing. It was just shooting into the breeze. And at the end of the day, it was very unsatisfying. That's why I think a lot of people just back in the day, the public, frankly, was confused, I think, for a lot of years because so many competing theories and scholarly works weren't good. Yeah, the JFK movie, which was tremendous, and that generated a lot of interest, and that generated the Assassination Records Review Board. But yeah, after that, I don't know. But I'd say this book's gone up internet's gone down quality-wise. That's where we're at. But thank God for shows like you, because the Black Op Radio is really good as well for getting it out in an audio, type of format as far as quality guests and quality information. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I try. It's been 1,000 shows, so not too many bad ones. I can't vouch for everyone. People cannot like a guest or whatever, but I try to have the best that I can.
Oh yeah, you're great, man. You're always a good litany of authors and witnesses and whatnot. Excellent. Yeah.
Okay, Vince. Thank you very much for taking part in this, and we'll be glad to have you on again, and looking forward to any work that you're doing, but looking forward to a new book from you. So, anything else you want to mention before we wrap up?
Just to say it's been an honor to know you, Len. Thanks a lot, and thank you for the Black Op Radio platform. Much appreciated, and I'll be happy to be on again. More likely, like I said, later this year on, because my book will be finished by then, and it'll be out pre-release and all that stuff, and we'll have a lot more to talk about at that point. So great, man. Really good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, Len. Take care. Thanks.
Okay. Good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
In this next segment, we are talking to Pedro Fenandez, who has been on the show a few times on Black Op Radio. I met him in San Francisco at one of the conferences, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Hello, Pedro.
The godfather of the JFK movement. Right now, you are the guy. I'm talking about Mr. Len O'Sanic. Pleasure to be here, sir.
Good. I wanted to offer just some, short amount of time to each guest that I've had on over the years, as this is our 1,000th show, 20 years in the making, I've been calling it for everyone. And I know that you're very positive about that, so I would just ask you maybe for some comments about Black Op Radio and what you see in research coming up.
Well, let me start off with 50 Reasons for 50 Years. I thought that was probably something that should have won Emmys or some kind of awards, and somehow it just got ignored by the mainstream media, and shame on them for that. It was probably one of the best productions that's ever been put forth. Black Op Radio, what can I say? It's my weekly, I'm sort of fixed. I'm sort of hooked on it. It's sort of like a heroin habit, but it's a good thing. Every Thursday night around 6 o'clock, 6:30 out here on the West Coast, it's time to listen to Len and whoever he happens to have on the air. Now, of course, I've been at this a long time. I was a first minute researcher when my principal came into my class in 1963. I was in the first grade and said, the president had been killed. I wanted to know why. And she said he was shot with a gun. So the only gunshots I had ever seen in my life on TV were like cowboys and Indians. So I thought that maybe somebody shot him like on the street, cowboys and Indian style. And of course, as you get into the subject and as you grow and as you mature, you read books like 4 Days by UPI that sort of started it. And then I sort of got hooked on Rush to Judgment and things like that. So before you know it, I was hooked, and I was hooked hard. I just couldn't believe it because, when you look at the case as a whole, that magic bullet, I know that's what brought Len into the game. That's like beyond, you really got to be somewhere in another planet to try to believe that one. Okay. And the bullet itself doesn't match the rifle. So therefore that's sort of like history. Mr. Oswald, or Lee Harvey Oswald, was James Wilcott of the CIA. He was a CIA payroll officer, said in 1978 before the House Assassinations Committee that Oswald was a paid agent of the CIA, a paid operative. And then, of course, you got J. Lee Rankin saying in that Warren Commission memo that they had his CIA payroll number. So all this stuff has been out there for years, and it just blows my mind that nobody wants to pick it up. I think that the crux of the case was broken. Jack White told me this about 25 years ago. He said, "Listen," he goes, "I'm going to die soon." And he didn't die for another 10 years. He goes, "I'm going to die soon." He goes, "The guy you need to keep your money on is John Armstrong." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "He's the guy. He's the only guy that's got money. He can't be influenced by anybody. He's got his own money. He can't be influenced." He goes, "And he's anal." He goes, "He's more anal than I am." And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Listen, he crosses every T and dots every I, not once but twice." So that sort of got me into the Harvey and Lee book and started reading that and started realizing, this sort of answers a lot of questions. I mean, Harvey getting on the bus and then getting off the bus and getting in the cab, William Whaley's cab, and taking it over there to Beckley Street there and out in Oak Cliff. And then, of course, you've got Lee Oswald coming down the grass and getting into a a Rambler car, a Rambler station wagon that was witnessed by Roger Craig. Now, you can't have it both ways. Either there is a Harvey and a Lee, or there isn't. And I think that Mr. Armstrong has proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that two of these guys existed. In fact, I can't think of his name right now, but he wrote this big long book in Dallas about the Tibbet killing, and he spent 25 or 30 years on it, and then he had to admit afterwards that John Armstrong was right. He spent 35 years writing a book that, Armstrong sort of like took a bow and arrow and shot an arrow through.
Yeah, are you thinking Joe McBride?
Mr. McBride, exactly. You know what? I will say this. Of all the authors that I've ever come in contact with, he is one of the most honest guys I've ever met in my life, because when he was wrong, he copped to it. All these other guys, like, you try to get Josiah Thompson to admit the Zapruder film is a cartoon, and he goes berserk. You try to get Robert Groden to admit that the film is a hoax, that it's a fraud, that there's no way in the world, that there is absolutely no way in the world that film is 100% real. And I would stake my life on that. I wouldn't stake my life on too many things, but I would stake my life on that. Okay. But then again, you've got Robert Groden. That's been his pet peeve, his baby since in the 1970s. So he can't come out and say that film's a fake, because it makes him look bad. And you and I know, Len, that film's got more flaws in it than you can ever imagine. I mean, the shadows on the side of the car. Sometimes the car's dull on one side. Sometimes it's shiny. I mean, the bodies are moving all over the place. And then you've got people in the middle of the street that are bigger. People in the middle of the street that are 15 feet further than the car from the camera, and they're bigger than the people in the car. Len, I showed you that picture.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, there's a lot of anomalies in the film. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Just.
But anyway.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the film thing. But I do want to get into the fact that I've met some wonderful people in this industry, and I call it an industry. I call it the JFK assassination industry. We're a tight group, and I've been together with these guys since '93. We got together for the 30th anniversary in Dallas, Texas, and it took on from there. But I want to mention some of the people that have passed on, and these guys were all stars. These guys were like all pros if there were football teams in the JFK assassination community. Larry Howard and Larry Ray Harris. First, Larry Howard. He and Harris both ran the JFK Assassination Center in Dallas, and that was about a block and a quarter. I think it was on the corner of Main Street in Houston, the JFK Center, and it ran counterculture to the JFK sixth floor museum, which stops at frame 312 or frame 311 of the Zapruder film. In other words, you don't see anything past that as far as JFK getting shot, which way his head goes, which way the brain matter goes, none of that kind of good stuff. Okay, but Larry Ray Harris and Larry Howard, they were both part of the Roscoe White thing. And Roscoe White was a cop in Dallas, Texas, who was hired about a month and a half before the assassination. He was also a Marine, and he was stationed with Lee Harvey Oswald in Japan. And if my memory serves me correct, there's a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald with Mr. Roscoe White in the background, or Roscoe White's in the background, and Lee Harvey Oswald in the foreground. But the bottom line is these guys had some relationships together. Okay, so this guy becomes a Dallas policeman. He works for the photographic department, and then we find out that it's his body in the pictures. I mean, the broken wrist that he had from that accident in the Army, that big old lump on his arm, the fact that his chin is shaped the way it is. Oswald's chin is shaped totally different. And what did Oswald say when Captain Fritz showed him those pictures? Hey, that's not me. They took somebody else's head and some of my head and put it on somebody else's body. That's not me. I mean, he was adamant from the start. He knew exactly what the game was.
That's a very good observations. I don't want to go too long right now. I'm glad to have you on again if you want to go in depth in all these things. But I just want get an overview of where you think maybe. Are you optimistic about the future? Are you think we're going to solve this? What's your thoughts?
It's been solved. I mean, come on. I mean, it's been solved. I mean, I think Armstrong put this to bed a while back. If you've got Harvey and you've got Lee, and you've got Harvey going over to Russia, and you've got Lee working here in the United States and hanging out with guys that were on Barney Miller's TV show and things like that. So you've got Lee here, you've got Harvey over there. I mean, the mafia cannot put together Harvey and Lee. I mean, they can't do it. I mean, they can't. I mean, no matter what you want to do, Sam Giancana can't make this guy defect and go to Russia and all this kind of, or allegedly defect and go to Russia. And, you look at the whole thing involving Oswald, the fact that broad, Marina Oswald, his old lady, and I was there in 1993 when Mark Lane interviewed her at the Dallas conference. A bunch of guys interviewed her, 4 or 5 guys. Anyway, I think she was KGB. I mean, she met with the first defector and the third defector when the defector program started rocking and rolling there in the late 1950s. So the fact that she met one guy in Minsk, I think, and one guy in Moscow, come on, man. I mean, where was a little 17-year-old scallop or a 17-year-old girl, 18-year-old girl get bus fare or even airfare to fly across the country?
You make some good points.
As far as the research, I beat up Posner in that debate, right? Posner and those guys, when I debated Gerald Posner on, I think it was the Gene Rogers show or something like that, I was kicking I can say it, I was kicking the shit out of him, just beating his ass. And they cut my phone off. They go, we can't hear Pedro. Something must have happened. And I'm talking. And then, anyway. As far as the future is concerned, I think that young man that you had on the show a few weeks ago that has a 1,000-page book available that's free. I can't think of his name right now. It slips my mind. But he was excellent. I think he could be part of the future. I think John Armstrong is really. I mean, I think that John's got it down. I mean, everything he's put on paper. I've been to Dallas 15, 20 times. I've read the Warren hearings, all 52, all 26 volumes. 4.2 million words, something like that. Anyway, what a waste of time that was. But I think that Armstrong's close. I think that other guys are knocking on the door. But it all has to come around to realizing there's Harvey and Lee, and that's what a lot of guys can't do because it sort of just it puts a hole in their story, and they don't know how to make up for that hole. But outside of that, I think the research community is hungry and young. And except for that guy that used to be with the NSA that was at that meeting with us, and I won't mention his name, and neither will you, in San Francisco, I think we're all pretty good because except for him and one other guy in the room, I think everybody was we were all on the same page. I think there were 2 guys in there that were, how can I put this? They were on the other side of the other team. You hear where I'm coming from on that one?
Sorry, we got a bad connection. I can't hear you, Pedro.
Exactly. Listen, Len Osanic, Black Op Radio, Thursdays. I don't know what time zone you're in, what time of the world you listen to the show. You can listen to it live. You can listen to it delayed. You can listen to it in archives. You can download it. The bottom line is Black Op Radio, as far as JFK assassination is concerned, this is the premier show. And I thank you so much for your time and having me on, Mr. Len.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to having you on again further on. It's just a pleasure to talk to you.
All the best, my brother.
Okay, thank you.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right, for our next segment, longtime researcher, author, Mr. John Armstrong joined. Hello, John.
Good morning, Len.
Well, it's 20 years in the making, the 1000th show, and you've been part of many of the really memorable shows, as well as 50 Reasons for 50 Years. So I just wanted to give you a chance to go over any thoughts you had about Black Op Radio, and we'll take it from there.
Well, during the last 30 years, I've been researching and presenting, both online and in person, the evidence that I've discovered about the assassination of President Kennedy. I've been fortunate to come in contact with and get to know many, many people from all walks of life. Some of these people were serious and dedicated researchers, and some were witnesses to these events. I met people who were adamant supporters of the Warren Commission, and other people who focused only on criticizing anything and everything that pointed to a conspiracy. I also met a few people who tried to gain attention and notoriety by falsely claiming to be witnesses to events surrounding the assassination. But for me, in my research, the most important people that I met were those who knew, who grew up with, who lived with, who worked with, or who served in the military with a man they knew as Lee Harvey Oswald. After years and years of research, I discovered there were 2 young men who were using the name Lee Harvey Oswald. And then I met Len Osanic. Len, through his Black Op Radio, has provided a public forum for open-minded discussions relating to the assassination of President Kennedy. To his credit, Len does not have an agenda. He does not take sides. He allows everyone to choose the topic of their presentation, and he's always very open-minded. Len leaves it up to the listening audience to evaluate the information provided and decide for themselves who and what to believe. Through all of the good information and bad information, the serious researchers and the self-promoters. Len has given his listeners 1,000 episodes of detailed JFK research and commentary. He deserves our appreciation, our respect, and our thanks. Len, I want to personally thank you for allowing me, through Black Op Radio, to share my thoughts, my research, and my website with so many of your listeners. You're a very good host.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks, John. People may not always agree with the conclusions or topics presented, but saying that, probably we find out that we don't agree with everything on some researchers. But even for the few, people that say, well, they don't subscribe to your point of view or on some things, I said, but read what he says. Just read it, because you may enjoy half of what he says. And it's like with a lot of people. Like a lot of researchers say, well, I like this, I like that, and they, you cherry pick and you go, well, for me sometimes it's been, if somebody says something bad about Jim Garrison, I go, well, what the hell's going on with that? But, generally, that I liked a lot of researchers. You were one of them that people really tune in and often request. When we did 50 Reasons for 50 Years, that was some of the highlight shows, the things that people thought, well, this is brand new. How can that be true, How can there be two Oswalds? How can somebody be in two places at once? And you go, well, maybe you have to imagine a little more that could be true. And then it's not up to me to talk people into it, but that's what I enjoy. I enjoy having people, and especially like people say, you can learn a lot from somebody you may not agree with maybe. You say, well, I can't. How can that be? And then you learn. You listen to the research that you or others have done about something that no matter what the case is, it's of interest if you're studying the case to learn. If you're studying it to learn. If you just, like you say, you want to write a book and have your own agenda and put your point of view out there and that's it, you might not learn too much. Well, thank you for the kind words, John. I've been asking people this. Are you optimistic for the future of JFK research? Are there things you think in the future that are going to open up and reveal more?
No. You
think the stuff that's been discovered, that's about it for now?
Well, the government is never going to change their position. We've seen, through what I call a joke, the ARRB, and, politically motivated House Select Committee, Warren Commission, and so on. The true research has come from independent people. And a lot of the research, my research, for example, I interviewed a lot of people firsthand. I mean, I went to Argentina to visit, Anita Zeiger, who lived next door to the Oswalds in Russia for 2 years. I met Zach Stout in El Dorado, Kansas, who was with Oswald in the Marines from the day he arrived to the day he left. I talked to people who knew Oswald in grade school. I went to the 40-year class reunion at Arlington Heights High School and sat next to a girl, I won't say her name, who was Oswald liked her like a girlfriend in the 6th grade. And, I knew a lot of these people, and they gave me very good memories, what they had to say about Oswald when he was young, this, that, and so on. And those things cannot be repeated because virtually every one of those people that I talked to has died. Palmer McBride, who was with Oswald at the Pfister Dental Laboratory, and the people he worked with, Harrison Bance and Walter Gerke, Paul Fiorello, people that I personally talked to, personally met, who knew Oswald at the Pfister Dental Laboratory, they're all gone. They died. I brought Palmer McBride to one of the JFK conferences. At least we had him on videotape, and he could meet people, but those people are gone. So in answer to your question, number one, the government, I don't believe, is ever going to come clean with what information they have, although the good thing is of the documents that are left, there are very few people within the government who understand what they're really looking for. In other words, they might have a document, they might read it over and think it means nothing, but to a well-qualified researcher, a doctor looking at medical evidence, whatever, they might find something that these current people overlooked. That's the only bright spot I can think of. because with few exceptions, there are very few people left who we can, tap on the shoulder and talk to, who were in the Marines with Oswald, who grew up with him in Fort Worth, or who worked with him in New Orleans. Then what we're left with is FBI documents, and whether or not to believe what the FBI wrote, part of what they wrote, or none of what they wrote. And I've seen instances where, some of the FBI documents are spot on, other ones are half correct, and other ones are total fabrications. So I believe with the witnesses that are dying off, I think the chances of discovering new information are very much limited.
Well, I look forward to any other new research that you do, because you're one of the few people that if you have to kind of know what you're looking for when you dig through these documents, and people in the archives, this is ancient history to them. They may not understand what they released. So hopefully there's some new releases, and it'll take people going through that to get the relevance of them and the importance. Well, look, John, where can people find you? You have a website, harveyandlee.net, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I urge everyone to go to harveyandlee.net. Is there anything in the near future that you're working on? I think you're always updating that site, is that correct?
Yes, always updating it, because pieces of information that are out there and overlooked or just fall by the wayside, very, very significant pieces of research have been overlooked. If you don't mind, I'd like to, just one of the pieces of research.
Oh, go ahead.
People for years and years and years have been arguing back and forth about Oswald. Did he have enough time to walk from his rooming house to the Tippit murder scene? Back and forth and back and forth. We've got documentaries, people with stopwatches, and the Warren Commission with their stopwatches, and he was going, walking east on 10th Street. No, he was walking west on 10th Street, all this stuff. Well, I found a report and writings by a former researcher, who I won't name, it's on my website. And this fellow did a lot of work relating to the Dallas police dictabelts and tape recordings of the dispatcher. And it's very involved, very long, but what he showed through scientific analysis, independent scientific analysis, was that there's a very, very good possibility that both the dictabelt and the tape recordings were altered, fabricated. And if you compare what's on the, there were several different transcripts prepared. I'm talking off the top of my head, and I can't remember. There's I believe 4 different transcripts prepared, one by the FBI, then a subsequent one by the Dallas Police, one by the Warren Commission, and they're all different. And some of the things that appear on one do not appear on the other. And so, you look at these things, and then you look at the scientific evidence that shows the speed in certain areas of the vinyl disc that was used by the Dallas Police. Some of it was, for lack of better words, sped up, and some of it was slower, which indicated that it was not the original recording. That's technical stuff. You'd have to read it, which I did, but you can read it. So if that's true, then the whole basis of the Tippit shooting has nothing to do with how long it took Oswald to walk, allegedly to walk from his rooming house to the scene of the Tippit murder scene. It has to do with what was, researched 20 years ago or 25 years ago, and that's the dictabelts. And if those truly are fabrications, which I believe them to be, then nothing about the Tippit murder that the Warren Commission gave to us makes any sense. And along the same lines, I find it interesting, and I think other researchers should find it just incredibly interesting, why in all of the interrogations of Oswald, all these, federal officers, Dallas Police, Fritz, even Postal Inspector Harry Holmes sitting in on these interrogations, why do we not have one single question about the Tippit murder? Len, don't you find it incredible that Oswald was not asked one question about the Tippit murder? Remember, Oswald was arrested for murdering the policeman, not for murdering President Kennedy. So why in the world do we not have anybody asking him, how did you get there? What was your route? Nobody asked him that. Nobody asked him how many times he shot Tippit, which you walked, how did he get to the theater? Did he buy a ticket to get in the Texas theater? What was his route to the Texas? Nothing. And I think that's just, I don't have any words for it. It's just bizarre. Look, the Dallas police on their own sent officers around to the neighborhood to question people if they'd seen Oswald walking. Nobody saw him walking. Nobody. So why didn't they ask him, what direction did you go? What made you stop? And, when you saw the officer, what did you think? I mean, what did you talk to the officer about when you bent over and put your head through the car window? What did you think? Why did you shoot the officer? Did you know him personally? Okay, when you left the scene, where'd you go? What happened to your jacket? Did you throw your jacket? Did you throw your jacket away? Did you walk into this vestibule of the shoe store? Did you buy a ticket? I mean, nothing. Nothing.
Well, that's why people like tuning in to listen to you. I invite you to come on sometime in the next 1,000 shows, and we'll go in depth in any one of these topics you want to talk about. But it's been a pleasure having you on, and a lot of people request you as a guest. You're one of the most frequent requested guests. So people like hearing from your point of view and outlook on the case. Mr. Armstrong, thanks for your research. Thanks for being a guest on Black Op Radio. Thanks for contributing to 50 Reasons for 50 years. And I look forward to talking to you in the future.
You take care.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Hello, Mr. Gary Shaw?
This is he.
It's Len Osanek.
Hey, Len. How are you?
Good. I'm very good. I'm smiling. I'm just so happy to be talking to you.
Well, that's nice. It's good to talk to you.
Good.
You're still doing a good job.
Well, thank you. I wanted to mention that this is our anniversary show, 1,000 shows.
That's something, isn't it?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I included you because of your years of good research. I just wanted to offer you, 5 or 10 minutes, just something short that most of the time people are just, I'm asking them, what is something you're looking forward to in the state of investigating this case? And could be good and bad, but we can't recap the whole case. But just
right.
Everybody seems to talk about something different.
Well, what first comes to mind is you're starting this in the first place. It's not always a popular subject, and it certainly is not a well-paying subject in most cases. And probably in yours, it's more of a sacrifice than it is a paycheck. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate you having everybody on. There's some good researchers and critics and authors, and you seem to grab hold of all of them. And they always have something enlightening, at least for me, every time they come on, every time you do a show. So I appreciate that, first of all. Okay. As to what the future holds, I don't think anybody knows. I know what I would like to see, and two things primarily. Number one, I'd like to see us come closer together as a research community, put our differences aside and strive in one direction, and that is to find out the truth about what happened in Dallas in 1963. And second of all, I would urge all who listen to me, which are not many, to forget about Congress. Forget about trying to open this thing up in Congress. They've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that they don't know how to do it, don't want to do it, will not do it, and perhaps start something here in Texas and get together a grand jury, a Texas grand jury, and 12 tried and true individuals who are not beholden to anyone and can sit and look at the evidence and make the decision. Murder is still a crime here in Texas, and it's perpetual. You never, if you've committed murder, you can always be charged. And there may be some that could be charged. I doubt it at this late stage. But what I'd like to see is a Texas grand jury rather than try to open something in Washington, D.C. I don't know of anybody I trust up there too much.
No, no one. And it's an interesting concept because I'll speak just for myself. I don't really have any animosity to a trial or a blame game. I'll just pick a name. I mean, if it turned out that the whole thing was Bob McNamara's idea, and they found that, I would just go, well, isn't that interesting? I actually wanted to know what happened, and now we know what happened. So, it could be Alan Dulles, or it could be oil buddies of Lyndon Johnson. It could be anyone, but being Canadian...
Our old buddies of Richard Nixon and that crew, Who knows for sure? And I'd like to just open it up and look at the evidence and follow wherever it leads. And if that leads to me, y'all can hang me.
No, but that's the thing. I know a lot of people, somehow researchers, they kind of get entrenched in their view, and then that case, it had to be the mafia. It had to be that, and it's Giancana for sure, and that's all, And I don't share that. I just share, well, show me what you have. Okay, well, that only explains a little bit. It doesn't explain the whole picture, so I'm going back to documents and that. So that's the thing. And if you did have a grand jury, if you had something, you could say, here is what the government failed to report on. And isn't it interesting, when you do look at the Warren Commission and some of these things, they have much more information than you thought. They go, well, this doesn't pin down on Lee Oswald, and he couldn't have been in two places at the same time. So that's the interest I have. What really happened, historically what happened, for the idea that keep it from happening again. If somebody's if an agency is so out of control, if you want to say rogue agents, whatever, but I'm just saying if somebody organized it and they got away with it, we better learn about that to keep it from happening again, which you might make the case for Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy or others. I'll leave it at that.
Well, I really think that we would be better off with, for instance, this Truth and Reconciliation Committee. If we tried, let's go after John Kennedy's killers. To try to combine all of that, I think, is a mistake. One thing's for sure, the dominoes would fall if we got to John Kennedy's case. That would solve, I believe, without a shadow of a doubt, the Martin Luther King and the Robert Kennedy case. They're leading the same direction. So that's my opinion after all these years, and I wish all of the community my very, very best in years with your program, and who knows what the next 10 or 15 years might hold. We might find somebody who's honest and would allow us to do that. You might put a link, Lynn, to the preface of my 1976 book, Cover Up, in which I address this whole Texas grand jury. It doesn't have to be in Dallas. It can be anywhere that a district attorney is willing to do it. Yeah. And it might be in Cleburne, Texas, for instance. And I doubt that, but, I'm just saying that it's a pretty open state and be worth pursuing, I think.
Very good. Mr. Shaw, thank you so much for taking part. I just wanted to give you a brief, having all the previous guests available on just to do this. And I'd like to have you on again to go further and develop these ideas and archive these interviews, recapping your wonderful work. So we'll do that in another time. But for today, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for 1,000 programs, and thanks for the good work and the promise that continuing the thrust to find the truth. Thank you, Lynn.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest to Black Op Radio is author, researcher Lisa Pease. You've been on many times. Hello, Lisa. Thank you for joining.
Hi, Len. Congrats on the major anniversary.
Yes, 1,000 shows. It's been 20 years. You've been going strong and doing a lot of good work. And I want to make sure that all the guests who are still alive, and unfortunately quite a few have passed away, that are still there to add something to it, that whatever they want to say. So if you have any thoughts on Black Op Radio, or maybe you mentioned questions or something like that, go ahead.
Well, Len, what I would like to do is ask you a couple of questions. You've been such a fan. Let me first sing your praises for a minute, because you've been a fantastic interview host. You're one of the only people who ever read my book before interviewing me, which I think is so smart and made for a much better interview, because you really knew you were prepared. You have had an amazing group of people on that you just can't find anywhere else. So, people are so lucky to have found you, and the community is so lucky to have you doing the work you're doing. So let me flip the script a little bit. What got you interested into these cases?
The John F. Kennedy assassination had, always little TV shows, interviews, things like that. And there wasn't that many back when I started. I think I only had 4 channels, right, when I was a kid. But anyway, every time I watched a documentary, it always kind of started off, tonight, we are going to solve it. And then by the time it got to the end of it, you say, well, we really don't know any more than we did, do we? I mean, it was really, I've said this before, like a dog chasing his tail. I couldn't believe that it was always a frustration of, they haven't found it out. They haven't discussed anything. My mom, one time when I was talking about it over dinner, she just made a comment, something like, oh, we'll never really know what happened. And I don't know if you can get irked by something or whatever, but I remember thinking, no, I'm going to find out what the hell happened, So it was that little dig that got me going. And then, and I have one other thing I can add, that I work at a recording studio and I listen to music all day long. And unless you do this, you won't know that. But after 12 hours, day after day of recording bands, music, when I get in my car, the last thing I did is turned on more music. I would just turn on talk shows, or I ended up having some set interviews, various people. We had like a pen pal thing where friends of mine in LA or other cities in America would mail me a cassette, and I'd mail them a cassette or something, and we would pass these around. They were just different researchers, and I was lucky enough to get the Fletcher Prouty ones that Dave Ratcliffe did. And as I was listening to those, I just thought, here's a guy that really knows what happened. And then I had that little thing. What would I ask someone if I knew that guy really knew what happened? What kind of questions would I ask? And when I had that little gem, I spent about easily 6 to 9 months crafting a letter to Fletcher. I thought, well, I'll make this like the spokes of a wheel, and I won't ask the center question, who killed Kennedy. But if I get every other spoke there supporting that, I'll be able to have an idea of that, right? And that's what started off in a nutshell. That he was kind enough to answer that letter, and a little enigmatically, but it was great. He left 2 questions out, He answers 18 out of the 20 questions. He left 2 out, and I just went, my God. What were
they?
I don't remember right now, and I haven't. And it wasn't, let me put it to you this way. It wasn't that important, but it was something probably too close to the real, to the heart of the matter, that he didn't know me from Adam. And what happened over about a 4-year period, I would say, I became very close to Fletcher. He gave me his fax line. He didn't like talking on the phone so long, so he said, just look, when you got a question, write it down, fax it to me. I'll think about it, and I'll reply to you at my own time. And over a 4-year period, we made a good friendship, where then he just started opening up, turning on my fax machine with so much stuff that I decided, what am I going to do with all this? And I made the Colonel Prouty CD-ROM. And then promoting his CD-ROM, I had the experience you may have had, that we did radio shows, talk shows, where the host didn't know the topic at all. I mean, I was appalled.
Yeah.
Here they would end up getting some of the stature of Fletcher Prouty on to talk about his days in the Pentagon, and then I would be on there kind of at the end to talk about CD-ROM and his website, so how you could find out more. And they just didn't know anything, so I kind of thought, I could do a better job than that. It's kind of like that, right? So,
and you have,
yeah.
You have.
So yeah, that's the short story. That I just had an interest, and a fellow researcher gave me this insight. He said, "Len, you won't believe how much information is out there. So if you think you want to start doing research on, quote, let's say the X-rays or something, you're going to find there's X-rays, there's doctors, there's books, there's everything, and any little thing you can think of." So that's what can get people kind of caught up in the research, is they're really starting to discover things, like Commission Exhibit 399. Well, tell me about that bullet, right? Well, they analyzed the rifling of it. And then you talk about the rifle. Hey, did you know they test-fired the bullets? Did you know they don't match? It's like, you go, you're kidding me. And when I did the 50 Reasons for 50 Years, it was that kind of thing. I think at every one of those episodes, people should have said, you're kidding me. What? This is what they have? Right. They know this?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's the hardest part, is like the truth is out there. It's so obviously a conspiracy if you look at the data. And how is it that the only people who don't believe it all work for the media? I mean, it's incredible. It's almost as if you're not allowed to work in the media unless you're willing to lie about certain things. Because I can't believe that none of them, out of personal curiosity, have cracked open a book. I would just bet a few of them have, and maybe even pitched a story and been told absolutely not, stay away. And, but there are so many others that just don't have curiosity. To me, your curiosity in general, anybody's curiosity, is a sign of high intelligence. People who aren't intelligent aren't very curious, and they just kind of take things as they come and they really don't think about it. But the people who stop and think and wait, could that be true? Is that a problem? I want to know. Oh my God, those are the best people in the world. And through my research, through your shows, I have met the most amazing people, because these are people who are really engaged in the big questions of what's really going on in the world, not just what's being reported, but what's under what's being reported. And like I said, there's just no other show like yours, Len. So I am so grateful you are out there. Thank you for all the times you've had me on. I truly appreciate it. I hope everybody reads my book, A Lie Too Big to Fail, because I put so much of what I knew, not just about the RFK case, but about the CIA and the media, the CIA and mind control, the way the LAPD and all PD departments handle evidence, and how they can frame people up who are innocent. I mean, it's a book that I feel touches a lot of things that people just need to know in general. Even if you're not interested in the RFK assassination, there's so much more there. So that's my little plug.
Well, there is, it's a hard word to throw out there, but disinformation. And I don't like the fake news, but there is disinformation campaigns going out there that catch wind. And for instance, if you're talking about, Bobby Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., doing his work on vaccines and that, like when he said, when I was trying to get lead out of water, they didn't call me anti-water, but when I'm telling you there's some problems in vaccines, it's now I'm anti-vaxxer and crazy, and it's like, it's really interesting to me that when you read something and you for instance, my great thing was talking to Fletcher Prouty first, and then I kind of got an inside scoop, and then I would read articles or see books. I go, well, this is a lie. This is a fraud. And obfuscation is a word I use a lot, but it kind of is appropriate that, it's not just that they're mistaken. They're this is an organized effort to...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Deliberate.
Yeah.
And it's in every area. Whenever there is something major to cover up, a cover-up happens. And it gets easier to spot. Once you really dig into any one big conspiracy and you find the counter evidence, you kind of know what to look for. And so, people are like, oh, you think everything's a conspiracy? I'm like, frankly, a lot of things are conspiracies. No, not everything. And some are totally baloney, and there are always fake conspiracy theories put out there to discredit the real conspiracy. And I think that's a dynamic a lot of people don't understand. And they think either all the conspiracies are true or none of them are true. And that's what I was going to say. To me, if I could cure the world of one thing, it would not be COVID-19. It would be binary thinking that everything is either this or that, because there's almost always another option in there. And in the research, I think that's so important too, because again, it's like you have to, in a sane, intelligent world, you have to be able to question whether any particular vaccine is helpful, is healthy, is safe. And it should always be, it's not only legitimate, we must question it. I met a guy who worked for a lab that tested vaccines and drugs for Big Pharma. And he said, you can't believe the pressure to cook the books and change the results, because there's so much money behind all these drugs, all these vaccines. And so stuff, people would routinely, and I'm talking not just any people, these are scientists. Scientists would routinely lie for money for Big Pharma so they could keep their jobs. And this is the dynamic people need to understand. So it's like, if you question a vaccine, you're just being intelligent. You're not being anti-vaxxer. I personally believe in the efficacy of a lot of vaccines. I nearly eradicated measles in the world, and for a long time, polio was almost entirely gone. They're having, issues in India right now that Bill Gates tried to fix and didn't quite. And here's the other thing. I don't think Bill Gates is the big boogeyman everybody wants to make him out to be, and he's also not the saint that the other half of people want to make him out to be. Again, things aren't binary. Things aren't good or bad. They're almost always in the gray area. And those of us who are willing to live in that gray area have a much richer life because we see all the possibilities and we don't shut anything out. And so I'm just, again, thank you so much for having me on all those times. Thank you for what you do, and keep forcing non-binary thinking on the world.
Well, I'm not forcing it, but I'm airing the guest in the book and the film, and so I interview people who I think are interesting, and so far it's worked out pretty good. And I'll just leave it at that. But thank you for being a contributor and for being on, and your early work with Probe magazine and the assassinations and other things. And that's it. I think when you look into the JFK assassination, and then you see what the Warren Commission did, and you just look back at what we know now, and you go, like in the movie, he says, well, white is black and black is white. You just wouldn't believe that people lie.
Big, important, rich people lie, and lie bald-facedly, not mistaken. Lie is the right word. Yes.
Earl Warren, right? You go, well, by God, did they get to him? And then the answer is yes. However it was presented. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, well.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's been 1,000 shows over 20 years. Started in 20, so I guess it's like 21 seasons. But anyway, thank you, and I'm happy that you're still doing work. And keep in touch with me via email or phone me, and glad to have you promote whatever you're working on Black Op Radio.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Len. Bye-bye.
Okay, good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right, in this next segment, we have author-researcher Jim DiEugenio, who has been a frequent contributor to Black Op Radio and a real staple of taking time to answer people's questions. We do that almost every second week. Jim has been on for years now. Hello, Jim. Thank you so much for taking time today. It's our 1,000th show, 20 years in the making.
Quite an achievement.
Yeah, I just wanted to include, I've been trying to ask everyone what they think of is the future of JFK research, and are they optimistic, and what do they see going forward? And so I'll ask you that. What are your opinions?
What do I think of the state of the work today?
Yes.
And where do I think it's going to go forward?
Good. Yeah.
Well, first of all, in my opinion, the most important thing that's happened, I believe, is the discoveries of the ARB, okay? Contrary to popular belief, the ARB really didn't shut down in 1998 because they had some documents that were on what they called a staggered release. That is, even though the ARB had shut down, there were documents that were supposed to be released at, say, 1999, 2001, 2003. I believe the last year was 2005. Okay. So these releases kept on coming out on a timed release. And then, of course, we had the 2017 thing, which was supposed to be the last of all the documents. Except it wasn't, because on the last day, the FBI and the CIA went to the White House and they intimidated Trump into not releasing in final form. Everything was supposed to be released. So as of today, according to some estimates, there's still about 15,300 documents which are not completely released in unredacted form. Now, that has been, in my opinion, the most important thing that has happened with the JFK research. All right. And I believe that most of the valuable books that have been published at least partly owe themselves to the discoveries in those documents. It's not to say that those are the only books, because believe me, with the birth of self-publishing and the birth of what we call fulfillment houses, which will do your publishing for you without going through the whole thing of a normal publishing house. With those two things, any Tom, Dick, and Harry can get a book published. I look at that as a problem because the market is now flooded with so many of these JFK books, which do not make use of the new documents. These books, many of them, They begin with a thesis, and then they lock everything in to going ahead and working up that thesis. And that's because there's so many books out there today, well over 1,000 books, plus so many millions of pages of documents that if you want to, you can make a case about anybody, all right? And I've criticized a lot of these books, all right, on my website. Now, that's the bad part. The good part is that there has been a lot of really good work done on the case, okay? And I think what that means is that if you take the best work, all right, in the fields, say, for example, the forensics evidence, the autopsy, New Orleans, okay? If you take that together, Lee Harvey Oswald, if you take that together, then I think you have a point now that we've gone way, way beyond both the early critics and also the House Select Committee on Assassinations. And this is why I think when people see the upcoming Oliver Stone documentary, what we tried to do there was to distill what I believe to be the best work that has been done to this day, all right? And to give the general public a whole refreshing new look at what this new evidence says, okay, and what it reveals about the Warren Commission and also the House Select Committee, because we went way beyond the House Select Committee. And so, in my opinion, when this does come out, I think most people, the general public, that is the average Tom, the average Mary, if they sit and watch all 4 nights, they're really going to be shocked at what they're going to see. I mean, John McAdams is going to wish he was never born. Okay. Okay.
Well, you're optimistic.
Look, I know what's in the documentary, and I also know how the media has done everything they could to take this stuff out of the mainstream. Okay, people like Chris Matthews, people like Rachel Maddow. I'll never forget Rachel Maddow saying that the ARB was a bust when she didn't even know what the heck the ARB was about. You know, but that's how bad these people want to keep their jobs. You know, if I was making that kind of money, you know, I understand. You know, I wouldn't go along with it, you know, but I understand. See, that's what the mainstream media is all about. And if you remember those 2 weeks when Trump was debating about whether or not to let these documents go, there was a big splurge in publicity about the JFK case. None of it was worth even reading or watching. Okay, but they're not going to be able, in my opinion, I don't think they're going to be able to avoid the material that's going to be in that show. So I think that will spur some interest in the case. If anything, they're going to have to pay some attention to it to try and discredit it. Because if they don't, I think there's going to be a lot of trouble. Okay, there's going to be a lot of people talking about the case again. Well, you know what? My only wish is that I wish we could have done it fast enough to have it on TV now, because everybody's home now, okay, because of the CV-19 thing. They don't have anything else to do.
But I'm thinking even more long term. I'm thinking over the next couple of years that, like you mentioned, there's some bad books, but there's some really good books. And as long as you're optimistic, that's good news for me.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much then for all your contributions so far, and I look forward to over the next year. I don't know about another 20 years, but for the next time, we'll talk about all the revelations that are coming out in your documentary, and continue to look forward to your website, Kennedy's and King, where you have book reviews and you review the good and the bad. And a lot of times people say, "Thanks, you saved me from buying that book," because you just pointed out a lot. I think a lot of people respect that you have fair book reviews.
I really have to credit the people who contribute to Kennedy's and King. We have a lot of really good writers now, and I'm not the only one doing it anymore. For example, Rob Coutu has a wonderful article up there about Stanley Marks, the overlooked guy who wrote the book Murder Most Foul, who maybe Bob Dylan based his song on. Okay, so we have a lot of good contributors there, like Paul Bleau and Mike LaFlamme also.
Yeah, and others. All right, well, that's Kennedy's and King if you want to learn more. And otherwise, stay tuned to Black Op Radio where you'll hear Jim DiEugenio. I think every second week is pretty fair to say that's how often you're on.
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah, good. All right, then. I will look forward to it. Thanks, and happy 1000.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Hello, Dr. Wecht.
Yes, Len. Hi, how are you?
Good. Well, thanks for taking part.
My pleasure. This is 1,000th celebration, right?
Yeah, it's the anniversary of 1,000 shows of Black Op Radio, and you have been on many of them. So, over the years, it's been 20 years, actually.
20 years you started it. I'll be darned. Good for you, man. Good
2020.
for you.
Yeah. And I've tried to keep up with things that are new, research. Your conference was a highlight. I think in 2013 when I made the 50 Reasons for 50 Years too, that was kind of a milestone. But in the meantime, authors, filmmakers, anything noteworthy, I have tried to keep in touch and archive that. Then I just want
You've done a fantastic job, Mellen. You have done a tremendous job. You have contributed so much to the overall cause of serious WCR critic researchers, as well as people interested in the assassinations of Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King, too. I know my involvement has been mostly directed to the JFK assassination, and your input and your reaching out to invite me on the program, as well as the hundreds of other people that you have had, has really been a significant contribution. And for you to have done this over a 20-year period, now celebrating the 1,000th such program, oh my God, what an accomplishment.
Thank you for that. Also, thank you for being in good health, because I've noticed that there's not a lot of people that are still around. I think there's over 40 people that have passed away in the meantime, like the Mark Lanes, John Judge, Jim Mars.
Well, so Sylvia Marr and Jim Mars and Mark Lane and Harold Weisberg. No, you're right, and this is regrettable, obviously, from a personal standpoint, because you and I knew all these people, but it's very regrettable and very hurtful to our cause, because these people were really deeply involved and extremely knowledgeable. And it's not to suggest that there aren't some interested and erudite critic researchers now, but, I don't know, for me, it's not quite the same.
Yeah, I think there was a real camaraderie, with early researchers that you found somebody,
Yes.
it was like a pen pal. And now, if you go on the internet, you can find so many people that, for instance, that don't share your view, like the Posners and the McAdams. Those guys are everywhere, and it kind of waters down what we're trying to do. But we have an interest in the truth and just what the truth was.
Yes, of course, and we have to continue to pursue this objective. It's becoming, to be very candid and realistic, more and more unlikely with each passing year. And, of course, as one crisis after another, now COVID-19, Corona, as well as all of the problems confronting our country vis-a-vis matters around the world, I find it very hard to believe that we're going to be able to divert attention from the government to this, because until some government officials really get serious, then nothing's going to happen. The only other way to open up that door would be through the news media, and that is even more unlikely than it is to come from the government. For the New York Times, et al., across the board, from left wing to right wing, every one of them, they walked away from this back in '63 and through the next couple of years with the Warren Commission and subsequently, and to think that they will go back and beg forgiveness for their journalistic cowardice is just unrealistic. I would love to be wrong, but I think this is what we're dealing with, and we just have to keep struggling and striving, and dealing with it as firmly as we always have.
Well, I hear you, and And I mean, love him or hate him, Trump seems to take a lot of air out of the room, because you're trying to do something better for the country, and yet day after day there's one crisis from another you're jumping to.
Yes.
How can you worry about something 55 years ago, But
yes.
Anyway, for those who had an interest in history, Black Op Radio has been a place to come to, and your fantastic work is inspirational over the years. I mean, I went to your 2013 conference.
Yes, it was a wonderful event.
Now Oliver Stone is adding to that.
Yes, I'm glad that he's. I can't wait for his shows to be presented. I guess they've been delayed for whatever reasons, and it'll be good to. I think that will produce some resurgence of interest across the board.
Well, yeah, delayed is better than postponed in full.
Yes, it is. Well, Len, I congratulate you, and I hope that there will be another 1,000 such programs left with you actively involved and bringing together people who have some strong, interesting views to present to the public at large.
All right. Well, I invite you to be there on my 2000th show. We got a deal?
Okay. You can be sure I'll be there. Thank you, Len. Best wishes to you and all your listeners.
Thank you very much for taking time.
Take care.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest is a frequent contributor to Black Op Radio over the years, Dr. David Mantik. Hello, David.
Greetings from Rancho Mirage, California.
Well, it is our 1,000th show of Black Op Radio, an anniversary show, 20. So
oh my gosh, yeah.
You've been on several of them. I thought I'd offer you just quick amount of time to just, if you had any comments about or recollections about being on Black Op Radio, anything that it offered, and then we'll just go forward from there.
Well, Black Op is a shining beacon in a dark world. I'm so happy that you've been able to do this for 20 seasons. It's almost impossible for me to think of any comparable site where you can find the range of topics discussed and the depth of discussion that you carry on as well. So I congratulate you.
Thank you. I really enjoy all the work that you've done in your contribution to research and kind of a thankless effort sometimes. But is there anything that you look forward to, or, this is the year 2020, as people may listen to this later on, what are some of your observations of JFK research and maybe aspirations that we could look forward to?
Well, when I started this, my children were very young. I showed the JFK skull x-rays to my daughter when she was 5 years old, and my son was 7. And now my daughter is in the middle of a JFK documentary on the researchers, which she is avidly working on at this moment, even with an assistant, and hopes to get this out to the public sometime in the near future. So a lot of time has passed, a lot of water has gone under the bridge, and we've handed some of this on to the next generation, which is a good thing. So that's one thing I'm looking forward to.
Great. Well, tell her I'll be very happy to have her on to help promote any good work.
Ooh, that's very good.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly...
Yeah, I will remember that. Thank you.
Okay. So, are you optimistic? I know people have been waiting for Trump to release documents and they didn't get released, and there's, I think, a kind of apathy. We like to look forward to something, but yet nothing really changes.
Well, human emotions are always cyclic, aren't they? We see that with the recent protests, reviving memories of past protests, but there was a quiet period where not too much in the way of protest was going on, except for the daily protests against Trump, of course. But human emotions run that way, from highs to lows. And I guess at the moment we don't have any major developments in the JFK case, although I'm very interested in the folks who pulled the trigger in Dealey Plaza and the folks who told them to do that. That has been an area that's been gray, if not black, and we seem to be shining some lights in the corners. And I'm thrilled to hear that, to see that. I'm not an expert in that area and don't have any specific comments to make about it, but it's something I'm watching with great interest and some optimism.
Okay, very good. Well, look, I'll be very happy to have you on again to talk in depth about any research you're doing or anything you've come across or want to talk about. I just wanted to give a quick 5 or 10 minutes quickly just to people who had been on before and just thank them for contributions to Black Op Radio. And we'll look forward to maybe when this thing is all over, people having more conferences and getting back together and networking.
Yeah, we hope that will happen eventually, maybe even later this year. And many congratulations to you, Len. You're really heroic. You interviewed so many people whose work might otherwise have gone unnoticed. So excellent work.
All right, Dr. Mantik, thank you so much.
Oh, best wishes.
Okay, good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Dr. Aguilar.
Yes, hi, how you doing?
Good. It's Len Osanek. Thanks for taking part. This is my 1,000th show, so the anniversary of 1,000 show, 20 years of Black Op Radio. And I wanted to give you an opportunity just to give me your thoughts on Black Op Radio and research, and maybe however optimistic you are for research in the future. But go ahead. I just want to give you the floor.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, and I'm honored to have gotten your call. Thanks so much for calling. And by the way, thanks so much for the excellent work that you do. I mean, it's a real tribute to you and to your dedication and interest in this subject, that you've devoted the time that you have to it, and that you've done such quality work all along the way. My hat's off to you. There is something which, because I know you have many people, you want them to give sort of a brief update on something or other that might be of importance or is of importance, something to sort of inspire research in others. There is something that I think deserves some attention, and it's going to be getting some attention in a couple of different places, but I'll preview it as follows. And that is that the one thing which has always said to be missing in the Kennedy case is hard evidence of a conspiracy. Physical, hard evidence. And the evidence that I want to talk about today isn't hard in any kind of real sense, but it's definitely physical, it's definitely incontrovertible, and it's something which has really been misunderstood for a long time. What I'm talking about is the fact that the X-ray evidence shows, and that is JFK's skull X-ray evidence, shows that he was struck by a non-jacketed bullet, a soft-nosed hunting round, not a jacketed bullet. Now, how do we know that? Well, we know that because there are a lot of tiny little fragments in the right front quadrant of his head, and they show up like a snow cloud. Those fragments have been called by a forensic radiologist that was a consultant for the Assassination Records Review Board, a fellow named John Fitzpatrick. And this wasn't really understood for a long time, and the story is delicious. It's interesting. It's fascinating. So back in the days of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, you have Larry Sturtevant getting up and testifying and showing an X-ray of Jack Kennedy's lateral X-ray. But it wasn't his original X-ray. It was an enhanced X-ray. And Sturtevant got up and said, well, as you can see, there are a scattering of fragments that run across the skull, and there are no tiny fragments here. There's just a scattering of small fragments, but not tiny fragments. And therefore, this is very typical of a jacketed bullet. Because it had been non-jacketed, he said, you would see a lot of little tiny fragments, and they would generally be localized near where the bullet hit the president. And the reason that those tiny little fragments would be localized near where they hit the president was because the tiny fragments have what they call a high drag in tissue. That is, they're tiny, they have a very small mass, but relative to their mass, they have a large surface area, a high drag. So when a non-jacketed bullet hits a target like a skull, the fragment immediately explodes into tiny fragments, and they deposit right near where the bullet hit. Well, he's testifying to the House Select Committee on Assassinations and saying, see, look, you can see that there are no little tiny fragments here. This is typical of a jacketed bullet, therefore that's that. And then if you look in his book, JFK Myths, he has an example of he has the enhanced X-ray on the top of the page. I forget the page number. I'm not looking at the book right now, but anyone who has his book can find it. And on the bottom X-ray, he has an X-ray of a test skull that had been shot with Mantik bullets in biophysics labs tests done in 1964 for the Warren Commission. And sure enough, the enhanced X-ray up above and the X-ray that he has down below show a scattering of small fragments, but no cloud of tiny fragments. What that tells us is two things. The first thing it tells us is that if Kennedy had been hit with a jacketed bullet, his skull X-ray would look like that X-ray in the test skull. Small fragments, no cloud of tiny fragments. But the fascinating thing is Larry Sturtevant misread the X-rays or misreported the X-rays because he wasn't looking at an original X-ray. He was looking at an enhanced X-ray. The original X-ray, which I've seen, Sir Wecht seen, David Mantik seen, Chester seen, show a lot of tiny little fragments, and they're localized to the right front quadrant of the head, which means that he was hit with a non-jacketed, with a hunting round, a soft-pointed hunting round in the right front quadrant of his head. Now, when was this information first reported? Well, Humes himself got up there and testified. He said there was 30 to 40 tiny little fragments that you couldn't find because they were so tiny. He said that in his Warren Commission testimony. Kellerman, the Secret Service agent, said there were 30 to 40 tiny little fragments in the skull. So right away, right from the beginning, those tiny little fragments were being described in the original X-rays. They didn't have the enhanced X-rays until the House Select Committee along. Then you go forward from that, and you have other people testifying to the fact that they were there, including the Clark panel radiologist, Russell Morgan, the chairman of the Department of Radiology, said that there was a cloud of tiny fragments localized to the right front quadrant of his head. Now, here's somebody who's arguing against conspiracy. I mean, the Clark panel basically endorsed the Warren Commission's conclusions, and they failed to acknowledge or recognize the fact that the presence of a tiny little fragment like that essentially rules out a jacketed bullet. And then, of course, you have John Fitzpatrick for the Assassination Records Review Board, again, talking about a snow trail of tiny fragments. Now, the guns and ammo expert, a guy named Masad Ayub, in a magazine called American Handgunner, said that, look, what you see in the Zapruder film is not what you'd expect at 90 yards with a jacketed bullet. It's what you'd expect from a much more higher velocity hunting round than a jacketed bullet. And in terms of how the head explodes, jacketed bullets doesn't do that unless it would be very uncharacteristic for a jacketed bullet to have done that, certainly not at 90 yards. And so we have good, undeniable evidence, really, right there in the X-rays, right from the get-go, that no one has really quite understood. No one has really put it together, what that means. And you have Vincent DeMaio, in his book, talks about how when you see tiny fragments on an X-ray, that means a hunting round, a non-jacketed bullet. So you've got all these people who have argued against conspiracy, giving you the information, including Larry Sturtevant originally in testimonies, that it had been a jacketed bullet, there would have been a lot of little tiny fragments, and we're looking at Jack Kennedy's X-ray, and they aren't there, and that's because he's looking at an enhanced X-ray, and the enhanced X-ray blots out all those tiny fragments. The original, they show up, they just light up like crazy. And I've been talking about this for some time, incidentally. It's starting to penetrate the consciousness of critics because it's a bit of an obscure point. But what needs to be understood is that the original description that Larry Sturtevant gave of Jack Kennedy's X-rays was essentially inaccurate because he wasn't looking at Jack Kennedy's original X-rays. He was looking at enhanced X-rays that blot out the fine detail of this snow trail of fragments. Snow trail described as a snow trail by a forensic radiologist. It blots out the snow trail of tiny fragments that you can see on the original X-rays that are there undisputably and undeniably. And of course, the presence of fragments in the right front quadrant of the head speaks to a shot from the right front, from the grassy knoll. And if you will go along with that, everything else falls into line. As CBS was able to confirm, the idea that there's a jiggle effect in the camera from the cameraman wiggling to the sound of a gunshot that was originally described by Louis Alvarez, later confirmed by an independent CBS study that, a couple, 3 frames after a shot is fired, there's a jiggle in the camera and the frames are blurred. Well, there's a blurring at 3:13. And, of course, quite falsely, Louis Alvarez said, well, a shockwave of the shot from 270 feet away caused that blurring at 3:13. The shockwave would not have reached Zapruder in the same frame that you see the explosion of the head. But there is a location that would have, and that is from less than 50 feet away to grassy knoll. That would have done it perfectly. The timing for that is perfect. That's in Don Thomas's book. And then, of course, the acoustics point to a shot right from that point and localize the shot to the grassy knoll. And then finally, his head goes back to the left, okay? Now, of course, jet effect has been advanced to describe that. even Larry Sturtevant knows that's not true because he did human skull shooting experiments for the Warren Commission at the biophysics lab again, from which that X-ray I talked about earlier that's in Larry Sturtevant's book was taken. And as Larry Sturtevant testified, all 10 of the skulls that they shot, skulls that were shot with brain equivalent material with goat skin behind them, they all went away from the rifle, not back toward the rifle. So jet effect doesn't do it. And of course, then they come up with this idea that neuromuscular reaction does it. Well, as I've written and lectured, that there are basically 2, perhaps 3 different kinds of neuromuscular reactions. That's a 20 or 30 minute discussion to detail those. But suffice it to say, neuromuscular reaction doesn't do it. But what does do it is a momentum transfer, not from a jacketed bullet, which doesn't impart that much momentum, but it does impart momentum, but a non-jacketed hunting round, which flattens on impact, explodes into tiny little fragments, that will deposit a lot of momentum, and that itself has enough capacity to impart momentum to move Kennedy's head back to the left, as we see in the Zapruder film after the Zapruder frame 313. So everything falls in line with it. X-ray evidence, the lunge back to the left, the acoustics, the jiggle, it's all perfect for a shot from the grassy knoll. And that's my little ditty of the 2020 here.
Okay, very good. Thanks for adding that. I'll have to have you on again, but we can go in depth. I don't think Louis Alvarez, I'm not sure if anybody takes him seriously now. But
well, Louis Alvarez, was a patriot. I think Tink Thompson was a fellow who told me that when the atom bomb the first atom bomb was dropped in Japan, they had chase planes following the plane that dropped the bomb. Louis Alvarez is on one of those chase planes. And then there's the other interesting episode, and that was, there was the so-called Vela incident. And the Vela incident was that there are these Vela satellites that are up there, and they track for the possibility of nuclear explosions. And sure enough, a nuclear explosion was picked up in a Vela satellite and reported back through channels and that sort of stuff. But it was picked up over the South Indian Ocean. Well, the only people that would have been involved with that are South Africa and Israel. Israel was working in South Africa then. And it was hugely embarrassing for the Carter administration that Israel would be helping South Africa blow off a nuclear device in an atmospheric test. So the story had to be killed. So they called Louis Alvarez in, and Louis Alvarez, did the same sort of thing he did with, the JFK case. And he said, well, in this particular case, even though there has never been a false positive, in other words, there's never been a nuclear test where a Vela satellite didn't accurately record it. He said, in this particular case, I think that there was a tiny meteorite that struck the satellite and caused a double flash, which is what it picks up. A double flash is very characteristic and diagnostic, essentially, of a nuclear blast. And so it wasn't a nuclear blast. It was just some coincidence. The odds against that were calculated.
Yeah. Well, I'll put it this way. I don't believe anything Louis Alvarez says. Okay.
Well, it turns out later on, Seymour Hersh went down to South Africa, and they all said, oh, yeah, we were popping off nukes all the time, but we were doing it under cloud cover so they wouldn't be picked up. But that day, we had one scheduled. The cloud cover was there. And damn, it's just a couple minutes before it went off, the clouds parted.
Yeah.
No, Louis, he's a patriot. You have to understand. These guys will say what they have to say, and Louis Alvarez did. And and his country thanked him for it. Nice speaking with you, Len.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, we'll just wrap it up for now then. Thank you. I just want to make it short and give you an opportunity to bring up what's new information. And it sounds like there's still things to be learned. There's still research to be developed and investigated. So that's kind of good news, optimistic that way. So,
and the interesting thing is this business about the tiny fragments in the X-ray have been lying there in plain sight for the last 55 years, 56 years, and no one's really thought about it. No one's really, considered the meaning of that until we began doing some stuff and looking at it and saying, hey, wait a minute. So there is stuff to be learned, and there still are conclusions, new conclusions that can be drawn from existing evidence if you properly understand it.
Okay, I look forward in the next few years and constantly being in touch with you and helping promote your good work and new evidence.
Well, and thank you so much for your efforts, Len. You're a real hero in my book, and I really admire you for your work and for sticking with it, because it's a long slog and it's often thankless, as you well know.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We'll talk again.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Joining us next is Black Op Radio contributor, editor, filmmaker, working with me on 50 Reasons for 50 Years, Jeff Carter. Thanks, Jeff, for taking part in this 1,000th episode.
Hey, thanks, Len, and congratulations on the milestone. It really is quite an achievement.
Yeah, it's been quite a long time, longer than I thought, 20 years. But I just want to give everybody just a chance to have a comment about Black Op Radio. Actually, we should start off right now by talking about one of the highlights, I think, was producing 50 Reasons for 50 Years. And my goodness, I almost just forgot about it. We also did the addendum. We did Postscript, 1968. And I think these are real milestone things. I think we really made a contribution to the community. JFK research, I know, Oliver Stone, a lot of films out there, a lot of documentaries, but I'm really proud and I'm very happy to work with you on that. I think we did a really good job.
Thanks, Len. We both had a really good time meeting each other and working on the series for over a year, and it turned out really well. I think it is the best collection of knowledgeable people who are offering not crazy conspiracy theories, but actual factual historical information that can be extremely enlightening for people who aren't really aware of the actual historical facts. The thing about the series is it really truly was a product of Black Op Radio itself, because the concept for the series was generated really by the Black Op Radio episodes that you were having back in 2009, 2010 with Jim DiEugenio, when he was working through his long and detailed critique of the Bugliosi book. And as you guys were going through point by point, Jim would stop every now and then and say, someone has to make a documentary about this. Someone needs to get this information. And it was all the information really that was being absorbed after being generated through the ARRB because of Oliver Stone's JFK film. It took a long time just to process all that information. And then it basically conclusively finished off the lone nut theory once and for all.
Yeah, I think that I forget the exact title, but, exposing the fraud of the Warren Commission. I mean, people nowadays, that if they want to look at the Warren Commission, people know too much now. There have been too many researchers that have been able to network and get in contact with people almost instantly to say, have you seen this? Is this true? Can we trust this document? We can, we can't. And that's the state of research now. So I think that, what's your opinion of the research today?
Well, some of it's exceptionally good, and some of it is bad. But I think Black Op has managed to attach itself to the academic approach to the whole issue, rather than just saying outlandish that can't actually be backed by any factual information. And that's to Black Op's credit. I think that's always been your credo and your methodology.
Yeah, I think one thing that I would say I do is I really have a guest on and let him talk and let him exhaust his opinion, and then people can agree or disagree. And then second to that, people write in with questions, and whoever is available will answer them. Typically right now, Jim DiEugenio takes them like every second week. So people do research, and I mean, there's a million forums out there. So, but if you want to write into the show, you can.
Right. Well, I think the really kind of crazy secular stuff has become largely marginalized over time, which is good, I think, basically.
Okay, good. Well, you pointed out that I guess the early shows of Black Op Radio caught your interest enough to contact me, and further with a landmark series, which was 50 Reasons for 50 Years. Just fantastic work. And again, we did it at the 1968 Postscript. Those 9 episodes are very good as well. And who knows, I think we got something on the boiler with Fletcher Prouty. If it's going to take a while for us to get together, but we're still doing things and we're still planning and working on stuff. So I'm very happy to work with you and thank you for your contributions.
Thanks, Len. And yes, I look forward to future projects, and we will pursue that as our schedules permit. And I'm really looking forward to that too.
Okay, just before we wrap up, anything you wanted to add? Anything? I wanted to give every guest like 5 minutes to talk about whatever the.
Oh, I'm all good. I don't know what one can add.
Okay, sure.
Wild times that we're currently living in. So there's that old, as they said, Chinese curse of may you live in interesting times. We certainly live in interesting times.
All right, contributor to Black Op Radio, thank you very much, Jeff, for taking part.
All right, Len, thank you, and congratulations on your personal milestone. Good stuff.
Okay, good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. This is a special anniversary episode. This is the 1000th show. The first co-founder of Black Op Radio with me, Anita Langley. Hello, Anita.
Hi, Len. How are you doing? Congratulations for making it to your 1000th episode.
Yeah, and I was even thinking, in the old days, we usually did about 3 segments a show, so there's a lot more than 1,000 interviews. But this is show number 1,000.
That's spectacular, Len. That's staying power. I mean, it was before the year 2000 that this started, so it's been about 20 years, isn't it?
Oh, it's been 20 years. I think we started in the springtime in 2000. I'll have to check the date. But I just wanted to reminisce a little bit what you thought maybe were highlights or good interviews, good and the bad or whatever. Just talk about that because you lasted, I think, 4 or 5 years or something after your children were born, and then it was getting a little harder to get down here and that, and just, one thing led to another. So, but you've been on sporadically over the years whenever there's something, like an interesting show or so. It's not like that we don't talk, but it's just that that era ended, and I'm so happy for your getting it off the ground with me, because it might have been something I wouldn't have started on my own. But when I said, hey, do you want to try this? And you said, yeah. So do you have any early recollections of Black Op Radio and coming to the studio on a Thursday and something like that? Anything you want to bring up?
Well, I thought, and I still think that it was a spectacular exercise in innovation. And you were definitely way ahead of the curve. Now anybody can pretty much set up a podcast, but back there it was just unheard of. So it was so cool to be a part of breaking new ground. That was awesome. But if I wanted to couple a few really great interviews with that, I have to think that some of the earliest ones are still my favorites. With Jean Hill, for example. I mean, something like that is irreplaceable. April Oliver, one more that was irreplaceable. I mean, those stories, for them to be somewhere lodged in history, to me, that was what the show really meant the most to me. That's where it meant the most to me, is that there was something there that was tangible, that was sustainable through time, that would reflect back on an important piece of history. So those two off the top of my head come off as really good ones. But there were a few subjects that I think were very ahead of the curve. Voter fraud. That was something that, that's something that's bandied around here. Then actually that's the wrong part to put it. It's voting fraud is the way to put it. It's not really the voters so much, but manipulating the vote. So first of all with machines, and now of course we hear Ivanka's got all these trademarks for voting machines out of China, and you just got to wonder why the brakes weren't put on all of that stuff, and it was allowed to go down the path that it did.
My jaw drops. Sorry, whenever I hear of gerrymandering.
No, I was just going to say that we were ahead of the curve, but go ahead, please say.
Yeah, I can't believe people stand for that. They just redraw the map. It's unbelievable, but people they don't bat an eye.
Something seriously got broken there. It's one thing you have a little bit of regionalism, okay, and but when you can have somebody, the vote not count by that large a margin and suppress voting, that's supposed to be something that's not encouraged in a true democracy. The whole point is to get people out to vote. But to throw all these red herrings and say, oh no, they're going to use their vote, they're going to commit all this voter fraud. It's not the individuals that are the problem with committing voter fraud. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's not worth the energy. And the reality is those things are easy to track. You know, if the government sends, I mean, we've had this in Canada a lot. You get a form or a card in the mail. You go to the place where that card is. You show your ID. You're marked off the list. You know, there's no, I'm going to go to another location and do it again. That's not how it works here. So I don't know why it's so difficult in some areas, other than really it's not difficult, but it's made to look difficult because of disenfranchisement. I swear, I don't think I've ever stood more than 5 minutes to wait my turn to vote here in Canada. On the worst case scenario, I think that's the longest I've ever waited to vote. So it's mind-boggling. But we've seen the rise of a monster. That's not, you know, I mean, that's my full-fledged 100% opinion. I had a problem with Wackenhut way back when. They did security for PGA. As far as I was always concerned, everything to do with golf has a taint because the intelligence agencies used that as a front. Wackenhut did it. Wackenhut was bought up by G4S. G4S was taken up by Geo, and that's Trump's biggest financial backer. They're a monstrous force. So, you know, it's nothing's really changed. It's gotten worse as far as I'm concerned, but nothing's changed for the better. There was a blip on the horizon. You know, I never considered Obama to be a massive hero, but I saw him as somebody with exceptional integrity for a president, which is saying a lot, right? There are a lot of things that I would have liked to have seen him do differently. I would have liked to see him roll back drones. I would have liked to have seen him, you know, do something about the prohibition and, you know, throwing so many people in prisons and knock down the prison industrial complex. I would have liked to have seen some real attacks on that. On the other hand, I don't think he was entirely to blame for a lot of that stuff. You know, probably his biggest flaw was that he tried to reach across the table in those first couple of years, and instead of getting things done when he had a majority in both houses, he lost that majority and then could get nothing done. So, too nice a guy, maybe? I actually really like President Obama, and I think that he's one of those ones that'll stand up in history. And to have the pendulum swing so far in the other direction, I was among so many people, and I know it's not just women who went into shock. I marched with, like a lot of other women. It's the horror that this racist, misogynist asshole can be posted up there as some kind of a beacon for the evangelical right. It's just a slap in the face to decency, and I just don't get it. So, well, anyways, that's my rant about the public affairs. But to me, I've seen this progress, and way back when we saw, you know, some of the underpinnings of this monstrous group that had its tentacles through everything. Colonel Prouty called it the secret team, and I think it evolved into something seriously damaging for the well-being of this planet. And I wish I had more optimism. I don't know where things are going to go, but it's looking pretty rough right now. So that's my take, and yours is?
Well, not that I disagree with you, but I just wanted to, for now, maybe just talk about the show at Black Op Radio and things that you recall as being a contribution. Some of the early interviews, like you said, I don't think there was anyone else really doing interviews back then. There was the Dave Emery show, but it was him and Nip Tuck and the Guns of November, and then there was the great Mae Brussel. Yeah. Mae was almost on her own as well, so my ideal was just to archive all these different interviews with the guest on the JFK assassination because I didn't think anybody was doing that. And I thought, well, we'll speak to all the important people and archive them because a lot of them maybe didn't even get along and they wouldn't want to be on a show together. And it's still like that. It's not really a community. It's just a fragment of people who have a similar interest. Quite often they don't get along. But saying that, I think we had a pretty good reputation of very even-handed interviews. No ambush, you know. If we really didn't like somebody, we just didn't invite them on rather than have a confrontation. There was one good one where Jim DiEugenio did debate John McAdams. I thought that was done fairly, you know, regardless, you know. Each person, I think, spoke for 15 minutes, and, you know, so I don't think anybody's mind got changed, though. I mean, if you like McAdams, it didn't change. But I thought it was very, like you said, innovative, like, you know, not too many people were doing that kind of thing. Well,
oh, definitely they weren't. It actually took quite a long time for podcasts to really take off, and so you have years ahead of most programs. And some of the interviews I really don't think you would be able to find anywhere else. Like you said, I mean, the documentation of the early JFK interviews, the witnesses, that was a huge part of the founding reason for going with Black Op Radio. And I loved that you used Mae Brussels as a template for how to set up a show, and just do a presentation, interview the guests, let them say what they have to say, and try to get a bit of background on them and see why their approach is and who they are, and bring something personal into it. There was a lot of tremendously well done research presented, and all of that is wonderful, but I really personally loved the first-hand witness type interviews that we did. Those are by far the ones that stuck out the most. I really appreciated the interview we got with Dr. Chris Shaw, when they did the innovative look at aluminum hydroxide as an adjuvant. And, that was a very important subject for me, too, as well as the JFK thing, just for me personally, was vaccines. And I'll tell you straight up, I'm not anti-vax. In fact, a person could get that impression, but I'm not. I actually am very pro-vax. I just had a problem with driving a Pinto when I could have a safe car. And that's the way I look at it. I think we're on the cusp of some amazing breakthroughs in vaccines that will give us very long lives. But, I have an issue with metal adjuvants. I mean, the whole point of that is to introduce a poison to cause an autoimmune reaction, which is great for a lot of people. It actually works very well. But if somebody, a small child, for example, is born with a heavy metal load already and has metal poisoning, that's a real problem. And I'll tell you, I did eventually go in and get myself thoroughly tested for metals poisoning because I knew I had a problem. So I spent years detoxing. So my instincts on that, for me personally, were what they were. But it wasn't that I didn't appreciate the benefits of the medicine, and I actually truly do. But Dr. Shaw was wonderful because he came at this from a perspective, he's a doctor like anybody else, and he just wants to see the science. And when he saw what aluminum hydroxide did, and he realized that there was something that hadn't been properly vetted. Nowadays you can go online and you can see biopharma articles saying that, it's time to take aluminum hydroxide out of the placebos for vaccine trials. Well, I have to ask, why were they ever in the placebos? You shouldn't have aluminum hydroxide in the placebo. How is that a placebo then? If you're reacting to the aluminum hydroxide, or somebody is, how do you know, right? It's in the placebo. So I think that's being stopped. And a lot of that is awareness. Some of that is just shoddy science. And some of it is because these things were grandfathered, because polio was so severe, and aluminum hydroxide worked better than not having it. And, I understand that. But medicine, the researchers, they got lazy and they went with what had been approved. And there was some devastation. So I really appreciated that original interview with Dr. Shaw. It was wonderful, and that did get some traction over the years.
Couple of things that I liked was that we did a show the week of 9/11, and it happened on a Tuesday, and our show was on Thursday. And right away we were skeptical, and people have written back to me over the years and said, Len, it was only 2 days and you were already talking about some of the things that didn't add up. They said it's not like we jumped on a bandwagon. I mean, we were on point on a few of those things. I like getting those letters. We also were on top of things. Scott Enyart's trial for the LAPD, where he had his films confiscated, and he didn't get it back for 20 years. And then when he was supposed to get it back, it got stolen on the way to the courthouse it's incredible. Also, you mentioned Jack Smith and April Oliver. We were talking to them on the air before her trial, and then after the trial, there was a gag order, so they couldn't talk about it again. So
exactly.
Yeah. So
the only place to get that story is through Black Op Radio archives.
Another one was Jesse Ventura when he was gagged from talking about. They shut him down for 3 years. They said you're not allowed to talk on any American media. You can't go on any show, but we'll continue to pay you. But we're terminating your contract, but if you keep your mouth shut, we'll just keep paying you. So when we contacted him and said, well, we're from Canada, he was only too happy to get out and talk about 9/11 and all the frauds that he had seen in his investigation, even with his son. So that was interesting. And there was many people in the early couple of years that we were kind of on top of things.
Yeah. With regards to 9/11, I have to say I'm very sad with the way that whole thing evolved, because from my perspective, I've never considered myself a truther, and it was always a thorn under my gills, this 9/11 for the scholars for 9/11 truth and all that stuff. Because here's the thing, I had a lot of first-hand inside information, and I never saw any of them lift a finger to find out anything more about it. They were all running with this and that. I had to kind of sit back and be quiet about it. If there's one thing that I do have regret about, it's that I didn't bite down hard and call out the bullshit when I heard it too. I did let people talk too much, and I'm sorry. I know people have their thing to say, but all that happened was that the water got muddied from every direction, and the real issues got buried. And I always thought that it would somehow come around, and we get this thing straightened out. I think that there was a lot of irresponsibility, and there was a lot of prior warning that wasn't dealt with. And that much of the obfuscation just succeeded in letting those people get away with it. So I'm really sad about that. I was actually hoping that we were able to do something good and progressive in that regard, as we did with the JFK case, as we did with a few other issues, such as voting and whatnot. But that still leaves the sad part on my soul, that we never really got it with that.
Yeah.
And it was just way too big. Something like that was way too big. We couldn't have a... And I don't feel like I feel like if I could go back, there were things I would do differently. But that's hindsight. That's 20/20 vision, and it's the one place I still, like I said, have my regrets.
Yeah, no problem.
But for the most part, I'm telling you, I think that the show was so excellent in setting some things in history that were actually witness oriented, and to me, that is the best part about it, because there's nothing like first-hand accounts, and you got a few of those, that's for sure, lined up early on. So I found that was very impressive. So thank you, for even thinking about it, Len, because that's an important part of who I became in my life.
You're part of Black Ops Radio. Well, you were already pretty together. When I met you, your husband was recording in the studio, and you saw a lot of books that I had and Colonel Prouty stuff. So as soon as we started talking, I knew you had a real interest in, and you had your feet in the ground. You didn't just see a movie or something. You would really research stuff. That's what led to, I think, a lot of the shows that were medical oriented were your prompting. If we had a guest on talking about, other than the JFK assassination, that we were kind of a good combo. I had tunnel vision of just American conspiracies, and you brought on so many other things. I remember one time we had a fella, Steve Smith, I think his name was, right? Do you remember him? And he was a victim of mind control, MK Ultra, and he had sued to get money back.
Yes, he had a mass of records from the institution here in Canada, and he had successfully sued. And I know it's a real eye-opener. You're right, Steve Smith. I got to know him for quite a while before we actually did the interview, so I had lots of time to go through his documents, and it was mind-blowing. I mean, this doctor put young boys naked together in a capsule, drugged them just to see how their behavior would evolve over time. And I mean, this is part of the treatment. It just goes on from there. It was just the lack of ethics involved for this, and the lack of proper oversight is still mind-boggling. So, fairly won that lawsuit. And amazing for him that he managed to get his life together under the circumstances. And he's not the only one that...
that Dr. Ewan Cameron was doing the psychic driving, putting people with LSD, even when they were in a coma. They would be for 10 days or something like that, just in a coma and fed LSD, and to see what happened. And, of course, when they came out, their mind was scrambled. Well, anyway, we did a lot of good shows, and I think there's still a lot of good shows left in Black Op Radio. So I'll invite you to pop in if you have a topic you want to bring up with me. Do something. Keep in touch. I'd be happy to share a microphone with you again.
Well, great, Len. And I tell you, I think that you're on par for another 1,000 shows, probably, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I really don't know what. Yeah.
You're in there pretty good. The fact that you've managed this long to keep it going and that's just terrific.
Yeah.
That's terrific. So congratulations for going this far. I mean, it's a really big milestone.
Yeah, more than Mae Brussel. Not that means anything, but I mean, I think that was the standard. I think she did 808, 9.
Yeah, she was in the 800s. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Until someone got to her, I suspect foul play. But anyway, we're in Vancouver, Canada, so I think we're a little isolated from that. But anyway,
I hope so.
Yeah. All right. Well, just before we close, then, is there anything you want to mention?
No. You know what? I think we've largely covered it. Just want to say thank you for everything, and keep up the great work.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Anita.
Okay. Have a great day.
Okay. Good night.
Bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right. Our next contributor to this 1000th show is Mark de Valk from the UK. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Len. How are you getting on out west?
Good out here in Vancouver, no problem. Well, I'm glad you can take time to help celebrate. It's the 1000th show of Black Op Radio, and this is over 20 years now, and you've been on the show several times. I've had the good fortune of you coming to the studio. We did a show right from the studio, and we also were in Hawaii together, small Hawaii conference that ended up happening, and geez, they're out there with John Armstrong, but a lot of things have gone on that me and you have become friends and researchers, over the JFK assassination research. So I wanted to give you a few minutes just to have you summarize your recollections of Black Op Radio and contributions you've made. And
yeah, sure. Well, thanks for having me on, Len. Yeah, first, it's an amazing feat to get 1,000 shows. I guess Mae Brussel is in second place there, so you've long passed her. I think she did 800 and something shows, so you're up to 1,000. So hopefully we can carry on for another 20 years. That's the goal. We'll be getting into our advanced years at that point, but I'm confident that we're going to keep going. And sort of like the Duquesne conference, we're sort of passing the torch of information to the hopefully younger generation as they come up through and go through the case and be inspired by all the amazing researchers. And I know we were just chatting, in the last 20 years, some of our finest first and second decade researchers have passed on. But the great thing is that they're captured all on Black Op Radio. So I encourage everybody to support you and go back through the archives. I mean, of course, I remember way back when in April 2000 on your first show, you had Greg Burnham. I know we've mentioned that before, but you've also had right after that, I was just refreshing my memory and seeing people like Michael Rupert, who's also passed away. I think he got into some troubles in a troubled psychological state and ended up in Canada, but he produced some great work, and then especially his 9/11 book. So that was interesting. You had him on your second show. And then I remember, someone like Professor Scott. I don't know whatever happened to him. Do you remember him? He
passed away too. Donald Scott, he passed away. Yeah, that's the bad thing about 20 years. A lot of people, I think it's approaching 40 people that are no longer with us. That
right, but what was his research? Yeah, his research field again, Len. Can you remind me?
It was into AIDS and the CIA connections.
So to viruses.
Yeah, biological warfare. And he had a magazine. He had several. So they're all in the archives. The good thing about the show is also we have show notes, so you can kind of scan through and see what each show was.
Yeah, I was also wondering at some point, take those show notes, do you have an overall searchable database, like an index for that?
Yeah, if you go to Black Op Radio archive shows, every year is there, and then I don't post.
Can you search by topic and person?
Well, they're by HTML files, so I mean you could just do a Google topic, and if you're lucky enough, it'll show up, or you can just go through them and read them. But yeah, you could open each page like 2010 and look at all you could search that page.
Yeah, because I think that's also important. Just because I teach filmmaking at a university, students they like to search, and they're quite adamant about, even on our university portal, we don't have a proper search function, and they say if we have a search function, we'll look for it, otherwise not. So I'm wondering that might be something to make it a really easy search bar right on the front. But that's just a suggestion. But I just wanted to get back to, it's interesting though. Yes, you have JFK researchers, and I've mentioned, someone like Michael Rupert and Donald Scott. So they're all peripherally connected to sort of intelligence functions that plug into the whole JFK notion. And also you had like Donald Gibson, who wrote one of my favorite books on battling Wall Street. That's one of the best. You had early William Davey. I was very, very impressed with that, Len. How did you get William Davey at the beginning there?
I just asked him in the very beginning with Anita. I just said, let's plan 10 shows. So we wrote out 10 people that we'd want to talk to, and then it became 11, and now it's 1,000.
Yeah, and your first year you had a lot of heavy hitters. You had Scott Enyart and Dave Ratcliffe off at the beginning there, and Jim Mars as well, and Jean Hill.
Yeah.
Jean Hill, has she passed on?
Oh, yeah.
She's gone, and her book is very good. So really,
I don't want to talk about too many people that have passed away. Let me ask a question of you. What's your first recollection of when you were on? And then, like you mentioned, I forgot that we went to the Pittsburgh conference together as well.
Yeah, that was amazing. All the researchers were there. And all those researchers who are at these conferences, I would say you've probably spoken to 90% of them. Is there anybody you would like to get that has been an interesting challenge to find?
The only person who I have not spoken to is Vince Salandria. He doesn't really do radio interviews very often, and see if I can. But I mean, I don't feel like I have to force somebody on. Like I got to interview. He's done a lot of stuff. He's spoken at conferences, and the odd time, maybe once a year, I email him. But I guess maybe some of the people have done it enough. But like I said, do you recall the first time you were on? Do you have any recollections of early listening to Black Op Radio? And
yes, I was listening right away. I had just moved to the UK in August 2000, so I had already started listening. And then when I came here, it was a great link to be able to keep in touch with the researchers. And then I hooked up from that with the Dealey Plaza UK group that at the time was headed by Ian Griggs, who's been on your show a number of times and has always attended the conferences. So I carried on with that. So it helped. I think I heard Ian or somebody connected with DPUK on your show, and I thought, oh, great, there's a group here in the UK, because I was down in the southwest part of the UK, so I was more in an isolated area. So your show helped me connect up with the people here. And then I got involved with that group and their magazine and their conferences. So that was great. And, everybody here in the UK, all the researchers listen to your show. So that's always, it brings international people together. But some of my favorite ones, of course, going to Hawaii. I remember, yes, you were going to have that fantastic super conference. And you know what? We did have a super conference. It was you, me, and Wes Swearingen, and do you remember him there? The FBI guy?
Yeah, that's on video. We've got that.
Yeah, so you and I in Hawaii having a chat about DPUK. I came all the way from the UK. So even on a social level, it's not only the information you have, but it's bringing people together. And we get to hear each other's voices at the least, and then many of us get to meet each other in person. So it's like Black Op Radio has kept everybody sort of together in terms of a conversation about the case and all the details, and bringing in new people. Like I really enjoyed when you brought in Paul Bleau from Montreal. I had never heard of him before, and all his research he did on looking at how teaching materials have been used to present the case and so forth. And he's done a lot of good stuff that I enjoyed. I mean, there's so many, of course, the early days of Jim Fetzer, we used to enjoy that. And now that mantle's been taken over sort of by Jim DiEugenio weekly. And I think everyone looks forward to these weekly updates. So there's probably, most people will probably listen to all 20 years of shows. But I have one question, Len. At the time you started your Black Op Radio, Fletcher Prouty was still alive, and I believe he was still alive until June of 2001. Did you ever ask him to come on the show?
No, I didn't. And I can tell you why. I was doing radio shows with him. I was doing, when he would do an interview, because I had the CD-ROM, he said, Len, I don't know much about computers like that, so I'll talk about the Pentagon, and as soon as they ask about something new, you can be there. Well, I did few with him, 5 or 10 shows, and I was appalled at the knowledge of the interviewers. They were just, someone set up interviews and they knew nothing about the topic. Maybe they'd seen the movie JFK, maybe they hadn't, but I was hardcore into everything Fletcher had done, his days in the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, American foreign policy, and I was appalled. So that's how I started Black Op Radio. In the recording studio, situation happened that I could broadcast, and I was just learning how I could do that. So I asked Anita. I said, "Listen, I've always had an idea to do something," and Fletcher he became a little ill. And so he really wasn't doing them, and it just kind of accidentally fell into place that, well, who would you want to talk to, right? Okay, Mike Rupert, Bill Davey, let's pick, well, I talked to them, and then it just started. So it was very nonchalant, very, like Dave Ratcliffe, and of course Greg Burnham had been doing a lot of JFK forum work. Forums were, I think, a bigger thing back then. I guess everything's been taken over by Facebook. But anyway, we just started. And we just started.
So that's how, so when so you he didn't want to sort of be formally on the show, or was that something he would just want to keep in the background because of his position?
He became ill, and it was just something that I was branching off into. For instance, that I had done so much work, years working on a CD-ROM, that I had exhausted everything. And when I started doing interviews with him on the air, we were, I think, both disappointed, and it was kind of enough of this, right? And so this was something different. It was well, now that I've researched Fletcher quite a bit, let's talk to a few other people. And it wasn't that I was going to tackle a new topic, but it was just more I could, be interested in 9/11, Mike Rupert and Anita certainly had a lot of health issue interests, right? Like vaccines and things like that. So, and how I met her is her husband was recording in the studio, and she saw all the books I had, and she was very interested in them. And I said, listen, I'm just doing the CD-ROM now. I need somebody to help spell check, because there's articles and articles here, but I had to type them out, and I've always made a mistake, OUR became ARERR, and anyway. So she read them all, so she was intimate with everything about Fletcher. So that's when I just said, hey, let's do a few interviews, right? And
okay, so that's how you two got started, because I remember those early years you did the co-hosting.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's very interesting now, because I do remember her discussions about vaccines and so forth, and here we are 20-odd years later.
Yeah.
Going through something that's quite relevant to these discussions.
Yeah.
So that's the great thing, is that you can dip in and out of these. I so many nights, have listening rather than putting on the generic radio. I usually put on one of these interviews, and it's you ones you may have heard 5, 6, 10, 12 years ago, and then when you pop them on, it's oh yeah, I remember listening to that, but you had forgotten the information. So it's always great as a replenisher. You know what I mean? Having this fantastic accessible archive. Allows you to dip in and out, sort of we used to do with Mae Brussels, and probably still do. Her shows are interesting to listen to. These are forever. And Len, do you have a secondary backup so that nothing could, no kind of virtual virus could get at these, just in case?
They're backed up. It's 4 or 5 computers and hard drives, and oh my God, I've got a box of hard drives for every year. So it's along with all the music, rock bands and stuff that I have to archive. So anyway, they're not that big. They're on MP3s, And I've got them available from direct download by the year. So if you just find somebody you wanted to hear, you can find the year 2004 and just download that one year. But like I say, if you're interested and you do a search and you find the guests, like you can go on you can search the schedule, and it's got all the people there. For instance, if you're trying to find something about Jim Douglas or Mark Lane or something, and then you see what show he was on, and you can look at that year, and you can read the show notes and the links and things like that. That way you can see exactly what the show... You know, I should say this. In the early days, I used to do maybe 3 segments. So show number 450 might have 3 different guests on. So there'd be 450 part 1, part 2, part 3. So there's a lot of episodes, and many of them had 3 parts.
No, that was amazing. Yeah, it was always like a fabulous smorgasbord of information. You know what I mean? And I just wanted to say, amazing thanks for your contribution. You know, if we all, and that's what, as people in any area of interest, if you can commit and contribute in just one focused area and put sort of that brick of information into that house of knowledge. So we've got this fantastic now 20-year archive house of knowledge with all these fantastic informational bricks, so to speak. And you've sort of been the master builder. You laid the foundation. So on behalf of everybody here in the UK, in the research and everywhere, I'm sure, many, many kind thanks for your dedication and it will long live into the future. So thank you very much, Len.
Well, you're welcome. And one thing I would like to say is that when I'm doing an interview, I didn't go to journalism school per se. I mean, I know the topic intimately, so I know, but I never figured I had to sway someone's opinion. I really like to have a long interview and let the guest talk. But then when it was my opinion, and I thought, okay, that's when me and Jeff did 50 Reasons for 50 Years, and I'm quite happy with that. Then that was our opinions. In the beginning of each episode, I was pissed off at Gary Mack, so I got into character and said, "Here."
Yeah, your old nemesis, Larry Dunkel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you ever? Oh, speaking of that, did you ever speak? Who was the most challenging interview you had? Out of curiosity, was there any one or two individuals that you had some good information, or
I can think of two. I can think of two. The one was a guy. I think his name was Stone. It might have been.
Oh, the guy who made the documentary on Oswald.
Yeah, I remember planning Robert Stone. Okay, good. And then a couple of days beforehand, I phoned him up and I said, "Listen, I don't like ambushing people, and I'm not that kind. It's not that kind of show. So I just wanted to tell you, I think we should cancel it because I really don't believe any of it." I just laid the cards on the table, and he said, "No, I listen to your shows. I know you're not here, but give me a chance to make my case." And I was so surprised. I said, "Well, sure, just as long as you know I'm negative to this." And I let him. And it was a little. I mean, it wasn't that hard. But the only other one which was a little hard, was Robert Blakey. Sometimes I've seen Larry King or these other guys on, and I go, "Ask the question. Why don't you ask him?" And I remember thinking, "Oh God, here's Blakey. I don't believe a word of it." But he was nice enough to come on, and he kind of had to know that it wasn't going to be friendly territory. That or maybe he didn't know how unfriendly I'd be. But yeah, I kind of regretted I wasn't tougher on him. But I thought there would be maybe another interview down the road. I just the first time I didn't want to tell him off. I wanted to let him talk and have his side of the story.
Is that where you? Well, the good thing that came of that was when you spoke to Lopez and Hardway about that Lopez Hardway report. That was fantastic as well. Yeah. Did Blakey come on after that or before that?
Oh, I don't remember because I've had those guys on a few times. So it
yeah,
they were after, right. But that's
that was amazing.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you something that's amazing, though. Do you remember this? Jim DiEugenio and John McAdams debate. I hosted, I think.
Oh, yeah, that was great. I learned that new word called factoid.
That's not a word.
What's his name? John going on there about these factoids. And, I mean, it was just like, I mean, I'm convinced I would like to see his tax records and see what other form of income he's receiving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the fact that also, remember, Len, at the Duquesne conference, he was at the back with that Max guy?
Oh, yeah, Max Holland. I don't know if you remember this, but somehow we ended up waiting for an elevator, and I didn't see him, and he was in front of us, and he walked in the elevator, and I don't know if you were with me, but somebody was there, and I said, no, we're not getting in the same elevator with him, no. Standing, and it was like, no, I'll wait for another one.
Yeah, I mean, that was funny, and it was so funny because they stood offset, you know what I mean? But did you interview Max Holland?
No, it would be a waste of time. I mean, it's one thing to have an alternate view on, and I don't go too far out there. I mean, I've had a few people that have had views that are not mainstream, and every now and then I'll talk about something like, for instance, like the Zapruder film, or is there a man in the doorway or not? And I don't have to impose my view, but some things are just too far out,
Yeah, and it's interesting, though, because you just reminded me, the researchers, there's such an interesting dynamic, spectrum of researchers from those, and of course, across all the decades, you've covered all them, but also in their views and what they're interested in. You've got the big structural areas that are looked at, like Fletcher Prouty and Jim DiEugenio. And then you've got what I call the scenery researchers who just focus on the scenery. So that's how I sort of see the researchers and the authors. I see them, those who are able to analyze the structure of the political and historical structure of the dynamics of what was happening, like Fletcher Prouty. But he also gives you some information about the scenery. And then there's a lot of researchers who just focus on the scenery, like the people in the doorway. I mean, whether Oswald's in the doorway or not, we know he didn't do it. So, it's interesting little points and nuggets, but it's interesting how some researchers will hang on to these small areas and just focus on that. It'd be nice if you've made that case. We've all sort of got the point. And now maybe how about put your energies, take them, your good notions and research, and then try other areas. So it's interesting to get a sense, because we're all different human beings, that your collection of discussions and peoples, demonstrate that interesting stratosphere of people and, personalities and all the different voices. One thing I was interested in, Len, how many, I think you've also interviewed a lot of interesting dynamic women researchers as well.
I don't have any numbers on that.
Yeah, you had the woman who did Into the Buzzsaw. That was really good.
Yeah.
You had someone named Jane Aker, was it? Is that how you?
Yeah.
That was way back in 2002 or so. And Gary Webb, that was interesting.
Yeah. Some of these guys, if you had good research, I was there.
Yeah, and you also had filmmakers. Of course, you have Oliver Stone, and, I make my own experimental films, but I remember you had Neil Berger, The Interview with the Assassin. That was a cool film. That was a cool indie film. Do you remember that film?
Yeah, and Randy Benson, a lot of people. Well, people should go through the schedule and see all the different guests and look for yourself and find out who you're interested in.
Yeah. Did you I know you released, before we go, Len, you had your favorites. Are those still stand? I know you really liked the Scott Enyart one. Was there any others that you really liked?
Well, the one that took me years to find, I mean, I'm still looking for one guy right now, but was Lawrence Singer. He's the author of The Parallax View, which became a movie.
Yeah, that was the film by Alan J. Pakula, the director.
Right. And
there was, Warren Beatty was in it.
Warren Beatty, yeah.
And Alan J. Pakula is the director, and he made that before All the President's Men.
But that's a hell of a film, and that was a great story. I looked for that guy a long time, and when I finally phoned him and said, will you do the interview, I was just thrilled.
Yeah, and also your interdispersing of Fletcher Prouty's materials over the years. Those are always, I can listen to those over and over. I'm just wondering, Len, was there any other audio archive that's never been posted, or if we exhausted everything that Fletcher did verbally?
The important stuff is all out there. If there's some little things that I have quite a few videos, and he's been on
Well, he gave me his whole cassette collection. Every time he was on a radio show, they would give him a copy. But the stuff he talked about privately with me and Dave Ratcliffe is all the good stuff. And,
so it's basically it was only you and Dave Ratcliffe that were interviewing him during these times?
There was a guy named Patrick Formey. I mean, John Judge did sit down with him. But that's what amazed me when I thought, why isn't more people, why aren't more people talking to him? Are you kidding me?
Oh, I know.
And then I just went, well, I guess it's me. I couldn't believe it. So
yeah, no, the fantastic thing was it's also because when you post his interviews, he makes references to the, times in the 70s where he had to, the only places where who would publish his materials were sort of these men's magazines in the 70s. And I'm just wondering, did he say that was the only place that would publish these? And how did he approach them? I mean, did he have any, because that's quite interesting.
Well, basically he wrote a lot and they didn't get published. That's what made me decide to make the CD-ROM. Then he said, Len, I've got all these articles, but nobody will publish them. And he had like a stack, So I said, well, here, maybe I'll scan them and I'll put them in. And then, well, I've got this audio and I got some video and look at all your pictures. And then the movie JFK had come out. So this was around 95. So, but anyway, I do have an interest of Fletcher Prouty, but on Black Op Radio, I never really pushed it, just in case. I mean, it's not every week talking Fletcher, It's just like, you know what? I bring him up during his birthday, maybe on the anniversary of his passing away. So probably 3 times a year I'll play Fletcher Prouty, something,
Yeah, well, he's sort of like I really like, his discussions that you brought about his connection with Jim Garrison. And it's too bad, Jim Garrison wasn't able to be healthier, but he made it through the first Oliver Stone film. Did Oliver Stone mention anything in his interviews you had with him about meeting Jim Garrison or talking with him? Do you remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me and Jeff Carter interviewed Oliver, and we have a bunch of footage with Fletcher and Oliver, and we're putting something together. But it's like one of those things that's just taken us a long time. I mean, we did 50 Reasons for 50 Years, and then we did the 1968 postscript. So that was just in 2018, I guess. And then I think, in this next year, you'll see something come out from me and Jeff, which is going to be a documentary on Fletcher. And,
okay, that's really good. And you're going to be using his own sort of words and voice and talking to people who knew him?
Yeah, and it's still in the. But when Oliver came to town, we talked to him for about half an hour, and we have that on film as well. Just Oliver talking about his recollections of Fletcher.
Yeah, because I would encourage, everybody, and this, when we have a fuller interview later, I'm going to talk about it, but his book, JFK, the CIA, Vietnam, and the Plot to Assassinate John F. Kennedy, with, the updated version. That book is fantastic.
Well, my favorite is Understanding Special Operations, the interviews with Dave Ratcliffe.
Those are all interviews. Yeah. Those were all interviews he did with Fletcher.
Yeah, those are transcribed. So Understanding Special Operations is my favorite. Well, look, Let's talk again a couple times a year, but I'm always pleased to have you on to talk about research, especially people from across the ocean there. I just want to give you a couple of minutes here today just to go over, like you have done, thank you, the highs and recollections of Black Op Radio over the last 20 years.
Yes, and that's great. Again, fantastic work. Your focus, is fantastic, Len. I don't know how you're able to keep that focus because I know it's a lot of work. Just from me editing for a year or so, a couple of years, the Dealey Plaza UK Journal, it's a lot of work. So well done for you to make that effort. And I'm so happy that we have a Canadian at the helm. Well done.
All right. Thank you very much for taking time out today.
Okay, Len, thank you so much. And then in our future talk, we will talk about, I'm going to talk about Garrison, Prouty, and Edward Lansdale, who I'm looking into. So I look forward to discussing that with you after our 1000th or somewhere in between there. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
In this next segment of our 1000th show, we are joined by researcher, author, one of the best inspirational people I know, Mr. David Ratcliffe. Hello, Dave.
Hi, Len. Always grateful to be with you on Black Op.
Well, 20 years, and I've done many shows with you. You were an inspiration to me because of your great scholarly work you did with Fletcher Prouty. It's unparalleled, and the fact that we both got to know Fletcher and his great disposition, if you sat down as a scholar, as an interested civilian, even in my case, that, I didn't have any, my first letter to him is, I don't have a grudge, I don't have anything, I just want to know how the world worked. And he sat down, and your interviews from, I think it was 1988 and 89, are almost the Mount Everest of how you could greet someone, intelligently ask them to elaborate on their book. His book was The Secret Team, and let me put it this way, I haven't heard anything better. I know there's things we look up to, like Jim Douglas's research, maybe Jim DiEugenio, Oliver Stone, other people that are doing work, but your work was inspirational. So I thank you for all the times you've been on Black Op Radio, and I just want to give you 5 or 10 minutes just to, touch on that, and what your thoughts were, and then for the future.
Black Op has enjoyed an incredible ride thanks to your vision and your devotion to honoring and serving life's needs on Earth. It's a very, very powerfully potent time of evolutionary change for our species. There's a lot that is hanging in the balance, and with the kinds of crisis era that we're in, there's always that possibility of extraordinarily powerful shifts in creative evolutionary threads and trains that in a very short time, as things become more and more out of control and out of balance, just as much as they can go over the cliff, there's another way that things can shift very rapidly as they are doing more and more so. It's easy to see the sort of negative shifts at this point, but there are also other levels of change that are very, very active. They're not really covered at all, much less even perceived by visible forms of media, monetized media, mind-controlled media. And what you have provided is a very significant and vital offset and bulwark to the kind of craving oblivion that nuclear weapons or the things with electronic control, digital control, surveillance, etc., military, biological warfare, all these things, there's also that still potent seed of the genius of us wearing these human overcoats and the prospects for something that serves all of our relations, our own species and every other relative that we share this irreplaceable home with. My opportunity to meet Fletcher in the first place, thanks to John Judge, irreplaceable precious friend and inspiration. John provided the introduction, and I was at that point, by listening to Mae Brussell and Tom Davis, her bookseller, who gave me a copy of The Secret Team and the Freedom magazine articles that Fletcher had written about JFK, CIA, JFK, and Vietnam War that became his book, JFK, that came out right after Oliver Stone's movie. There was all of these tracks that were occurring, and as I've said many times, I went to go interview Fletcher just because I wanted to be able to talk to him, to have the opportunity, and to record our conversation, which finally in 10 years turned into the book Understanding Special Operations. But people like that, you and I, we stand on the shoulders of these other people, some already passed, some still with us, that have the vision and the understanding of what human beings are capable of in their absolutely genius creativity and connection with all the life that we are part of here on Mother Earth. It's not ours, we are its. And so the 20 plus years Times Around the Sun ride that you have created, provided, fostered, kept alive, and very significantly expanded, you exercise your intuition and your intelligence in the unique ways you were born to do. And that has made a wonderful contribution to the possibilities of our single, unitary human family. That is all there is. The constant thought manipulation that attempts to divide and claim that there are these differences is the most powerful thing. It goes back to Rome, divide and conquer. It's very, very endemic, but it's not the only energy that's out there to change what is into something not that's death-dealing and very, very dumbed down and a few controlling everything else to the detriment of everything, including the few who cannot see that their own desire for control is actually the surefire way to really end all life on Earth, not just humans. So all of us who understand that that's not the way that we were born into these human overcoats to somehow find the possibility of greater connection, greater understanding of our interrelatedness, of our interdependence with all our relatives, all the mobile life on Earth, well, even trees or plants, they're mobile, but they don't move the way we do, but they move in other ways. The water, the air, the wind, the mountains, the oceans, all the land, all that is here with us. It's an unimaginable gift that we've all been given to be here. So we all do what we can. I am behind by about a year, but I'm still working on making the print-on-demand and e-book published versions of Vince Salandria's nonpareil work, his life's work, starting on November 22nd, 1963, of False Mystery, Essays on the JFK Assassination, the digital book released on the 100th anniversary of John Fitzgerald Kennedy's birth, May 29th, 2017, on the internet on radical.org. And I've added a few more chapters and pieces to that since May 29th, 2017. This year, I will somehow make these copies available for anyone who's interested as a historical reference of the life of our times by a man who gave his all, has given his all, thank goodness he's still with us, to pointing out that there is no mystery. There's no mystery in how the 35th President of the United States was dispatched by elements of the national security state that did not want to end the Cold War, as President Kennedy was working towards, but wanted to win it, as Jim Douglas so aptly points out. So as long as there are those of us who understand these are the stakes we're on, but this is also the story, like Jim Douglas's point about this wonderful transformative story of a man who gave his all, including his life, as did Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy, the same story 4 times over, to change things in the way that all of us, when we're born and before we're influenced by the minders of corporate empire, empire, not just in the United States, but it certainly is huge here, corporate, want to, from the time we're young, there's a wonderful understanding there of that interconnectedness and that joy and mysterious wonder of all that we encounter when we're here. A highly developed sense of wonder is probably the greatest gift we were given when we were born, and for those of us fortunate enough to still have it once we've shedded the life we lived in childhood and grew up into something else. For the rest of our time, we can somehow explore and endeavor to manifest greater understanding and expressions of that highly developed sense of wonder. So just thank you so much for all you have contributed to the life of our time, this epoch of world that we find ourselves in, where it is up to us to do everything and anything we can, glean, imagine, think of, dream of, create, construct, that further honors and serves the life we've been given and share with everything here for the furtherance of life, for all our other than human kin, for all the children and all that follow us here.
Well, you're always inspirational whenever I talk to you, so those are big boots to fill. I'll try to do what I can. Sometimes I tell people that I do the bare minimum, but I try. So together good, and I just love to have you on and talk, an hour, 2 hours, coming up. So keep in touch with me and let me know what you're doing, and of course, as soon as that book is ready, I'll be glad to have you on, and maybe even Vince on as well. But thank you so much for just taking time today. I just want to make sure that the important people that were on Black Op Radio had time just to add something, what you've just been so eloquent in adding. I think the people that tune in looked up to John Kennedy as someone who was really trying to make a positive change.
He was very much devoted to that. His wisdom from suffering that he experienced from childhood through World War II and on, and his sense of the fragility of life and the preciousness and irreplaceableness of it gave him the vision of everything, including his understanding of I have a rendezvous with death, that he had a sense of the briefness of his journey time here, and he gave his all, as so many others have before and since, before and after. And to close, many people try. You succeed, Len. You exercise your energies in very, very productive and constructive, creatively constructive ways. So some of us try. You actually, you provide. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Dave Ratcliffe, it's been a pleasure to have you on over the years. I hope we continue to discuss and make this place a better place to live.
I look forward to that too. Thank you.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest is filmmaker Randy Benson. Hello, Randy.
Hi, Len. How are you?
Very good. This is our anniversary show. It is our 1,000th show, 20 years in the making, and you've been on. I've had a lot of contact with you over the years, at least. So thank you very much for making time.
Oh, my pleasure, and congratulations. That's an amazing feat. I find it hard to believe I've been listening for about 19 and a half years.
Well, yeah, it kind of just slowly gathered steam. I do recall vividly with Anita saying, look, let's plan 10 shows. We'll do 10, and if we get through those 10, see what happens, right?
Right.
Well, I wanted to ask you if you had anything that made a note to you that due to Black Op Radio you heard, or any impression of Black Op Radio over the years, and what you think of JFK research.
Yeah, moving forward.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you,
when I started really committing to making my film, The Searchers, of course I got online and started pouring over as many resources as I could. Before that, I'd done a lot of reading, but I had found no real community up to that point. And then I found your show about halfway through your first season, and I couldn't believe what I was listening to. I had no idea there was such a large community. I had no idea there was anyone out there like you committed to putting together a show that resonated with so many people. And so my first experience with the community was through Black Op Radio, and I've been listening ever since. It's part of my weekly listening. And I tell you, in the past, when people have asked me what's the best primer to get started on JFK research, or can I go to learn, I used to send people, and I still do, to Sylvia Maher's book, to the early books, to early films, Rush to Judgment film. But now, and since you made them, the series 50 for 50 is where I send everyone now, because they're such great episodes, and you've broken them down where they're short enough that people can sit through them in just a quick sit and get a breadth of knowledge. And it also gives people another place to start. So all of your guests blew me away. I thought I knew a lot about the case, but just watching your short films just helped me in my research and in clarifying things for my film. So, kudos. Hats off to you, buddy, because those are really terrific films, and it's such a tremendous resource for the research community.
Yeah, they were meant to be short. That was the thing we were thinking about, short attention span. Like, if we're going to talk about the bullet or the item or the x-ray or whatever it was, let's just make it short and give the hint that there's so much more if you just look into it. So,
yeah,
the tip of the iceberg. And that was, I remember we had a couple that went a little longer, but my favorite episode might be number 44, and it was Dan Hardway, and he said, yeah, he'd be happy, but he had been the victim of people cutting up an interview and making it and changing it, the order and things. So he said, listen, I'm going to send you what I want to say. I'm going to write it out. And if this is okay, this is what I'm almost going to just read this, okay? So this will be my contribution for your episodes about his time with the House Select Committee and assassinations, right? Yeah, we said, okay, fine. And it ended up being 11 minutes. And we're going, but, I don't want to cut anything, so we'll just leave it 11 minutes, right?
Yeah, well, I tell you, after the 25th episode, after the 5th episode, I wanted more and more and more. So, I think that was a great decision. And that episode, I vividly remember, because that's when, that's the first time I heard from an insider that Blakey said, oh my God, we didn't investigate conspiracy. And, from someone like Dan Hardway, that was amazing to hear. And you were the only one who got it. You were the first one to get it. Afterwards, he had said it. He said it a few more times in public and in interviews, but you were the first one.
Well, I'm not sure
it's
about
amazing
that.
What you've created, man.
I guess we can all thank Gary Mack for that. I can, because it's so funny. I spitefully made that series. I was so mad at him at the 50th anniversary. I thought, oh my God, he's going to be spewing this shit week after week. And I'm already doing Black Op Radio. I did the shows once a week. So I continued with 52 shows of Black Op Radio. But at the meantime, it just, one other guy, Jeff Carter, would come down and he had a good insight into it. Anyway, that's that. Well, tell me, share your dismay or optimism about researching the JFK assassination now that we're in the year 2020, and do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing right now is to get all of the remaining documents released. And a lot of us, regardless how anyone feels about Trump, the fact that Roger Stone, who's a controversial figure in the research community, but even still, he had Trump's ear, and we thought
I thought, and a lot of other people thought, that Trump would actually let the release happen without stopping it. You know, I was surprised that he stopped the release and stopped for the first 6 months until, April 2018, I believe, and then just kicked it down the road to 2021. So my hope is that the remaining documents aren't stopped from being released by the next president. But, you know, I tend to remain optimistic, but it's difficult in 2020. But with that said, there's still millions of documents that normal people, like people in my film, just independent researchers and investigators poring over documents, revealing little truths behind the national security state that give us a better view of our history. And so what keeps my optimism is just my fellow researchers out there and people listening to your show and the work other people are doing. So I may stand alone, but I remain optimistic about the future of JFK research. I really do.
Well, good. And like you said, there is a lot already out there. That was somebody told me early in the game, Len, you won't believe how much information's out there. So just start looking into it. There are documents and books and things unreleased that we're finding every day. Well, I wish that I wish there was more harmony in the community, but I don't know if that's just wishful thinking, you know, people's disposition. But, well, look, Randy, I just wanted to give you, because, you know, in your film, The Searchers, is another major contribution to JFK work, and it's you know, it's fantastic. So,
well, thank you.
I just want to, you know, let people know these are the people that, you know, really help Black Op Radio by you know, I know when you do your live broadcasting or other events that I've been in touch with you and email and stuff like that. So, you know, a lot of people never meet in person, but they just share a common interest, whether they agree or not. They share that, and thank you so much for your time today. Just before we wrap up, anything you would like to add then?
Yeah, definitely. One of the main questions I get in Q&As after my film, especially if there are researchers in the audience, is who do you regret most not being able to include in your film? And the first person I always name is you, because of the contribution you've made to JFK research. And no one ever, you know, you put your camera and microphone on other people and let them talk, but no one really points the camera at you and asks you to talk. So someday I'm going to make my way up to Vancouver, and hopefully we can sit down and I can ask you about how you got started and have you tell your story.
Well,
okay?
No problem. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's fun. Okay, until that day, or until the next time you're on Black Op Radio, thank you so much for taking part in our anniversary show.
Well, thank you, and congratulations, buddy.
Okay, good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
This next segment, we're joined by author-researcher Walt Brown. Hello, Walt.
Hi, Len. Hello, everybody in Len land. I hope everybody's well during these troubled times, and we'll get through it together.
Well, today's show is an anniversary. It's the 1000th show of Black Op Radio. You've been a guest.
Oh, how incredible is that?
Yeah.
That just boggles the mind. What a job you've done, Len.
Well, I just wanted to have people on to give a comment, recollection, anything they had about being on the show or contributing to 50 Reasons for 50 years, just something like that.
It was certainly a pleasure to be part of the 50 Reasons and all of your shows. And before I forget, I'd just like to make your audience aware, if they're not already, that, number one, Bob Dylan recorded about a 17-minute song called Murder Most Foul, and it's gotten rave reviews, and it's the Kennedy assassination. And the other thing is that Josiah Thompson will be coming out with a book in mid-November called The Last Second in Dallas, and he shared the major points with me back in 2013 at the Wecht seminar, and I can't wait to read the whole story, because what he told me that I can't discuss any further is just overpowering. It's really incredible, and he has done his homework. This will open some eyes. Other than that, it's been an adventure for me, for certainly with you for a lot of times. The 56 and a half years I put into it, it's just been an amazing odyssey. What I'm seeing today is a lot of focus on what they're calling the deep state. And I know what I think I know what they're trying to say, but nobody's really said it as well as could be said, and I'm not sure I could. It's a little bit amorphous, and for somebody like me who's still trying to figure out Atlantis, the deep state is a challenge. I think what it does, and I think where it should point us, is it's kind of an aggregate that's invisible, not elected, but perennial and annual, with a massive amount of power to get things done. And what I got from it in the stuff that I've read about the deep state, Mike Swanson did some real good work on it. What I learned from it is that, as far as Kennedy goes, whoever organized the assassination of John Kennedy had to be in a position that even if they were exposed, they'd survive. And I thought to myself, well, that rules out the mafia and anti-Castro Cubans and Mossad and the Federal Reserve and some of the fringe groups that people have suggested. But it puts in play the CIA, the Pentagon, that kind of thing. And from having read it and having my own thoughts about the Pentagon, I'm probably going to do a second printing of the Kennedy execution, which is still doing well, along with the Judith Baker commentary. So that's where I am, and happy 1,000, Len.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sure I'll have you on again to talk about anything you're working on. I like your research, and I try to focus on people who are doing good work in my point of view. Some people could disagree with me on who I have on or don't have on, but...
you'll always get that.
Yeah.
If there's 56,000 people at a ball game,
yeah,
half of them complain about every umpire call. It's the way it is. I'm not all that actively researching, but I'm keeping my finger on the pulse because there are some good people working hard and there are some hard people not working good. So it's a push.
Good quote.
It's still an open issue, and that's what we have to focus on down the road. So I look forward to talking to you again. I certainly look forward to the many, many comments that I've gotten from your listeners over the years. That has been absolutely joyous. Dear Walt, heard you on Black Op, blah, blah, blah. It's been wonderful. It has just been a joy. Nothing like Black Op. So thank you again. Thank you to your listeners. God bless to everybody you have on. Right or wrong, they're working at it.
All right. Thank you. Continue the good work that you've been doing, and we'll talk in the near future.
Will do. Take care, Len.
Okay.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Hello, everyone. In this next segment, we are speaking to author Joan Mellen. Hello, Joan.
Hi, Len. It's great to hear from you. Always great to hear from you.
Well, good. Thank you. I always like talking to you as well. We've met a few times in person, so it's great that we've connected. It's 1,000 shows of Black Op Radio, 20 years in the making.
I think that you've done a great job. I think you've done an exceptional job. Nothing, you were never off in any way you never had a bad moment with me. Never, not once. It's always been exceptional, pleasant, intelligent, and I enjoyed it every time.
Well, thank you so much. Anything that stands out over the years that we've done interviews at all, or?
Well, I have some thoughts about the field of study and the field of research.
Go ahead.
And that isn't always so positive. Because one of the things that, because the people, I think, were not exceptional people intellectually. That's not your fault. That's just the fault of the field that's been very narrow-minded and dictatorial. And I haven't enjoyed being as part of it all the time. But that doesn't have anything to do. That's not your fault. And I never would say no to you because you've been just terrific. And I bet nobody said otherwise, even though everybody is different.
Yeah.
The one thing that everybody has in common is that everybody enjoyed being on your program and respected you and respected the way you handled the ideas, because the people did not always act pleasantly toward each other, and they didn't always understand, I think, many ideas. But that is not you provided a forum for everybody to have their say. And I think that I'm impressed all these years by the liberalism of your approach.
Okay, very good. Do you have any thoughts about the future of JFK research, or where people are going? Are you optimistic at all?
I'm not optimistic, because I think what people should have done and might have done is to examine and understand and add some understanding for how we, that's the U.S., got into the situation that it's in, and with this moving ever rapidly toward fascism. And Jim Garrison saw it, but not everybody in this field who you'd think would, because you'd think they would share with Garrison the understanding of what's needed to make this country open-minded, and it hasn't worked out that way. And Garrison, I don't think, received the respect that he deserved. He never did anything, in my opinion, of course, that was wrong. Or to me, he always opened the field to greater depth. And I also would like to add that I remember with great fondness your program about Mark Lane when he died.
Yeah, I've done that. You know that there's, I think, about 40 people that have passed away now. I'm going through the list of people who I should call, and, he's passed away. He's passed Mark Lane, Fletcher Prouty, I think Jerry Polikoff, Brad Johnson just recently doing a lot of research in RFK assassination, and Sherry Feast. I mean, Jim Mars. It's quite a few people. So you take care of yourself. We need you.
Thank you very much for including me in this program, Len.
Oh, well, no problem.
I'm sorry I was difficult. I don't deal well with the technology.
Oh, you've never been difficult, at least with me. Okay, so it is hard to be. Yeah, it's hard to be optimistic, but the one good thing is I asked Vince Palamara that. He said, although people are arguing as much as they ever had on the internet, he thought that the quality of books that are coming out, because of a lot of good peer review now, that a lot of good books on the topic are coming out, and we should keep looking forward to that. And I have to agree that, there are some very good books come out in the last 5 years or 10 years, that... So the three people I admired, were Mae Brussel and Fletcher Prouty and Jim Garrison. So like you say, when somebody says something kind of slanderous or against Jim Garrison, I go, how can anyone have that opinion? I'm just baffled. But there are a few people that don't like him, and it's just beyond my comprehension. But, after like you mentioned about the warnings of fascism and that Jim Garrison warned us way back then. Way back then,
yes,
he thought.
Did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Well, are you working on anything new, Joan? Is there anything?
Not to be announced yet.
All right. I look forward to that.
I look forward to talking to you again.
Okay. Contact me by email or phone anytime you have anything new. Before we wrap up, then, I give you the last word if you would like to add anything at all.
No, I think I'm just a little weary.
Okay.
I'm just tired. I'm tired. But I hope to be on again. That I do feel.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you so much for taking time to talk to me today, and we'll keep in touch.
Great. Thanks, Len. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right, everyone. Our next guest that's been on Black Op Radio contributing to our anniversary show is David Josephs. Hello, David.
Hello, Len. How are you, sir?
Great. Well, thank you for taking part in this. It's an anniversary show, like I said, 1000th episode, and I wanted to have guests just to talk about recollections of Black Op Radio and then, the future of optimism of where we're going with research.
Definitely. No, I'm first of all, big congratulations to you. 1000 shows is quite a milestone, and I have to say, the information available both visually and auditorily, the way you've put it together and created really an archive of just really the most amazing research. The shows that you put together are easy to digest and understand. I don't know that we as a community have even given you enough props for what you've done and what you've done for future generations. So thank you, Len, one, for even having all of us be able to put these things down for all time, and for being just such a great guy. In terms of the future, I was mentioning, we were talking just a little while ago, sometimes there's this, a case of burnout where you just kind of have to step back for a second. And I have found that I love searching around the internet for whatever I can come up with. And I came across Harold Weisberg's entire directory of information. And yes, I was kind of burnt out and out of it, but as you start to go through and see his documents from the mid-'60s and the side liner notes and the discussions he's had with the different researchers that were first-generation questioners of the reports, it amazes me how it rekindled the desire again to get into and look under the surface on so many of the different subjects available. And I think that's where we are now, is that each subject has enough people that they're diving deeper than ever before. We're finding things out about the Zapruder film and the mathematics behind how these films were synced and the photos were synced that never seen before. The huge trove of new documents that came out a few years ago that has wonderfully proven a lot of the theories and thoughts that a lot of us had and led us into the new directions, such as the Army and the military being a little bit more responsible, I think, than most people are aware. So I do look forward daily to seeing the updates in my Gmail on posts on the education forum, so I can catch up on what about a dozen really hard-working researchers seem to be doing into discovering things about the kernels and the players and the locations, the Texas School Book Depository history, and how everything spiderwebs into the same center that day, that fateful day. So hopefully I can continue to find new things to bring to the table with a lot of these subjects, learn more from everyone else out there on a daily basis.
Very good. Well, it sounds like you do have optimism, and that's good going into the next generation of JFK researchers. And I'm glad you're still doing what you do. I know people talk about that there's a bit of burnout. If you look into something 50 years ago, you've got to put it down for a while and then get back
Exactly.
to some research, right?
Fresh perspective sometimes. Sometimes you're so amongst the forest and the trees and the chlorophyll that you forget to step back and see how some of these things work together. And that's why I like so many of the different subjects. I tend not to focus my time and energy. I mean, yes, I've done quite a lot of work on Mexico and a lot of bit on the rifle and things like that, but really enjoy the next set of information. I think we're going to get much better in the way of 3D looking at the circumstances, and I think more information is going to come out that, while it may not be some silver bullet, it fills in and creates the puzzle pieces that allow other puzzle pieces to fit together.
Yeah, every little piece to the puzzle that adds up does not lead to Lee Oswald. That's the thing that I think people are, surprised at. They think, well, it takes away from him. He's more and more irrelevant with every revelation. It's not like,
indeed, great way
he had something to do with it. Well, look, David, thank you so much for taking part and just adding to this. I'd be very happy to have you go over an update to whatever you learned about Mexico City, the rifle, etc., and just as enthusiastic to talk about anything new that you're, and for an entire show that you have on the research burner.
Sounds like a great plan. You slot me in when you know you have your time, and I would anytime love to talk with you again about the JFK.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Len.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right, in this next segment of our 1000th anniversary show, we are speaking to researcher and author Bill Simpich. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Ben. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks so much for taking part in this. I wanted to invite all the guests that are still around to talk about their research, the show, just summarize what they think state of JFK research is.
Sure. Well, I should start by saying how much I like your 50 Reasons for 50 Years and the 1968 edition. It's great stuff. It's nonpareil research, exactly the kind of thing that all of us should be doing in whatever form. I think video is the best, frankly. I wish I was a videographer. But I'd love to help other people do a documentary or more than one documentary someday. I think that we should be thinking of visual art whenever possible. And when we write articles, I'm working on one right now, trying to get the best photos and clips from the era, large and easy to read and easy to see. We want to make it simple. We don't have to talk to everybody like they're a fifth grader, but, most of our fellow Americans are, and I don't think all of us are exempt either, kind of fall in the category of needing it to be made as simple as possible, as straightforward as possible. And you can tell a complicated story, but it's got to be a good story. So storytelling, I think, really comes to the fore when you're doing research. It's great to get the data out there. I'm not knocking that. But, if there's anything I've always tried to do and keep trying to do better, is try to tell a good story while you're knocking out all this data. My stories tend to be data-packed. And so I often find myself writing literally for other researchers who can maybe help me unpack it a little bit more. So that's the way I see the research community, and that's the way I see the task in front of us, especially in the next 10 years. I'm hoping we can all get together and figure out ways to capture the last statements and documents from people who were witnesses and are still alive, so we can have that data passed down. And the same with the archives of all of us researchers. Make sure they don't get thrown away by our families who are glad to have it out of the house. If nothing else, pass it on to another researcher. Create websites, put it up on websites, whatever it takes. We keep getting closer to getting the historical truth on this case all the time. Frankly, I have my down moments, but I'm basically an optimist, and I feel very good about where this community has taken this research in terms of reaching historical resolution.
Yeah, that was my thought when I was doing the 50 Reasons with Jeff Carter. I said, look, if we do one a week, let's make them very short, 3 to 5 minutes, just enough to catch somebody. So if they decide to research it further, they'll find there's more to it. And I often tell people that the movie JFK is the tip of the iceberg, because if you start looking into the photographic, the acoustical, the timetables, there's so much more. So I'm glad you brought that up, because 1968 Postscript, the one that we just did for Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy, is kind of overlooked. I think that we make a big splash in 2013 because we were battling the likes of Gary Mack and the city of Dallas. But yeah, it's not much in the news anymore. But that, and I would say that those are my opinions there, those along with me and Jeff, those videos that when I do the show, I interview and I let the guest talk, and there's his research and here's his, book or film or whatever. But for those two things, the 50 Reasons and the 1968 one, they are basically what we think of the case and what we think about the evidence.
And you distilled it really well. What's so great about it is, somebody doesn't have to watch all 50 of them. They can watch 10 of them and really get their own sense of the story. And, somewhere between 30 minutes and 50 minutes. It's great.
Yeah, they are short and to the point. Okay.
I love it.
Good. I just want to, keep this short today. Just want to give you time just to say something about the state of research and make sure people don't forget about your good work.
Oh, thank you. I think when the 60th comes around, we're going to get another blast of publicity on this case. I keep hoping that researchers will continue to work in small groups. I'm quite convinced that that's the best way to get stuff done, is not by oneself and not in one enormous organization, but in small groups.
Yeah. Well, nobody's got it figured out perfect yet, or it'd be going. I did enjoy the Cyril Wecht conferences, and when I went there for the 50th anniversary.
Oh yeah, those conferences are always fun, And sometimes, when everybody's focused, maybe the ball gets a little farther down the road.
Okay, well then, thanks for taking time today to do that. Before I wrap up, any parting comment you have about your time on Black Ops?
I think we should all be I think we should all keep a close eye on next year in March. I believe that's when the next release of documents is going to happen. And I'll make a confident prediction right now that they'll release some documents now and not others. I'm hoping that all of us can think of ways to effectively lobby Congress to reopen this case yet again in 2021. It was 25 years. They were supposed to release all the documents in 25 years. They haven't done it. And frankly, we know now that there's a lot more documents, particularly from the military and the NSA, that should be released. And I think it's time that we put together a good list and started demanding them.
All right. Good. Well, good way to wrap up. Thank you so much for taking part, and look forward to having you on Black Op Radio again to have a longer, an hour, 2-hour conversation.
Thanks, Len. Great talking with you, as always.
All right. Thank you very much.
You bet. Bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Well, our next contributor, guest of Black Op Radio is Shane O'Sullivan, and he has done a lot of research, movie editor. So, welcome to our anniversary show, and I'm very happy to have you on just to talk about any recollection you have of Black Op Radio and what you see as being optimistic, I think, in JFK research, or RFK in your case, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, congratulations, Len. It's, you've been immensely helpful to me over the years in terms of getting my work out and discussing any kind of new projects that I've been working on. So, yeah, I guess to me, always the one place I think of when I've something new to talk about, or when I hear a new book or film has come out, is to see if they've been interviewed on your show, really. So that speaks for how important it is as a kind of a touchstone for the research community. I guess, I don't know the exact date, but probably my film RFK Must Die may have been the first time that we spoke. That would have been back in 2007. And then since then, I had my book on the Bobby Kennedy assassination. I had my other film, Killing Oswald, about the JFK case. And then more recently, I had my Dirty Tricks, Nixon, Watergate, and the CIA book on Watergate. So it's been brilliant to talk about those with you, and for you to have such a detailed understanding of them, so you can ask such good questions to help educate, I guess, listeners and to help point me in the direction of how I can talk about them within the time we have available. So I really appreciated it, and not just when you have a new book or a new film out. Also, when something happens in the case that I think is important, or researchers in the case think is important, you've been a great venue for airing that. I guess in my case, that's been more developments in the Sirhan case. It might be his latest parole hearing, or it might be a new court case that he's gone up for, or it might be the fact that last year he was stabbed in prison, and a near kind of death experience. So it's always been a great venue to keep listeners up to date with what's happening in the research. Even if it's not a new book, it's just keeping up to date with what's happening as it's happening. And it's always been really, really helpful for me, not just about my own work, but also to keep up to date with other people's work. So I really appreciate it, and hope you have another 1,000 shows to go.
Thank you very much. Another avenue that Black Op Radio is, and this is very unfortunate, it's been kind of, I've noticed, an arena here for tribute shows, that so many good researchers have passed away. I'll try to have a tribute show for, and I don't want to name them all, but, Mark Lanes and Jim Mars, and you just mentioned Brad Johnson. I mean, people are passing away, so it's sad. At least I think it's an area where you network, and I just try to have what's interesting to me on. So if it might not be a new book or film, but if it's news. And the bad thing is there's a lot of, bad documentaries, bad films. But, it's 20 years. So 2007 is the first time we spoke then, eh?
Yeah, I think it must have been back then, because that's when the RFK Must Die film came out. But you're right. I mean, at that time, I would have been a relatively young man in comparison to most researchers. And as we go on, of course, Paul Schrade is now in his kind of, I think, mid 90s, and he's still out there fighting the good fight in terms of trying to get the RFK case reopened. But some of us who were kind of younger back then are now, growing older, but, passing the baton so we can keep things going. So, it's great that there's been the continuity of your show every week to keep track of what's happening and to follow through on the research that, some of the people you'll be paying tribute to who are no longer with us first started,
Okay, very good. Well, before we wrap up then, anything you want to get to, or what's new for you in the near future? Is there a new film coming up?
Yeah, I think that, one thing I'd like to say is that I'd just like to pay tribute to Brad Johnson, who just died a few days ago. And he really was essential to some of my early work on the case in terms of looking at the film and video evidence that was shot by broadcasters and local affiliates at the Ambassador Hotel on the night of the Robert Kennedy shooting. So we collaborated right from the beginning, just after my initial report for the BBC. And we kept in touch over the years as part of a core team trying to reopen the case. So he died suddenly kind of during the week, and I just wanted to pay tribute to him and the huge contribution he made to the RFK case. In terms of my own work, I'm currently adapting my Watergate book into a screenplay. So I'm hoping that'll become a movie at some stage, and I'm also thinking of making my own film or documentary on the subject. So that's kind of been the pattern for me, that I tend to make a film and then write a book, or vice versa. So I still have a lot of interest in some of the mysteries of Watergate, so it'll come out in a film form over the next few years. That'll probably be the next project for me.
Okay, very good. We'll make sure you get in touch with me with email or phone, so keep up the good work yourself.
I will do. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Lynn, and look forward to speaking again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cheers. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
In our next segment, we're joined by John Barbour, frequent contributor to Black Op Radio. Hello, John.
Len, I am more than delighted and honored to be a small part of your outstanding anniversary show, a show that stands alone, the best of its kind, in exploring and revealing the perfect name for your show, our government's continuing Black Ops. My favorite writer, and Garrison's, William Shakespeare, said, "Brevity is the soul of wit," so I'll try to keep my comments brief. To me, the best standalone researcher whose work has grown in value is Mae Brussell. You, with your 50 Reasons for 50 Seasons or Years, are the only one who comes close, and your enormous contributions to our film, The American Media in the Second Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, helped make it the most important documentary ever made in America, a word-of-mouth only runaway hit on Amazon and iTunes, which brings me to Jim Garrison, the only lawman to investigate and solve the case, a cold case still at justice. Do you know, Len, if you buy a tourist map in New Orleans, it guides you to the grave of Carlos Marcello, a mafioso, but not to the magnificent tombstone of Jim Garrison, who even in death said, "Let justice be done, though the heavens fall." Thanks to you, I've listened to dozens of interesting writers, researchers regarding John Kennedy's murder, but when they fail to direct people to Garrison's book or our film, to me, they fail as truth seekers, just booksellers, because all the facts they rightfully expose would all come about if instead of writing, they marched on the Justice Department to have that cold case opened. Which brings me to Bob Dylan and his historic song, which you brought to our attention. When I posted it in verse also. This is what I said. I'm reposting Murder Most Foul, Bob Dylan's so very troubling and truthful song, and like Dylan himself, I am posting it in rhyme, wondering why it took him so long. He knew when he saw the Zapruder film in the 70s that Lee Harvey Oswald did not blow off the president's head. So knowing that, like millions did, why was he silent, letting the truth, like JFK, lie there, dead? Jim Garrison, maligned and defamed, investigated Murder Most Foul. To him, the King's killers were known. If Dylan and other artists had sung or spoken out then, perhaps Garrison would not. be standing alone. What a totally, totally different country and world we'd have. What a constitutional joy and glory it would be. Of course, JFK would be gone, and happily so would be his killers, because final justice we might see. In Dylan's haunting lyrics, he says they killed JFK twice when he entered near the grassy knoll. Dylan's song is history, as is Garrison's story, because preserving it on screen was his final goal. Bob Dylan's magnificent needed song, Garrison's heroic story, and JFK's Camelot will now live forever. So I say thank you to this cultural changing artist, because it is better late than never. Len, he not once mentioned Garrison. Neither did a few of the so-called leading truth seekers. A couple of them spent pages lauding that song and kissing Dylan's ass, and they did not mention Garrison once. Dylan's song reached nearly 2 million people. Imagine if those folks could have bought Jim's book or seen our film. I'll tell you what could have happened. In 1992, when I made the first Garrison tapes, I said all profits would go to setting up a law scholarship at Tulane University in Garrison's name. I got a wonderful note from Oliver Stone saying, "Count me in." The film, sadly, was blocked and almost unseen except for a few DVDs. If a fraction of folks bought the film, and I got the $400,000 back I spent trying to tell Jim's story, that scholarship would be established tomorrow. To me, Len, your show is like a solitary old lighthouse showing seafaring, truth-seeking sailors where to land. And your continuing work is so valuable, I put a little money every month to where my mouth is, and I hope every guest and listener does the same. If I were religious, Len, I'd say God bless you. The way your work blesses us. Good luck, and thank you.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right, everyone, on this anniversary show celebrating Black Op Radio, we have another contributor, a guest who's been on many times, Paul Bleau. Hello, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. Thanks for taking part in this, I think, celebration of a lot of JFK research that's gone on over 20 years for my contribution.
Yeah. 1,000 show, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Good. Well, I was hoping that maybe you could talk about some of the things that Black Op Radio meant and some of the recollections of the various research that you took part in and shared and like I say to many people, made a contribution, because I talk to you and then everyone else in the world hears that. So that's, I think, the networking contribution.
Yeah. Well, I've been interested in the Kennedy assassination for many, many years, but I really became more focused on it when I, with the movie JFK, and then when I read JFK and the Unspeakable by Jim Douglas. And that just rekindled my interest in the case.
JFK and the Unspeakable.
JFK and the Unspeakable, but the movie JFK followed a few years later by JFK and the Unspeakable. And I found that book amazing, well footnoted, so hard to argue against. And the discussion, which was fun with the Unspeakable, is that the discussion started evolving more towards why did he get killed, and not whether there was a conspiracy or not. It became, it's obvious in the book that, okay, now that we know that there's a conspiracy, let's get on to what motivated this. And you could see that the turmoil Kennedy was causing by his foreign policies and internal policies. And that's what I found really interesting in the Unspeakable. Then I started, just using Google, and I came upon your show, 50 Reasons for 50 Years. That was a surprise, because when you're researching the assassination, one of the biggest challenges you have is seeing what is serious research and what is really off the wall. And there are so many cranks out there writing bad stuff about the assassination that, you can fall for a lot of false flags if you're not careful. And your show, what was wonderful with it is it really helped researchers like me screen out the good from the bad. The tandem you play with Jim DiEugenio, the synergy there is between your show and his website, and you go beyond just his website, you talk to an awful lot of other people, but that synergy, because you've had Jim on every second week, and I never get tired of listening to the show. That helped me create a link with Jim, because I was wondering what kind of contribution I could do for the 50th anniversary in 2013 of JFK's passing. And I don't know if you remember what the first subject we covered, Len, was?
I don't recall, but go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I had done research, pretty in-depth research, on how history books covered the JFK assassination. So I had covered how 20 of the most popular history books in North America, covered it. Did they, spew out the same BS that the media was? I was able to also get the authors to answer, in many cases, 3 questions. Because it ends up the history books largely back the Warren Commission. When I questioned the authors, you could see that it was pretty mindless. I mean, they said, well, it's based on the Warren Commission, answers. Oh, yeah, okay, haven't you heard of the HSCA? No, they haven't, believe it or not. So they weren't up to date on the latest happenings. They didn't know what the ARRB was. I'm talking about the authors of these history books. And it's all chronicled. I was able to get the answers in writing by email. So I got in touch with Jim, and I said, Jim, would you like an article, about how history books cover it? And he agreed, and then you later interviewed me about that. And I remember we had a really interesting discussion, and I was able, to show also that the historians were breaking their own code of conduct, because they weren't. If you look at the code of conduct of history book writers, and you go to the American Historical Association, you see that, just take one guideline, is your information has to be current. So when you're relying on the oldest obsolete study into the assassination, which is the Warren Commission, which was discredited by the HSCA and by the Church Committee. I mean, that's government bodies discrediting, impeaching the Warren Commission. And you're not even mentioning that in the history books. You're saying a lone nut killed Kennedy, and the Warren Commission, came to that conclusion. What you were doing is you were taking a captive audience of high school students and brainwashing them. Now, I wrote a complaint to the American Historical Association. That went absolutely nowhere, because, I was saying, hey, look, here's the breach of your code of ethics that we're able to see in the history books, and that went nowhere. You know what I found out very recently? If you know who founded the American Historical Association, it's Skull and Bones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, way back. Skull and Bones is behind a whole pile of foundations and associations that were used to hone a message and to craft messages and get the messaging out there at the time, and not just the American Historical Association. So then I was able to see that Mockingbird being the
the CIA, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the CIA operation to
Mighty Wurlitzer.
Yeah, that's right. And it was how they could indoctrinate and infiltrate the press and get a list of CIA-friendly journalists to write what they want to have written about them. That came into full play with the Kennedy assassination. We saw that with people like Hal Hendricks and what's his name, Pearson, and Life magazine,
and Max Hall.
Oh yeah, Loose, and CBS and all that. So that's Mockingbird in operating, in sync with the CIA to, get the messaging and the propaganda out there so that they could be left off the hook. Well, it ends up that Mockingbird was heavily involved in academia. So you tend to wonder, and then I found some magazines that were directed towards teachers where you had articles by Max Holland. Get my drift?
Oh, exactly.
So, what you're doing is you have, okay, what's going to go in the history books is being, they often say history is for the winners, right? It's not for the losers. So it's written by the victors. So that's what that first article set me off into a bunch of other articles afterwards.
And that research started, I had a small part by when you watched 50 Reasons for 50 Years, that inspired you to do something more.
Well, yeah, and it also provided me with some of my sources, right? Yeah. So that article is what set me off on being on your show. I think I've been about 7 or 8 times at least on your show, and I've written a number of articles for Jim. And I think it led to me being interviewed eventually for the upcoming documentary by Oliver Stone. So it has its origins. Everything I've done, really, I've been able to capitalize on the credibility and the visibility of you and Jim and your help. And I'm not doing it for the glory, the money. There's no money in it or whatnot. But I'm a teacher by profession, so you like to see the record being straight. It's probably it's hard to not set the record straight when you're talking to students, and I find that's one of the biggest scandals there is how history students are being fed this pablum. So that was my first article. Now, the second article was a bit of a spin-off. What did the official record actually say about the JFK assassination? I got into, what is an official record, right? So the next article, I think it was called JFK and the Unforgivable. And what it showed, Len, was really, if you looked at the official record, I'm a historian, and I'm going to go to the sources. Well, what did the garrison, there are 6 or 7, there's 6 government investigations into the murder. There's also the Liberty Lobby civil lawsuit. There's a trial that ended up with a jury taking a decision that convinced them that the CIA was involved in the assassination. That's the trial that pitted a magazine against E. Howard Hunt.
Right, Mark Lane did that.
Yeah, and Mark Lane won that in that trial. He won the retrial. The jury accepted that Hunt was lying, that he was most likely in Dallas, and that they didn't believe his story, and they believed the CIA was complicit. The jury members said that outright. But before that, you had the HSCA that concluded that there was a probable conspiracy. You had the Church Committee, and there you have to rely not only on that impeached the Warren Commission. You had the Garrison investigation where he lost, but he was later, I think his reputation was reestablished by the HSCA. I mean, you had people like Robert Tannenbaum saying, you know what Garrison said about Oswald being linked to David Ferry and Clay Shaw and other persons of interest is true. And he was being spied upon, and that the CIA had infiltrated his offices. So if you take what the reports say, and then you take quotes from the insiders, people like Gaetan Fonzi, Robert Tannenbaum, Richard Sprague, Gary Hart, Richard Schweiker, even recently Robert Blakey, Jeremy Gunn, Horne, anyway, one of the higher-ups with the ARB, what you see is there's a huge number of insiders, including a few from the Warren Commission, that have made statements that confirm a conspiracy. 3 of the commissioners on the Warren Commission did not believe in the single bullet theory. So I was able to get all sorts of film, quotes, magazine and newspaper interviews, and I laid it out there for the historians to see. I say, hey, look, you want to see what the official record is? Well, refer to these inquiries that came after the Warren Commission, okay, that impeached the Warren Commission. And look at what's written in them, and look at what the insiders, the higher-ups, I mean, when you're talking about Richard Schweiker and Gary Hart, you're talking about the co-chairs of the Church Committee. When you talk about Richard Sprague and Robert Tannenbaum, okay, and even Robert Blakey now, you're talking about the 3 top people in the HSCA. Okay, and Blakey has even just signed that document that Richard Talbot.
David Talbot. David Talbot, yeah.
David Talbot organized, and where you had a whole bunch of prominent people sign a petition saying basically that there was a conspiracy and that they think that there was involvement of intelligence. So that second article, I think, really established what the official record is, because the other side tends to want to portray the conspiracy theorists, as they call them, as being off on a limb, quacks, and this and that. But we are much closer to the official record than they are.
Are you optimistic for the future of researchers, and that we're getting closer every day?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Well, look, put it this way. Optimistic in what sense? There's optimistic in, do I know what happened? That's one point. But there's optimistic in, can I convince people out there, or can we convince of what happened? That's a whole other ball game because of short interest spans and whatnot. But one of my primary objectives was figuring out what happened. And if I were to tell you today, in my mind, it's largely solved. Not completely, but largely. To me, I think you can say there's definitely shots from the front, that there were factions from intelligence, Cubans, mafia that conspired, that people of interest include people such as David Atlee Phillips, William Harvey, Lansdale. Will we be able to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt? I am not certain. But to be at a point where you can say that it is largely solved, I think that's for me, I consider it a victory. Do I care that my neighbor, just down the floor here, understands exactly what happened? No. Do I kind of hope that he understands that there was at least a conspiracy? Yeah, I'd like him to realize that. I think most of the population believes there's a conspiracy. Do they know exactly what happened? No.
Well, I think it's good that with Black Op Radio I have these long-form interviews that guests are on, and they get to talk about their book and show the most up-to-date research that's going on, so that if people tune in and they can ask questions. But, you're always going to get people who have a different point of view, or we're not going to get along. But I try to just keep the new information coming out, whether it changes America's point of view or not is, like you say, another thing. But at least if you're looking for it, you can find a lot here on Black Op Radio.
One thing, Len, I'm hoping is that the Oliver Stone documentary, and I have reason to believe that it will be very strong closing argument on, very hard to counter. I mean, they'll always find a way of countering, and they'll shoot the messenger as usual, and they'll try and blast it before it even comes out. We know that. But, when JFK came out, pretty darn accurate in its day there, before the ARB, for it to have covered so much and so well. And Garrison was very accurate in what he was on. He wasn't, when you look at the tools he had and the odds against him, pretty darn impressive.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that. That should be out in the summer here, which it is. So hopefully looking forward to anything that Oliver Stone does. Be glad to have you on whenever you have a new article, review, anything. I enjoy your research.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to have helped influence you starting by the 50 Reasons.
Oh, no, you did. And I think you've influenced a lot of people. I've ordered your archives, and I've ordered the probe articles. I'm reading them, and I've ordered your, and my goal is to go through every show since the beginning. I'll do that slowly, but I do when I drive.
I'll tell you one thing also. I was thinking about this. Although there are 1,000 shows, many shows had 3 episodes to them. At one point, I was doing 3. So there's a lot more than 1,000 interviews.
Oh, yeah. And your show notes are hugely useful. The show notes, because they hyperlink to sources. You have quite the archive.
Yeah, I think the show notes, what they do is if someone's searching, they're doing a text search on the internet, they will find, where we discuss this point or that point, so people can go, oh, here's a guy talking about it for an hour and a half. I better listen to that, right? Rather, because if I just put the shows up, you can't really search the audio, like, what did the guys say? So, Chris LeMay, Steve Salkin, and now Raul is doing the show notes and doing a very good job. I thought Chris was irreplaceable. It was such a shock when he unexpectedly died. But I have to say Raul is doing just as good a job. It's really fantastic. And so many people tell me they like the interviews, but they like the show notes that really give them a quick synopsis and, like you say, links to the important things of the interview.
Well, it's great. And look, I love being on your show. You call me anytime, and I'll be happy, And right now, if ever you wanted to discuss even the best of Probe or some of your earlier shows that I fall on and sometimes review them or whatnot, no hesitation. You've done a great job. And look, the testimony, you wouldn't have people like Oliver Stone, Mark Lane, Jesse Ventura on your show if it weren't credible, because they don't want to associate their names, with just anyone. And that, I think, is a testimony to your show. So keep up the good work.
All right. Thanks for sharing today, and I look forward to talking to you about other topics for a more lengthy time. I just wanted to give authors, guests, a time just to talk a little bit about the show and their interests in it. So thank you for that.
Thanks, hon.
Okay. Good night.
Take care. Bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest is researcher, author, Joseph McBride. Mr. McBride, thank you for taking part in this anniversary show, 1,000 Shows of Black Op Radio. You have been a guest several times over the years and been on 50 Reasons for 50 Years, that good series I did. So I'd like to just have you on to give you time to express a few comments just about what you recall of the show. And
well, thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Len. It's fabulous to do 1,000 shows. My gosh, it's a lot of scholarship, and it covers the world. I mean, I've seen charts you've shown of your listeners from all over the world. It's really a great medium and a great way to spread the word and the news about the assassination. And you have such a variety of guests. It's a cornucopia, and I like the way you archive things for people who they listen to them at different times. And it's been a pleasure being on the show talking. I've talked mostly about J.D. Tippit because of my book Into the Nightmare, my search for the killers of President John F. Kennedy and Officer J.D. Tippit. And the Tippit case, as you and your listeners know, is under research. The reason I undertook it was the police dropped the case basically when Oswald was shot. They just assumed he did it. And then the FBI really didn't investigate it, just very perfunctorily, and the Warren Commission relied on the FBI. So Sylvia Mars said Tippit was unknown and unknowable. I took that as a challenge because nobody is really that unknowable. The House Select Committee did some investigation, but not enough. The only author who really had done work in that period was Gary Muir, who did an excellent 1971 monograph called The Murder of Dallas Police Officer J.D. Tippit. But we've learned so much since then. Dale Myers did a book which I call the Warren Report of the Tippit case, and it's slanted toward Oswald's guilt, and any contrary evidence is shunted into footnotes, and then he just basically says that didn't happen. So I thought it really had not been investigated thoroughly, and I took it upon myself. So I really appreciate you letting me talk about that. And then the 50 Reasons for 50 Years is a great series. What a great educational tool, too, for young people. And I was happy to do one on Tippit and one on the media and the assassination. And it's a beautifully put together a series by you and Jeff Carter, who did the videography. And, one of the points that I feel heartened about is young people. I'm of the baby boomer generation. I was 16 when Kennedy was shot, and people my age had a hard time talking about it to our friends because you'd be met with a lot of hostility and skepticism, and people just didn't want to hear about it, and you'd be characterized as a crank or a nut or whatever. But when I talk about it in my classes, I teach at San Francisco State University, I teach a class called Film and Society, and I always do a couple of sessions on Kennedy and the Kennedy assassination, and the students are very interested and very receptive and open-minded, and there's none of that kind of knee-jerk attitude. They really want to know about it, and they're fascinated by it, which is a hopeful sign for the future, I think.
Very good. It's good to know that someone is still teaching about this, and your specialty is film. How optimistic are you about future research with the JFK community or books or websites or whatever? Do you have an opinion?
Well, there are still good books that keep coming on, and some chaff comes out. A couple problems in the research community. One is people just sort of repeating what's already known and other people's research. That happens. Then there are bad books that are ones that are kind of cherry picking details to prove that Oswald did it or whatever, that aren't really serious books. And it's hard to make a serious case anyway, but if there aren't too many that even try. But there's also a lot of infighting in the research community. That's nothing new. That's been going on since the beginning, and that gets counterproductive. It's people feuding with each other instead of trying to work together to solve a case. I've always believed as a scholar, you build on the work of others. There's an old saying, you stand on the shoulders of giants. So we stand on the shoulders of people like Sylvia Marr and Mark Lane, who we've had on the show frequently, and people who really were groundbreaking. I was just reading John Kellen's book again about praise from a future generation about the early researchers and how brave they were and how much they found out. And so I always recognize in my scholarship, whether it's film or history, that so-and-so made this discovery and so-and-so added this to it. And, it's informative and it's gracious, and you hope that people will do that, and the better scholars do that. But, yeah, you can use people you don't agree with as a kind of a rhetorical straw man. Sometimes it's a good rhetorical technique to say so-and-so writes this, but here's the truth, And nobody has the complete truth, and we're constantly in the process of learning in the case, and there are millions of pages of documents, as we know, that have come out in recent years, and there's still documents withheld. That's part of the future of the case, that President Trump he claimed he was going to release all the remaining documents in 2017, as he was legally supposed to do, unless some agency objected, and the FBI and the CIA predictably objected and intimidated him, apparently, into not releasing documents. So there's still a lot of documents not released. And as everybody says, if it's a lone nut with no apparent motive killed the president, why is there a national security reason to withhold documents after 56 plus years? It's crazy. So Jefferson Morley's ongoing attempt to get the George Joannides files out of the government is important, and we don't know what else is in there. And I found in my research into George Bush's connections with the CIA and earlier than he acknowledged, I discovered that in FBI documents released in 1977, 78, and they just dumped a lot of documents out in the public, and very few people had read them. And that's part of the problem, is documents are out there and people haven't gone through them. And you make some interesting discoveries when you put things together, and people like John Armstrong and John Newman have been doing great research in documents, and some really staggering, fantastic research those two guys have done. I really admire that kind of work, as well as the very lucid analysis and deconstruction of somebody like Sylvia Marr, whose book, Accessories After the Fact, I always recommend is probably the single best book in the case. But Harvey and Lee is a really eye-opening book, isn't it? It's just irrefutable in terms of proving that Oswald didn't own the pistol or the rifle they claimed he did, and there were two Oswalds, which I was kind of an agnostic about for a long time, and he proved it. And it's just full of, he really researched that to the nth degree, but there's still mysteries in that book, and I still don't totally agree that we can know that it was this Oswald in this place at that time. It might have been the other guy, but he offers the hypothesis, and it's a common thing. People say, well, we may never know the whole truth about this, and that's a kind of a way of washing your hands of the case, I find it's better than saying everybody who doesn't agree with the Warren report is crazy. But Penn Jones, I mentioned that to him when I first met him. He was a mentor of mine. And this is when I was really starting my serious research. And he said, well, I think me and a few other friends of mine basically solved the case in the 1960s, and he's probably correct. So a lot of the facts are known and clear. We can't say who pulled the triggers, but we know a lot about sponsors and the cover-up, thoroughly documented. But in the Tippett case, for example, it took me a long time to try to sort out the conflicting witnesses and how that could have happened and why that happened, and the fact that some witnesses said Oswald did it and some didn't, but the ones who said he did it were either said it years later or months later or under duress or in dubious lineups, or they were friends of Jack Ruby who were sent there. Jerry Rose came up with that theory, which I think makes a lot of sense, that Ruby helped stage the scene. But, it's like Rashomon, sometimes trying to figure out something like a murder of a policeman on a public street, let alone the president's murder in front of about 400 people. So it's a complicated case. The more you study it, the more complicated it seems. I have to say, the more, I kept finding more and more people were involved ahead of time. When people say it's a vast conspiracy, they say that to ridicule conspiracy theorists as a whole. And but I found that the more I studied it, the more people I found were probably involved.
Yeah, there's a great line on that new Bob Dylan song where he said, thousands were there, but no one saw a thing. Yeah, and somebody said it was a great magic trick, that they pulled it off, and I think Dylan alluded to that, didn't he? Yeah, so the Dylan thing is a good sign that popular culture, he's a Nobel Prize winning poet, but bringing it out into the public arena, it's kind of like Oliver Stone's JFK to some extent, to popularize interest in it. And there is the interest out there. And one of the heartening things is that the majority of American people have never believed it, except for in the early months after the Warren report, there was some belief, but then that collapsed. So the public is smarter than the media. I always say that, about 70% of the public doesn't believe the Warren report. The other 30% are the media and academia. It's a little exaggerated, but it's pretty true. It's disturbing that the mainstream media maintain a pretty strict barrier about this. It's kind of, as Jim Hogan told me, career suicide if you're a journalist to take the opposite position that the Warren report was wrong. But people shouldn't be intimidated, and the people who study the case seriously, the kind of people you have on your show, are the ones who are bold and courageous, and you have to be that, and damn the consequences, don't you? Okay, Mr. McBride, great pleasure to speak to you again. I just wanted to offer all the guests a little time to come on. I'd be glad to have you on for more lengthy, in-depth interviews, so I'll keep in touch. But, great, I'd love to be on your show again. All right, thanks so much. So just before we wrap up, any last comment about anything? No, I just keep going and look forward to your next 1,000 shows. You do a great job, and it's very important, and you get the word out to a very wide audience, and it's very important. So thank you very much. All right, thank you, sir. Talk to you again soon. Yeah, talk to you soon. Good night.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
On this next segment, we are joined by longtime researcher, author, Mr. Robert Groden. Hello, Robert.
Hey, Len, how are you doing?
Good. Well, as you may know, I sent on the email that it's our 1,000th show at Black Op Radio. It's 20 years worth of shows, and you've been on many of them as well. The 50 Reasons for 50 Years that I did in 2013, which was, I think, a real valiant effort to get the word out. But I wanted to give guests, authors, time to come on just to recount Black Op Radio, their opinions, and maybe the state of where research is today. So thank you so much, first of all, for taking time to talk to me today. And do you have any recollections of being on Black Op Radio, or if it was, a step in the right direction? And
Definitely a step in the right direction, no question about it. I wish there were more, but you've done a great job, and you've kept going. I congratulate you on 1,000 shows. And we're fighting a tremendous uphill battle, and with all the garbage you have to put up with nowadays, it's difficult to keep the mind on that. But it's important, and I've been doing this now for over 50 years, and I'm going to keep doing it as long as I'm breathing. And I thank you for your support and all the work that you've done and keeping the issue alive.
Yeah, I think that between me and Jeff Carter, when 2013 came around and it was going to be the 50th anniversary, I was really so pissed off at Gary Mack. I thought, no, we've got to do something more. And it's taught me a little life lesson, not trying to make enemies with people, because I know I had such a drive because of Mack. You know, it inspired me to keep going. So sometimes I have a dispute with somebody else. I just kind of walk back and don't piss them off too much, because I know it could come back to bite me. In fact, there's an old saying. It says, the fire you light under your enemies usually burns yourself. So,
yeah.
But
it depends how close you are.
Yeah. Well, in 2013, I mean, that was the Wecht conference. I saw you there and other places over the years. And of course, you've been on whenever there's anything relevant to bring up and that. But other than the letdown, I think the letdown of, Trump, one day said we're going to release everything. I'm very interested. And then the next day it was postponed again and then postponed another 3 years. And a lot of people are not holding their breath. But if you stand back and look at the totality of what is known by researchers like yourself, Mark Lane, Fletcher Prouty, there's such a mountain of evidence that's what...
Well, there certainly is a mountain of evidence. And the thing is, people, when I was down in Dealey Plaza, which I've been doing now for about 23 years, every weekend, I get questions all the time. Like, what about the stuff that Trump released? Trump didn't release a damn thing, nothing. The stuff that was released because of the JFK Act, and it was all supposed to be released by federal law by last September. And there was this whole big deal about it, and Trump held it up. He gave him 3 more years to continue the cover-up. He didn't release anything. And I want to make that very, very clear.
Yeah. But if you read his tweets, I found it was very interesting that the night before he was supposed to, he did, tweet something to the effect that, hey, I'm very interested too. I'd like to see what happened and see what the CIA knows about it. And then the next day, crickets, right? I think we're going to have to, we caught them off guard. They only had 25 years to prepare and they weren't ready.
Well, we know that not everything is there in the first place. We know the stuff has been destroyed. The Secret Service burned all their stuff. And, we're assuming that the answers are in the archives. They may not be. But now we have 3 more years to have to worry about fighting this. And with all the garbage that's happened in the world in the last several months, just the turn of the year here, we may never know the truth, and because people are more concerned about surviving and living and making the dinner. It's terrible, and to assume that Trump was going to do anything when he's incapable of telling the truth on any subject, there's not much more I can say.
Yeah.
Hopefully when all of this gets better, assuming that it does get better, we can return to raising these issues again.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to include you and just make sure that over the 1,000 episodes that you were featured on several of them, and you were always welcome. And I think a hallmark of the show is it's kind of nonchalant. It's not any ambush. It's not anything. I have someone on when you have a new book. I'm glad to help promote it. And so just before we wrap up, is there anything new you're working on? Is there anything we should know about what's going on?
Well, right now I'm not really doing anything new. I'm just fine-tuning the stuff that's been done already. But Josiah Thompson has a book coming out November 13th called Last Second in Dallas, which should be some very, very good new stuff. He and I have been discussing a lot for years now about this upcoming book, and he has reached many of the same conclusions that I did independently, which is great because he's been doing his research and I've been doing mine, and we reached exactly the same conclusions.
Okay, so there are new books in the future. The research is still going on, so it's a bit of optimism there.
Well, we're not going to go away. It's like going down for the third time, and we stick our hand up out of the bag in the water and give everybody the finger. The bad guys.
Okay, Robert. Well, email me anytime you have something new. If you want to be on, I'd be glad to do that. Just wanted to make sure that I included you. So thanks so much for your contributions earlier on and in the 50 Reasons episodes and things like that. So, oh yeah, your film. Yeah, that was good.
Thanks again, Len. I want to thank you for the work that you've done again, and congratulations one more time on the 1,000 shows.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Hello, everyone. On our next segment, we have author, researcher, photographer, Scott Enyart. He's been on the show many times in the early days of Black Op Radio, and I have him on the line. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Len. How are you? Good to hear from you.
Good. Very good. Very pleased to be speaking to you. You were one of the researchers who I really enjoyed listening to because you had such an interesting story. Just that the anniversary show of 1,000 shows, that's about 20 years now of Black Op Radio.
Oh, my.
I want to make sure that I have people on it, and if you have any memories of Black Op Radio or insight comments, just talk about what your update of your recent status is. I sure enjoyed your shows earlier because your trial and your things were happening then, I said, okay, I'll have you back on in 6 weeks, and I'll have you after that, and it was the investigation was on, and it was a travesty. But
yeah. Well, first, congratulations on your 1,000th show. That's terrific. I mean, the time has passed. In the last few years, I had some health problems that I was dealing with, but the good news is I'm much better now, and I'm actually back to work and everything. So things are going well. But 50 years from when this happened, I was only 15 years old at the time, and it's just, you look back historically, and it's just what a remarkable time we lived through.
Yeah, and then with interest, I mean, I don't know if there's been a few people that I've disliked enough to, I won't say what I thought about that Skip Miller guy. Just when I listened to, you think you know about corruption and you see a movie on TV, and then I hear from you the true life story, which is...
Well, and Skip Miller, we ended up getting him disbarred. He went up to trial and everything, and they took his license away for 1 day.
Oh, yeah.
That was his punishment for jury tampering. It's just, speaking with a juror during deliberations. Just, unbelievable corruption. But, we basically accomplished what we wanted to do, which was just basically get all the information out there.
Right. Well,
we had Thomas Noguchi testify. He didn't testify at Sirhan's trial. We had Ted Chirac. We had all these people on the stand. So it really, was just a good day for the American people to get stuff. Whether they, cared or backed my cause or not, it doesn't really matter. It was an airing out of dirty laundry for me was the more important thing.
But imagine it, the whole thing is not, for instance, your cause. It's, look, what happened? What was the real truth? And you said, where are my photographs? Because they may be important.
Well, and it was just, legally, it was incredibly simple. It was, as even they described it, it was a lost luggage case. You just happened to have something that was rather valuable in the luggage. And, we had to argue and bring in experts to determine the value of those photographs. I just recently, my photographs, aside from during the trial, have never been seen. Got about 200 photographs from that evening, and I've just signed with Getty Images. So my photographs will actually, be available for the first time.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've never made a dime off of it. Yeah. And I won the trial. I won $500,000. I spent $500,000. So, it certainly wasn't about the money.
Yeah. Well, it is very interesting, and it's in the archives in the early years of Black Op Radio, which are some of my favorite shows, some of my favorite interviews, because they were so educational, so real eye-opening. I think that with a lot of JFK researcher, I knew some of that stuff. But as your information was coming out kind of in that era, because like you said, you had to wait, was it 25 years or was it actually, it wasn't 50 years, but the LAPD said you had to wait a period of time before you could apply to get the photos, right?
20 years.
20
years, they said. And they said that the courts had sealed the evidence, which was not true. It was just the LAPD just didn't want to give it up. And that was really upsetting.
And then at the same time, Ramparts had all these revelations about the corruption in that area and the police. And I think now with body cams, people are seeing these, they lie. There's so much fraud going on. It's almost unbelievable, except you get so jaded, you go, yeah, shrug, what next?
Well, that's the thing. It's remarkable what we get used to. And, there's so much information at the time. My trial was right after O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
And so they got the press, electronic press, banned from the courtroom. And they claimed it was because of all the trouble with O.J. and everything. Well, in reality, they just wanted to bury it.
Yeah.
All we were allowed were print reporters in the courtroom.
Right. Well, your interviews are in the archives. I thank you for that. Maybe I don't want to spend too long today. I'm glad to have you on, but how about just in a minute or two, do you want to just quick summarize your situation and that time that we were talking about?
Since we last talked, there have been some interesting things. There was a book that came out. Lisa Pease was the woman. Very well-researched book. I didn't read all of it, but I read the parts relating to me. What's interesting is she never contacted me, never spoke with me, and then sort of dismissed me, which I don't really mind. But, she had all these theories about 3 hit squads and all this other stuff. Basically you got people shooting at each other in a crowded room. And, you could have picked Kennedy off on the way to the Ambassador Hotel. He rode there in a convertible from John Frankenheimer's beach house. You don't need 10 hitmen, trying to get into a pantry.
Are you going to do anything on your own? I know you're working film. Are you ever planning to do your own documentary?
Yeah, I probably will at some point. And now, with current technology, and, I was in the film business, just recently got some computers in and scanners, things like that because of the Getty situation. So, yeah, I'm going to come back to it. I did participate in a documentary, surprisingly, for the NFL, did a film about Rosie Greer. And I did an interview with them, and they used some of my photographs. And that was interesting because I went to high school with Pam Greer, who was Foxy Brown. She was an actress, and so I had met her father way back then, was Rosie Greer, and then hadn't spoken to him for years and saw him during this documentary. A very sad situation. The man's really, this really tore him up, as you would expect.
Well, quite a story. Look forward to you doing it so you could tell you did tell your side of the story on Black Op Radio, but if you make a documentary with today's technology and photos and animation, that'll be just as interesting. So,
yeah.
Okay, good. Well, I just wanted to touch base with all the people that have been interviewed over the years in a little mini celebration anniversary of 1,000 shows.
Absolutely. Terrific. I will congratulations, and feel free to get in touch with me. And anytime you want me to talk to you in the future on this, you guys have been real good to me. It's just a matter of getting the stuff out, asking the right questions. So you're always welcome.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
All right, Len.
Okay. Good night.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest is Pat Valentino, a frequent guest on Black Op Radio over the years, and it's a pleasure to speak to him. Hello, Pat.
How you doing, Len?
That's good. Pat Valentino you've been doing research since, I think, day one. You had a lot of stories of all the old original people, how they got together and the networking, and it's very interesting. You've been on the show several times. You've been in a video. Myself, Chris LeMay, were welcomed at your house, and we set up and we did that video, and that's on YouTube.
Yeah, we spent a whole week getting together there every day, remember?
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. I had a great time.
Good. It's been a pleasure to have you on, and I just wanted to invite you for our 1,000th show to be on and just bring people maybe up to date with what you're doing. Do you have any memories or any comments about Black Op Radio before we get to that?
Well, just that what I would say about it is when I discovered it kind of for myself and started listening to it, I was so impressed with your questioning and the fact that, your interest in the case and so forth. And I'm the one that told David Lifton, the thing is, I said, yeah, you ought to go on this show. This is one of the good guys, meaning you. And I said, so you'll probably get a real fair shake there. And you always did give him a fair shake. So.
And I think you supplied me some audio in the beginning. Yeah. Talk about that for a moment.
I gave you a lot of, I gave you things not only in relation to him, But also, I gave you things out of my own personal collection from early in the case, before I even knew David Lifton, before I knew what he was on to or anything, and I thought those things were important from a historical point of view, even though some of those things have been unproven and some of them have been proven, and some of them are just, bad arguments people were making, like Louis Neiser, for example, when he debated Lane on Metro Media back in 68, I believe it was, for early part of 68 or 67, one of the two. And I sent you that whole thing, and then I think we did a show where we commented on it or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, and of course, the original work that I was doing along with my sister Linda was with Donald Freed, and who was, of course, the writer of the novel Executive Action, and had been on the case for a long time himself, and we used to meet with him every week, and there were wonderful people there. I mean, just incredible people that would show up, playwrights and, researchers and things like that, and of course Don is all of those things too, and been an award-winning playwright for years and years and years. He used to come out with, I don't know if he's still doing it, but because he's a little older now, but I think he was doing it until relatively recently, where he would have a new play every year which would open in England. And they're all, on historical topics, And so it was, really interesting knowing, I still do know him. And there was this one guy named Harold Lieberman, who was a really fine playwright too. And the thing that was fun for me with him, he was a very nice guy. He was an interesting guy because he also was a big music fan, and he was not only a music fan of classical, but a musical fan of jazz. And so the two of us just got along great talking, both of my interests, So that was fun, and my sister being the youngest person probably to attend the convention when McGovern was the Democratic nominee, and even though that didn't work out too well, she ended up working for the ACLU for years. She's probably the youngest person, and I used to go take her to lunch once in a while, and I met people there that were very famous at the time. Ramona Ripston was very famous in L.A. as the head of the L.A. office of the ACLU. She's a really nice person, and has since passed away. She was wonderful, and I just fell into a lot of things, and on some of the other cases too that I was interested in at the time,
Yeah, I think that many times you live in Las Vegas, so we were talking about, we had many shows about the OJ trial.
Yeah.
Pros and cons about that. So we'll have to come on after the show, get caught up to date. I'm very pleased to connect with you again. I don't know if our email or phone number lost, whatever, but when I called you up and said, will you take part? You said, sure. Well, great. So old times are back again. The only problem
that is great.
is that our friend Chris LeMay has passed away, and that was a real blow.
What happened to him?
He had a heart attack. He was just standing on his balcony.
He was too young to have a heart attack. Oh, my God.
That's what happened, yeah. It was no foul play or nothing like that. Yeah, just, he had even told me he had a bit of a heart condition problem, and then just, you don't expect it. Somebody says, oh, by the way, well, I can't run over here. Let's just walk because I do have a bad heart. And you go, okay, sure, we'll walk. And then, but regardless, we have someone filling his shoes now, Raul, who is up to the task. I'm very happy with that. So,
oh, good.
Yeah, so we continue to have good show notes. Well, look,
is he local there with you, or where's he
not
from?
At all. He's in India.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a fan of the show, ordered some of the shows. I started emailing him back and forth, and then when Chris unexpectedly died, I canvassed, would anybody like to help out? And he just said, yeah, and he knew what the show was about, and he's up to the task, and thank goodness. But look, what I wanted to do is just ask each guest that I could get a hold of what they thought. Are they optimistic about the state of research, and is there anything to look forward to? And just briefly, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm very, I don't want to say prejudiced, I think that's a bad word, but I am, of course, biased on the Lifton side of things, and he's had some exchanges, as he has for years and years, but lately he's had some exchanges with the London Forum, And I get really upset with the positions that some people take on it. You know, for us, see, it's old stuff. In other words, we know the answers to all those things. They bring up these arguments that have long since been solved. And that's kind of frustrating, but there are people there that really admire his work, and but it's that part of it is a little annoying to keep going over all the old things, you know. But it's new to them, of course. Some of the people that are bringing them up, so they don't know, you know. But like you and I have been through this for an awfully long time. To me, there are certain things that are absolute, and one of them is the alteration of the president's body. And that there just is no question about that, because David and I did all those interviews. He really did them, and I was there. A lot of times I was recording the sound, and in the first round, and then the second round we had a cameraman with us. There's all kinds of stuff I want to share with you, you know, in the coming months and even years, you know, because it's very important stuff. You can't get these people anymore because most of them are gone, and you know, look, it's just incredible that he got that first round, which resulted in what's called the best evidence research video. And you may have seen it. I don't know. I'm sure you have a copy of it somewhere, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
If
Yeah,
not,
I do, yeah.
I'll get one to you.
No,
you know?
I've got a copy.
Okay, good. Well, that's really important stuff, because that's before anybody started getting to these people and trying to sort of contaminate. You have to get what David calls, it's the earliest recorded recollection. That's the phrase. The earliest recorded recollection. When you can get to these people, and they're not, see, that's one of the mistakes that the Assassination Record Review Board made, you know. When they got all the doctors in there that were still alive and so forth, and all the people that David had talked to years before, when they got them in there at the Assassination Record Review Board, they didn't do it right. And the reason I say that is because they put them all in one room, and it's almost like a panel discussion, you know. It's not a panel discussion. You have to interview these people separately and get there. And it's not a group of opinions. Hey, well, you know, what do you think? Oh, yeah, I remember that. You know, and instead of sticking to their gun, they can be, you know, intimidated out of it, not through any kind of threats or anything, but just the fact that, oh, yeah, well, maybe you're right, you know, and all that kind of stuff, you know, instead of getting the uncontaminated first recollections. And that's what David has on tape that nobody else has, except Lane had it, you know, when he had the people like that were on the railroad bridge and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So Lane did a lot of that too. But that's one of the things that bothers me today. You know, everybody comes along late and says, well, you know, the doctor says, you know, that, well, the wound might have been over here. It's not a panel discussion. What do you remember? And if people remember it slight bit differently in places, that's okay. That's okay. You get their uncontaminated recollection. And then you start putting together what the truth is. You know, it's like, you know, it's not like a jury, really, because a jury sits there and hears a case together, and they're not supposed to talk about it. Of course, I've been on 3 juries myself. And it's, you know, that's one way of doing it. But when you deal with history, you have to get the absolute recollection of each individual without, and then after you get that, you can then say, hey, well, you know, so-and-so said so-and-so, you know. Oh, that's not true. I was there. And then you get the real story, you know, getting all the information in its uncontaminated form, shall we say, you know. So I hear people these days, and you know, I'm glad they're interested in everything, but they're really on the surface of the thing, you know. And I remember how I was, and of course, when I first started my interest in this case, not much was available. I mean, yeah, you had the Warren Commission volumes, and you had some other stuff, you know, but you didn't have all this stuff. You didn't have these conversations with the doctors and with the people who were in the autopsy room and the people who handled the casket on both sides, you know, both ends of the line, the Dallas end of the line and the Bethesda end of the line. You know, you didn't have any of that. Nobody knew about it. So everybody was going for, well, it has to be more than one gunman. And they were sort of basing everything on that. Well, it's true, there probably was more than one gunman, you know, obviously. But the thing is, it turned out there was a whole lot more going on, you know. So when you ask me about the state, I've stopped reading a lot of the new books, you know, unless, I mean, you might recommend something to me, and I might say, well, I better read that, you know, because I know where you're at, and I know how long you've been interested in this and so forth. But, I couldn't even tell you what the latest ones are, Whereas before, not only did I know what they were, I used to get all of them. I was in that routine. You probably spent a lot of years doing that. I think at some point you start losing momentum in the sense that most of the people who really are around this thing, not everyone, but most of the people are gone. And that's a shame. But David got to them, and he didn't try to talk them into this or that. He asked exactly what it is they saw and heard, and what was the order of the events, as it concerned them.
Okay, well, if I had to sum it up, I'd say that you're optimistic that you're still sitting on a lot of testimony that is going to influence the case.
Right.
And you know what? I look forward to hearing about that maybe over the next few months, next year, and I'd be glad to invite you on to elaborate and go long on these things, and, possibly talk to David as well.
He's still going, and Donald Freed is brilliant, so...
All right. Well, thanks for connecting with us. Thanks for taking part in Black Op Radio's 1000th show. And I look forward to phoning you again, emailing you, and having you on. We'll go deep into all these other testimony that you have witnessed, and maybe you'll find some audio that we can share on here. And
I'm sure I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Best of luck to everything you're doing, and I'll keep in touch. And
same to you, and say hi to Susan.
Yeah, okay. And say hi to your wife for me then, too.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest on our anniversary show is Bill Kelly, researcher, author. Hello, Bill. Thanks so much for taking time to join our anniversary show.
Hey, Len, congratulations, man. Black Op Radio and 20 years history. That's incredible, yes, it is. So I will be writing an article about you and Black Op Radio very soon. I also understand you have an interview with John Judge that you're going to run.
Yeah, it's fantastic. What happened was John was going to be the number 50, episode 50 of 50 Reasons for 50 Years. And so we had him summarize the case at the last minute. In the beginning, I asked Oliver Stone. I didn't get a reply. And then I guess he watched a few of them, and he emailed and said he'd be happy to take part in it. So we put Oliver in there, and I had this 10-minute chunk of John Judge just sitting there, not doing anything. I thought, this is perfect. Show 1000, John would be happy to take part.
Yes, that's tremendous. It's like a voice from the grave, huh?
Yeah. I didn't want to say that, but that's what it is, yeah. So, gone but not forgotten. Well, look, what I've been doing is I've been asking everybody to tell me what are they optimistic about in JFK research. And earlier you were telling me you were hoping that maybe some of the shows would be transcribed or things like that.
Well, yes. First, let me say that John Judge inspired me to get involved in all this. In 1969, when I met him at University of Dayton, he handed me a copy of the Playboy magazine with a Garrison interview, and I've been hooked ever since. So I owe all this to John, and we worked together for many years. I was just very disappointed that when he died, that those responsible for his effects dissolved COPA that we spent 20 years putting together, and they took the money from COPA and the Hidden History Museum and combined them, and then they took off with the Hidden History Museum and the COPA archives, and I'm holding them responsible for doing that. John never wanted that material to leave the District of Columbia. It was always his vision, as Cynthia McKinney outlines in her tribute to him, to stay there. And now we formed CAPA. And one of the things CAPA is doing, Dr. Cyril Wecht is our chairman, and we're having a conference again in November in Dallas at the Marriott, the same place. But one of the things that we have on our agenda is to transcribe the videos of all the conference presentations that were made over the years. Now, the idea behind this is the video and the audio presentations are shows like you do, and they're very entertaining, but unless they are transcribed and the transcription posted or published, it can be used for research and cited in other works. Now, your show has fantastic interviews, and I think that if some of them are transcribed, they can be actually posted and published and better utilized than just for what you're doing right now. Now, I recently quoted one of your shows. I think that your interview with Alan Singer, the writer of the Parallax View book that was made into a movie with Warren Beatty, that interview was tremendous. He was a former OSS operative, and I quote him from your interview with him in one of the most recent articles I did. And I just think that if we can get transcripts going, it'll be a step further on in what we want to accomplish. Now, to answer your question about why I am optimistic, well, after 50 years of this, only in the past couple of years have I really begun to put things together and see how Kennedy was killed at Dealey Plaza. I don't know who did it yet, but I figured out how they did it. I got the modus operandi down, and it was a covert operation. And the title of your show, Black Op Radio, hits right on the mark. That's what these people did. They call it Black Ops. King Thompson once said that of the 200 cases he worked as a private eye in San Francisco, every single one of them got to a point where they came across a piece of evidence that led to the solution of the crime, except for the Kennedy assassination. And I've had that experience now where everywhere I go in my research, it pans out. It's starting to make sense, and I'm optimistic we can figure this out. Now, justice will never be served, but I think that there's things we can still do. I think that we can get Congress to force the release of the records that are still being withheld. Trump seems to be in trouble, and I think maybe he might, even before he leaves office, release them. And Dallas has a new district attorney, a black Democrat, who recently prosecuted a policewoman for killing an innocent black man in his own home. And he's open to what we want to do, and that is consider the Kennedy assassination and the Tipper murders a cold case and include them in their cold case file and review. And we also, CAPA is running a Texas Court of Inquiry that is a uniquely legal maneuver in the state of Texas that all it requires is a municipal judge to ask for the Texas Court of Inquiry, and it could totally exonerate Oswald for the Kennedy assassination. And we already have a municipal judge who's willing to do this. So we just got to put those wheels in motion, and we're waiting for all this Corona situation to take place to pan out before we make any more moves. But there's things we can do and we are doing, and I'd encourage people to join CAPA. And I will be writing a blog post soon about Black Op Radio and 20 years history. That's incredible that you've been doing this, Len, and God bless you for all the work you've done. And I will try to promote you and to make it another 20 years if we can. I hope we don't need to go that long, but that's a very important anniversary, and congratulations on it.
All right. Thank you so much. I think that was just perfect. Join CAPA. Keep up to date with your blog. You keep up the good work, too.
Thank you, Len. You're the best.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. We'll talk again soon.
Okay.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Our next guest on this anniversary show is Mr. Pete Johnson. Hello, Pete.
Well, how you doing?
Good. I wanted to, as everyone knows by now, invite people who have been on Black Op Radio, guests before, and also just researchers that were influential. And I wanted to just give you an opportunity just to mention about what you thought about Black Op Radio, and then, JFK research in particular, even Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy, things like that. Are you optimistic or not? So welcome to the 1000th show.
Well, first of all, congratulations on your 1000th show, for sure. With respect to the larger question, everything that I know about this case and, the many 20 years I put into it came from knowing John Judge and listening to your show for the most part. Obviously, there's tentacles of that reaching out to different people that I met through one or the other, but it's really been an important journey, and I appreciate it. The question you just asked, I've never really been sure how this is all going to turn out historically. Everybody's kind of hoping that artificial intelligence would pull all of the information ever gathered by people like you and John and so many of the researchers that are going to be on your show, pull that all together and basically come up with the truth and basically overcome the propaganda. I don't know if that'll happen or not, to be honest, but that's kind of what my hope is.
Well, I think it's everyone's hope that has an interest. Not too many people are really tied to this guy did it and exclude everything else, except for the Warren Commission supporters. But if it turns out to be Alan Dulles, or if it turns out to be Curtis LeMay or whatever, or there's some people who think the mafia did it, we'd like to know, here's what happened, and here's how the government colluded and ultimately failed in the investigation. And you do that so it doesn't happen again. Of course, it happened with Martin Luther King. It happened with Bobby Kennedy. Saran still in prison, Can you imagine? That was what they know. They can't just let him out. But They're the poverty of U.S. justice.
Yeah, and I think now they basically take people out more preemptively to make sure they don't get to be in that kind of position and they don't have to deal with that. But my ultimate, I believe at this point that basically mostly believe that Alan Dulles and Curtis LeMay were the lead ringleaders of this thing. I'm starting to come to the belief that, which I've resisted for a long time, that it might have been LBJ and Alan Dulles more than Curtis LeMay. Although there's so many actors that were right there waiting to take advantage, LeMay, J. Edgar Hoover, and on and on. But that's the conclusion I've come to. I know there are people out there, people that I respect, that think the mafia did it. I don't know, other than having shooters, I don't know.
Well, I like Jim Garrison's, in the movie JFK, where they said, who's going to botch the autopsy? Who's going to do all these different things, and changing the parade route, and you know what I mean? Just who does that? I like in the Bob Dylan song, he was led into a trap. They've led me into a trap.
Yeah, that's obviously the part of the thing that just doesn't add up for the mafia did it thing. But I'm not even sure that the mafia supplied the shooters, to be honest. Mike Brownlee in Dallas thinks Mac Wallace was the shooter from the depository, and that Charles Harrison and James Files were behind the fence, and I forget who he thought was on Dal Peck's building. But none of those were mafia guys.
I don't even subscribe to all that. But anyway, I just wanted to say hello to you and just quickly, briefly go over a few items in the case, and that if you were optimistic at all about research in the future. I think that's the main thing, that people are saying, okay, what's going to happen in the next year or two? What are some of the kind of guests that I should have? And that's just what I'm thinking about. What's the future of JFK research? So far, it's just, Trump doesn't release any more files, so it's not too optimistic.
It's hard to be optimistic when you can see kind of the whole government structure of the United States collapsing. Maybe that is a good thing. It's a good thing that maybe the American empire won't be an empire anymore. But as far as having anything positive come out of this, as far as files release or additional information, it's hard to be optimistic about that.
Okay. Well, thanks for taking time to talk to me today. I just wanted to briefly touch on anything. Before we wrap up then, anything you would like to add?
Thanks a lot. Congratulations on your shows, and I appreciate every moment that I've listened to them over the years. So.
All right. Thank you very much for helping Black Op Radio.
Yep. Bye.
Okay.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Okay, in this next segment, we are talking to author, researcher Larry Hancock. Hello, Larry.
How are you, sir?
Very good. Thank you for taking part. This is 20 years in the making, the 1000th show of Black Op Radio. I'm glad that you're on board here, and you've been on Black Op Radio several times over the years. Thanks for taking part.
Oh, I appreciate your having me.
So what I've been doing is asking people what they think about the last years of JFK research, and if they're optimistic about the future and what's in store, and just if you're optimistic about it.
Well, I'm optimistic from my perspective. This is about 30 years for me being, pretty actively involved with JFK research and with the history of the period. And I've done a number of books. New one out on the Bay of Pigs and JFK. But the reason I'm optimistic is that we've really learned so much. There were so many mysteries when we started out. Not that we don't have some mysteries left, but things that we've learned with the ARRB document releases. And so I think we have made real progress, even though, not as much as we all would like.
Anything in particular in the AARB that you found interesting or we could have more research on?
Sure. There are a couple of major areas. Of course, the area that I've been most interested in for a couple of decades is the track that leads back to the CIA, to J.M. Wade, the Miami station, to various CIA officers and Cuban exiles. And at the time of the HSCA and Gate and Fonzie, that was so mysterious that they wouldn't even tell Fonzie that David Morales was a CIA officer. There was just so much of that they wouldn't admit to. And now we have all the records. We have the files of those people. The dam kind of broke. And so we have a lot of their detailed history, a lot of history from the station. So, we know what people like David Phillips and Carl Jenkins and David Morales, we know what they were doing in 1963, and that makes it a lot easier to dig through a lot of that stuff. So that's real interesting. I think the other thing that strikes me from that is that due to the work of the ARB, we also know that the Secret Service, the FBI, there were government agencies that knew JFK was at risk and that there were standing threats. Of course, that's something that never surfaced during the initial investigation. We know that there were threats against JFK in, Chicago that the FBI warned the Secret Service about. There was active threat in Miami. So, and we know that the Secret Service, as late as the ARB, destroyed trip records from the fall of 1963. So that helps confirm that there were things going on that were very real. It doesn't tell us what they were, but it tells us that there were things in play that nobody brought to the attention of the Warren Commission.
Yeah, or if they did, they were never reported or follow up. It was just a big obfuscation. They wanted to blame Lee Oswald, and anything else they just left alone.
Oh, yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, that especially with the work of Doug Horne, the work in interviewing the doctors. I mean, now I think it's very safe to say with confidence that the Warren Commission, we've always said the Warren Commission didn't do a good job. Now we know that there's just a whole host of things that were obfuscated and held back. So there couldn't have been a reasonable investigation. So that means there were people worried. There were people worried about a conspiracy. We know that now for real. So that's, that was all speculative 20 years ago, 30 years ago. There was a lot of speculation. Now we don't have the answers. We have a lot more of the reality. I think one of the things that really struck me is we even have records showing that there was a committee formed in 1963 to deal with protocols about what might happen if a senior American political figure, a diplomat, something like that, was assassinated. How would they react to it? How would, JFK was very concerned about overreacting to things like that. He showed that in the missile crisis. And we don't know exactly what came from all that, but we know it was very real that they were working through what would happen. How would they avoid, going overboard if it did happen? And we don't know if some of that wasn't in play in November 1963.
Right. Okay. Well, it sounds like you're optimistic we're going to still find more things. Where do you think people should be looking?
Oh, I think personally we still need to be looking at some of the leads. We've got the documents. We need to be looking in more depth at some of the people and try to find out, we know generally speaking what some of these folks were doing in 1963. We need to try to get more specific. Were they in Dallas? There are indications some of them were. So I think we've narrowed it down to what might call a list of reasonable suspects. And what I personally am going to try to do to contribute that in this summer, I have a draft already with Rex Bradford at the Mary Farrell Foundation. Earlier this spring, David Boyle and I published a paper with Mary Farrell Foundation on the Wheaton lead, examining some of these names and suspects. And later this summer, I'm going to be publishing on Mary Farrell it's about 100-page, my personal assessment of specifically where to look at the conspiracy. Basically, what I think I've learned after 30 years. And I hope that that's going to be a starting point for several, for research, because that gets as specific as I can get, and hopefully people that are younger and more energy will take that and run with it.
Okay, that is something to look forward to. Larry, thanks so much for taking part today. I'm going to have you on again, and we'll go further in depth, but I just want to make sure I talk to some of the people who did contribute to Black Op Radio over the years.
And thanks to you, Lynn, for doing Black Op Radio. We don't have that many outlets, and it's certainly been a vital one for all of us.
All right, you're very welcome, and thank you very much for today then.
You bet.
Okay, We'll be in touch. Okay, goodbye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right, our next guest is author Barry Ernest. Hello, Barry.
Hi, Len. How are you?
Well, celebrating 20 years of Black Op Radio. This is the 1000th show, an anniversary show, and I just wanted to have on some of my favorite guests and, researchers over the years. You were one of them, and I just want to make sure you're included. So thanks for taking part.
Well, Len, first I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to congratulate you on your 1000th show. Your program has always been a forum for intelligent and responsible discussion, and you should be proud of maintaining that standard over the past 20 years.
Well, I tried. So I tried, right? And there's been a lot of other kind of shows where I went, oh, I'm not going to do that. Oh, don't do that. No sabotage. No, gotcha things, Right. I just like to have an author on and really let him have time to talk about his ideas, his research, filmmaker, whatever, right? And I think that's a hallmark that people have really had time without any, commercial breaks or constraints, right? To listen to someone you want to listen to.
Well, Len, I've been at this a long time, since 1967. Back then, researchers had respect for one another, and more importantly, they had respect for the historical record. Ray Marcus, Vince Landria, Harold Weisberg, Penn Jones, Gary Schoner, Mary Farrell. They didn't write about this subject just because there was a market for it. They followed truths no matter where it led them. And things certainly have changed in my opinion. Today, many of the so-called researchers abuse the historical record. They claim to possess solutions and final truths and definitive answers. Egos seem to be replacing the evidence. They speculate, they name-call, they regurgitate misinformation, non-information, disinformation. You just don't find truths that way. My focus in this mess was in finding truths about a woman named Victoria Adams, the overlooked and therefore unknown girl of the girl on the stairs. Now, here we have a crucial witness who, instead of being taken seriously, was misaligned and virtually ignored by the Warren Commission. Why was that? Well, because she told the truth. She didn't exaggerate what she did. She didn't embellish what she heard or didn't hear, what she saw or didn't see. She simply did what we're all taught to do. She told the truth. And when she did, she wasn't believed, even though there was a great deal of cooperation that we weren't supposed to see, cooperation the Warren Commission was certainly aware of months before it would write that she was wrong. She often said to me that all she ever wanted was for people to know that she had told the truth. So it's my hope that one day the name Victoria Adams will become recognized more for her role in the JFK assassination than as a person with the same name who once sang for the Spice Girls. And despite what sounds like a rather negative assessment to the evolution of Kennedy assassination research, I'm still encouraged. There are still genuine researchers out there plugging away. And thanks to the ARRB, we've learned a lot of what was not intended to be seen or heard. There are upcoming books by authors like John Newman and Vince Palamara and Josiah Thompson. And soon there'll be a documentary from Jimmy D. and Oliver Stone that's sure to shine new light on the subject and maybe spark some renewed interest. And of course, we're always going to have Black Op Radio, right, Len?
I wish I had a clever line right now. A clever line pending.
The clever line is, yes, there will always be Black Op Radio.
Okay, there'll always be a Black Op Radio. Just
there you go.
Keep those cards and letters coming. Well, Barry, thanks. That, really was a quick summation. I want to thank you for your part over the years of taking part in Black Op Radio. And, it is really interesting that there's so many different angles to this case. Your book and research is just, it's almost like from left field. Who would have thought something? I remember looking at the cover of the book, like the girl on the stairs in this picture, and I was remember just thinking, how are you going to write a whole book about a lady running up and down the stairs? That's just what I thought for a second. Yet it was one of the most unexpected, pleasant surprises, because I think when you started off, it wasn't obvious that you thought that the Warren Commission was wrong. You just kind of went into it, and there's all this misinformation on purpose that you have to overcome. Well, I heard this, and then as you go on, the opposite is true. Or in this case, like you say, if you study what she said, you study the real facts, you realize this whole lone gunman, 6th floor is a facade. It's just, if it wasn't such an important matter, you could say, well, it was a stock fraud or it was the Enron scandal, whatever. But it was the murder of the president. And yet everybody went to sleep on it. Justice Department, FBI, all that. It's as if they were all in on it, and I'm not saying that they were all in on it, but they all just went along with the cover-up. Only too glad to help.
I think the Dallas police and the FBI basically had a bird in hand, and they didn't care to beat the bush. And certainly Vicki Adams had a significant role in this, even though it was downplayed considerably. She posed a problem. It was obvious in the internal memos of the commission that she did in fact pose a problem toward their scenario that they had come up with very early in their investigation. And rather than investigate it and look into it, they decided to misalign her and basically blow her off, as she once said. She pleaded with David Mellen, who was questioning her. She pleaded with him to interview Sandra Stiles, the woman who came down the stairs with Vicki. And according to Vicki, David Bellen's words were, "We don't need her, we have you." And then she pleaded with him to include her in the time tests, which he was very focused on at that point, and even said in the memo that he intended to resolve her timing during his investigation, and she was not allowed to participate in that as well. So it was obvious they were trying to minimize.
You're the one running down the stairs or whatever. We don't want to time you. We want to time an athlete, a track star, somebody else.
Yeah, their philosophy was, if you didn't see Lee Oswald on the stairs, then you're the one who's wrong. There's no other alternative. We know he came down the stairs. We know he fired the shots. If you didn't see him, you're the one that's wrong, not us. So, there's a difference. There's a difference between the careful pursuit of evidence that may or may not lead to a conclusion versus uncompromisingly adopting a conclusion while still following the evidence. And that's what they did, basically, in my opinion, from all the study I've done. They adopted a conclusion before they even began their investigation. So people like Vicki Adams and Arnold Rowland and all these guys that gave opposing views were simply dismissed. And that's not the way you handle a fair investigation. It's not the way you arrive at the truths.
Well, it's good to hear that you're a little optimistic. You're looking forward to new books and documentaries that are coming out. And, what you said in the beginning there about the real researchers, they were interested in the truth, in what happened, not in their theory must be taken as gospel. It's like,
exactly,
what happened? And in fact, it could be from time to time, there's holes in your, theory. You say, I thought this happened, but it turns out it didn't. But usually what happens is it's much worse than you thought.
Well, I see it as it's evolved over the years. I know what it was like back then. Believe it or not, researchers back then actually shared their information. If someone was going to Dallas, he or she would offer to do research for others who couldn't afford or get to Dallas. Same thing with the National Archives. I used to do some research for a lot of West Coast researchers who just couldn't afford to get to the National Archives in Washington. So in addition to the research I was doing, I was looking up documents, making copies of documents for other researchers. We used to do that a lot. I don't know that continues to today. I think a lot of people are maybe jealous of other researchers, or they think they're going to steal their ideas, or they're not really researchers at all. They come up with a pet theory, and if anything disputes their pet theory, then the other person is wrong, not them. There's no alternative to the pet theory anymore. It's not a good way of doing research, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave those guys to the wayside, and I'm just happy to always keep in contact with you. Are you working on anything new? You have any new book in the pipeline?
No, I don't. Actually, when I finished the other book, I did say in the final chapter that my work was done. I had accomplished what I really tried to do, and that was to discover whether Vicky was telling the truth and the consequences of that. And I still keep involved in it. I have a web page that I keep up with every once in a while, and a lot of people still ask questions about the subject.
What's the website?
The Girl on the Stairs. If you go in and type Barry Ernest, The Girl on the Stairs, you'll go to the
right.
web page.
We'll make a link to that, but right
by WordPress.
Yeah.
And depending on the questions that are asked, I always try and answer them on the web page so that more people than just the person asking can see my opinions on it as well.
All right, then. Well, look, Barry, thanks so much for taking part in this show. It's just, I wanted to make them short and sweet, but 1,000 episodes of Black Op Radio, that's a milestone right there. So thank you for your contributions, and, anytime anything's new, just give me an email or a phone call.
I will do that, Len. Thank you very much for the chance to participate.
All right. You're very welcome. Thanks, Barry.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
All right, our next guest in this anniversary show is Debra Conway, well-known researcher, needs no introduction. Hello, Debra.
Hello there. Thank you for having me.
You have put on so many conferences over the years that you have been on the show or people connected with Lancer. So I had Sherry Feaster on as well several times. So I wanted to make sure that I connected with you. Right now, I understand that you had retired from putting on Lancer shows, maybe JFK Research. But one thing I wanted to ask you, which I've been asking everybody, is are you optimistic in the research going on in the forward, and what do you see for the next few years in this arena of researching the assassination?
Well, that's a good question, and it's a topic that I think about and talk to people about this a lot, and that's, where are we going with this? It's such a convoluted case simply because of all the records that we have and when were they available, and you've already made your mind up, and then you find out something new that's released and you think, well, do I know anything? Do we really know anything? But I will tell you that if you boil it down to the basic facts, I think that we have proven without question that there was more than one shooter, and that fact was covered up by our own government. Once Lee Harvey Oswald was dead, there was no reason to look for the truth. The truth, as far as they were concerned, was dead and buried, and it was time to move on.
Well, saying that, do you have any opinion then of the next few years? Are you optimistic?
I'm very optimistic, and I didn't mean to state that I wasn't. I think that what I was stating were the facts. That's the facts, and it's pretty much the same paragraph I say out loud to people who call me for an interview, or whether it's a student that needs a quote or so forth, is that it has been proven that the Warren Commission is wrong, or that there was a single shooter. It was Lee Oswald. That's been proven that is not correct. And I think that 99% of people who are aware of those facts, of that facts particularly, agree with it. I can't say 99% of all people on Earth agree with it, but people who are exposed to the information then agree with that. And so I feel like we are obligated then, with our knowledge, to continue to go forward and continue to expose this information, these conclusions, and how we reach them. And so that's what started me on day one. When I met Mary Farrell, and I met John Newman, and I met people who had documents. This was not witness, which as my sister Sherry Fisher would say, they're your least reliable person sometimes. I was amazed at all of the government records that had not been released in what at the time, 30-something years, 35 years or something. And because I was exposed to that process, I went to every meeting but one. Every meeting, wherever they were, I got a plane ticket and I went. And I testified once towards the end for them. The JFK Act and the board was the biggest gift the government ever gave us. And it's a gift that keeps on giving. The more you read the record, the more you can see how convoluted, how falsehoods, false testimonies, false conclusions, to put all of this behind us, to put the assassination of a president, oh, well, let's just clean up the kitchen and go to bed. How wrong that is today.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's one thing for us to educate ourselves, I think, and get up to speed and say, I understand now what really happened here. I don't know all the details, but then you're fighting a kind of disinformation campaign that's orchestrated, not by accident. And yeah, it's uphill, but some are more motivated than others. Sometimes it just irks you that you want to go out and wake up more people.
I regret that I'm not able to put a conference on, but I do have people who are encouraging me to pick it up and that they would be of assistance. If that could happen, then, we can go forward with that. And in fact, this year we're having a virtual conference, which will be, we don't have all our speakers listed yet. We'll be putting them on the website soon. But you watch it online, you watch it on your computer. And so we're very excited to be able to do that this year since, people can't gather together.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure I spoke to you for a few minutes and gave, most people that I could think of a chance to say something. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you go, I just wanted to congratulate you again. And you'd want me to remind your listeners about my sister Sherry Feaster and her book, Enemy of the Truth. She has a WordPress site. Even though she's gone, all of her work is not forgotten.
Very good. And Sherry's interviews on Black Op Radio are in the archives as well, so if people want to look for them there. Right. Then before we wrap up, anything else you would like to bring up? You mentioned you are doing a conference. People should check that out at Lancer.com?
We don't have it on the website yet, but we will have it there in a week or so.
Okay,
so they just need to kind of hang on.
So there's still some work being done, and people are still going forward. Okay, and it may be virtual due to the crazy world we live in now.
Yes. Well, thank you again. I appreciate all the work that you've done.
All right.
You certainly need to be celebrated.
All right. Thank you very much, Debra. We'll speak again,
bye-bye.
I hope. Okay, bye-bye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Hello, our next guest is Doug Valentine. I have him on the line. Hello, Doug.
Hi, Len. It's so nice to see you again.
Thank you very much for taking part. It's our 1000th show, and you were on early in the game. If you've been on whenever you have a book, I'm always pleased to have good researchers on. And I thought I'd just give you a few minutes just to maybe recap your recollections of Black Op Radio and contributions to research.
Yeah, it was always a pleasure to be interviewed by you. First of all, because you studied at the feet of the master, Fletcher Prouty. And he was the guy that sort of paved the way for a lot of us who are involved in black operations or the research and the study of black operations. And so you knew everything he knew, which was a vast, not just a guy from the inside, talking about from the time of World War II. You understand everything from World War II up to the Kennedy assassination, and then from there up to Watergate, and from Watergate up to the current, to current events. So you understand the whole vast evolution of the thing, and the role that black operations play in controlling, very secretively, our thoughts and behaviors here in American society. And you understand all that. So it was always a pleasure to talk to you, and including in terms of really far-ranging subjects. I mean, I remember doing an interview with you about my investigation for Bill Pepper in the Martin Luther King assassination. You know, not only was I able to talk to you about my books, but I was able to talk to you about investigations and how investigations work. So Black Ops was not just the very first interview I did on the internet, which, 20 years ago was the first year you were in business, but, it was also just this year. So I've been around for the 20 years, and throughout that time, you've maintained your good humor. You've maintained ability to listen to people like myself and let us talk and explain what we need to say and want to say, and to ask the pertinent questions. So, it's just a thrill to know that you're doing your 1,000th interview. And I hope that you get to do 1,000 more, and that we're still in a free enough society that we can actually go through and do these sorts of things and talk about them freely and try to help people to understand the world they live in a little bit better. And you're one of the people that makes that possible. And I admire you, again, not just for your good humor and for your ability to listen, but for giving us all of us who have been marginalized, a lot of us who have been marginalized, a chance to bring our side of the story out to the public.
Well, thank you very much. I think another attribute of Black Op Radio is that we provide show notes and links. So there was Steve and then Chris LeMay, and now Raul does it. So I think that when someone's on the show, they get the interview, but they also get a lot of added information. And I think that helps when people do a search on a topic. You can't really search an audio interview or a video interview, but you can search the text. So he had a guy talking about this operation, that operation. Good, and that's what they reference, and they come to the site that way. But very good. Right, well, yeah, you were one of the early guests, and like you said, 20 years ago, and it has been 20 years, so not sure if I will be here for another 1,000 shows or another 20 years, but anyway, yeah, it's been a pleasure having you on, and I just want to make sure that people get on to have some little tidbit to say. So, anything else you want to add, or I just wanted to give you that opportunity?
I remember, I know it's probably sort of irrelevant, but you had a woman working with you many years ago, and she did some recording. And I remember she sent me a CD of a couple of songs that she had written. Do you remember who I'm talking about?
Anita Langley?
Yeah, and Langley. And I remember I always thought it was such a appropriate name for a co-host on a show that really focused on the CIA. And I haven't been in touch with her in years, but I really enjoyed her music, and I hope that she's doing well. You guys, she was up there in British Columbia, right?
Yeah, she was a co-host for several years, and I'll pass on that message to her.
Yes, but now you don't have a co-host anymore, do you?
No, I would say I have Jim DiEugenio on every second week. He answers questions, and it's typically just about the JFK assassination. But I enjoy other topics as well, and it seems that the CIA is entwined in that. So whenever I have you on or other people talking about agency work, and like Martin Luther King and other topics, they're all kind of joined at the hip. It's not the same people, but it's the same ideas.
Well, we are all evolving too. It's not just our society and our culture that's evolving and has gotten to the point where, Donald Trump can be president of the United States. But we're also seeing a lot of the things that we used to talk about as exclusively happening overseas are now happening here in the United States. And we've seen the world evolve and become, like this global village where all the pigeons are coming home to roost, including the Phoenix program, which you and I have talked a lot about. So, I think that all the things that you have discussed on your show over the years, the whole compendium of wisdom and knowledge becomes more relevant every year. And the more that you sustain this show, the more relevant the history of what you've done and all the, the library of information that you've accumulated over years becomes more and more relevant, and a guidepost for people who want to know where we started and where we are, and can look at it and see the arc of where we're going. So, I think it's just a tremendously valuable resource for all of us.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, then, for taking part.
Okay, and I wish you another 1,000 more.
Okay, you too. Talk to you in the near future. Goodbye.
You're listening to Black Op Radio.
Well, there you have it. Show number 1000, Black Op Radio. Thanks for listening. And I just wanted to make a mention that there's a lot of guests I didn't have on. I just didn't have everybody on. It's already over 6.5 hours. It's an all-nighter. But I did want to pay a small tribute to people who have, over the years, a lot of people have passed away, and I just thought I'd mention them for people who are doing research and don't realize, how you got to do it now. And I'd like to name a few people that made a real influence on Black Op Radio. Mike Rupert, Jim Mars, John Judge, Paris Flamond, Mark Lane, Sherman Skolnick, Donald Scott, William Bloom, Ted Chirac, Phil Melanson, Fletcher Prouty, Aaron Russo, James Tagg, Adele Edison, Gary Webb, Brian Quigg, Carl Oglesby, Dennis David, Doug Weldon, Gene Hill, Jacques Fresco, Sterling and Betty Seagrave, Ian Greggs, Chris LeMay, Brian Quigg, Ernie Fitzgerald, Robert Blair Kaiser, Jerry Polikoff, Lynn Mangan, Rich Della Rosa, Hank Albarelli, Gaten Fonzie, Lauren Singer, Sherry Feaster, Akaria S., Gerard Colby, Ted Gunderson, and Brad Johnson. So there's a list of people that I could just thumb through that have passed away already during this time of Black Op Radio that are gone but not forgotten, thanks to the archives of Black Op Radio. And, keep up the good work, everybody. There's a lot of people that were standing on the shoulders of giants, and they're no longer here. But we continue with interest and work and dedication to, make the world a better place. Thanks for listening. I'll be back next week with show 1001.